just have to wait for him.
Yeah.
Why he start?
Good morning and welcome to today's New York City Council Executive Budget Hearing for the Committee on Finance, joint with Parks and Recreation, joint with Education. At this time, please silence all electronic devices. Just a reminder, no one may approach the dais at any point during this hearing. Chairs, we are ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, good morning and welcome to the 10th day of FY24 executive budget hearings. We're going to begin today with the Department of Parks and Recreation. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan. I chair the Committee on Finance. Pleased to be joined today by my colleague and good friend, Councilmember Krishnan, Chair of the Committee on Parks and Recreation. We've also been joined this morning by Councilmembers Marte, Osei, Barron, Brooks Powers, Brewer, Lee, Dinowitz, Lewis, Ayala, Velasquez, Moya, and Holden. Welcome, Commissioner Donahue and your team. Matt, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. Just to set the table, on April 26, 2023, the administration released their executive financial plan for FY23 to 27 with a proposed FY24 budget of $106.7 billion. Parks Department's proposed FY24 budget of $610.4 million represents roughly 0.6% of the administration's proposed FY24 budget in the executive plan. This is an increase of $27.7 million, or 4.8%, from the $582.7 million originally allocated in the FY24 prelim plan. This increase is mostly due to adjustments for the DC 37 collective bargaining agreement, the Central Park Conservancy contract increases, and adding several baseline positions. My questions today will largely focus on the department's PEGs, along with the state of the PEP officers. Our open spaces have always been a vital resource to our city, and COVID only pushed their importance to an even higher level. We need to ensure that these assets are properly maintained and patrolled so all New Yorkers can feel safe to enjoy them in generations to come. I want to turn now to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Krishnan, for his opening statement.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannan. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's joint hearing of the City Council Committee on Finance and the Committee on Parks and Recreation on the FY24 executive budget for the Department of Parks and Recreation. My name is Shekhar Krishnan, and I'm the chair of the Committee on Parks and Recreation. And I would like to thank all the fellow council members who are here today. I think also Council Member Natasha Williams has joined us as well. And thank you for recognizing everyone, Chair Brannan. Today, we will be hearing testimony from the Department of Parks and Recreation on its fiscal 2024 executive budget, which totals $610.4 million, a decrease of $13.8 million since adoption of last year. However, the FY24 executive budget represents a $36.9 million decrease from the FY23 executive budget for parks, which totals $647.3 million at this time. This is still nowhere near the 1% of the budget that Mayor Adams campaigned on and explicitly promised. We have seen reduction after reduction and the loss of funding that we fought for last year in achieving the largest budget for our Parks Department in its history. Now we are regressing and stepping backward, despite Mayor Adams' stated commitment repeatedly to achieve 1% or $1 billion for our city's budget for parks. What we are seeing is a decrease in the amount of funding. Now, we have been clear in prior parks hearings as well that over the last 4 decades, apart from the work that we've done last year, there has been a systematic disinvestment in our parks by government, a decrease steadily of public dollars being put towards our parks, whereas other major cities throughout the country, LA, Washington, D.C., Minneapolis, Chicago, all not only devote more than 1% of their budget to parks, but spend more per capita. As the New Yorkers for Parks and Playfair Coalition report pointed out, these major cities, our peer cities, spend more per capita on their parks and green space than we do as New York. We are behind We are behind other cities across this country, and we have not seen the investments that this administration has explicitly promised for our parks, despite knowing that our parks and green spaces, as we've seen during this pandemic, are crucial, not just as places for recreation, but for our mental health, for our public health, and our well-being. At what point is City Hall going to treat our parks and green spaces and invest in them as the essential spaces that they are? We as New Yorkers deserve far more for our green spaces and access to quality green spaces. As part of these PEGs, we have seen over 100 positions reduced since budget adoption last year in our Parks Department. To some, these PEGs are supposedly just ways for the administration to alter its budget and right-size spending. But to me and to many of my colleagues, I think of the people who will be unable to find work because the administration is unwilling to work with the Parks Department and our City Council to fill vacant positions. Seared in my mind are the images and the conversations I've had with numerous parks workers over the last 2 years who are fearful of what these kinds of budget cuts and disinvestments mean for their positions. And as I've said, we do not have a park system in New York City without investments in our workers. Our parks workers are the beating hearts of our park system. And each of these so-called right sizes to the budget directly impact and harm the ability of our parks workers to do the phenomenal job they do every single day for our green spaces. For example, one cut that I find particularly upsetting is the $8 million PEG in FY24 and the out years related to the Parks Opportunity Program. This is a work program for New Yorkers on cash assistance who clean parks and playgrounds. Sadly, DPR will be cutting spots in this program due to these PEGs. The fiscal year 2024 executive budget includes $16.3 million in new needs for FY24, as well as $31.5 million in other adjustments, as well as a savings of $20.1 million as part of the most recent round of PEGs. There are several new needs which add 112 new baseline positions, including 6 new positions related to the NYC Sparks program, which guides young women into career paths related to science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. However, missing from this executive budget proposal is the 1,000 new positions that were included in the Council's preliminary budget response, a call for 1,000 city parks workers baseline positions, or permanent positions. The 112 new positions is a start, but it's nowhere near where the need is that the Parks Department has to invest in its workers. These new positions are vital not only to the health, well-being, and maintenance of our parks, but also to the workers themselves. Because as I see it, our parks budget is fundamentally a worker's budget. Recently, a DC 37 member and associate urban park ranger, Ralph Baselys, wrote to my office highlighting not only his dedication to serving our park system, which he has done for nearly 2 decades, but also asking for the council to push for the 1,000 new baseline positions in the department. He wrote to me that he speaks with many colleagues and mentees who are worried each spring about whether their lines will be restored in the coming year. And each year as a city council, we fight to restore these one-shot positions. Our urban park rangers, our dedicated parks workers deserve stable positions, as Ralph said. And you know what? He is absolutely right. The council, and that's why the council, has made our call for 1,000 new permanent baseline positions to ensure that dedicated parks workers like Ralph and his colleagues have stable positions where they can grow and thrive and not be worried every year about whether their position will continue into the following budget. We hope that the administration will heed this call as well and work with the council to achieve these 1,000 new positions in the adopted budget. It represents, philosophically for this city council, a very deliberate effort to say that going from budget to fight for one-shot or temporary positions that each year we have to battle with administration to restore isn't the way to support our park system. We need investments in permanent positions, permanent full-time lines, so we don't have to do this every single year when it comes to the budget. our urban park rangers are included in that investment. They care for our parks, they engage with our families, our children. They show the way in which our green spaces are connected to our climate every single day in parks across the city. Yet every year, I've had conversations with them because they are deeply concerned about whether their lines will be renewed in the following budget, because these lines are not permanent positions. The Parks Committee looks forward to hearing about the executive budget, specifically related to lifeguards, as we face a lifeguard crisis in the city going into the next pool season, climbers and pruners, and the recent DC 37 collective bargaining agreement. Before we hear from the department and its testimony from our commissioner, I will now ask the committee counsel to go over some procedural items and swear in the representatives from the Parks Department. Thank you all very much, and welcome to today's hearing.
Thank you, Chair. We've also been joined by council members Carr, Farias, Ressler, Hanks, and Ung. Before we turn it over to Mike Toomey, I want to also thank Mike Sherman, Monica Salati, and Nia Hyatt from Council Finance for helping prepare for today's hearings behind the scene. Mike?
Good morning. Raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions? Sue Donahue?
I do.
Matt Drury?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Brannan, Chair Krishnan, members of the Finance Committee and Parks Committee, and other members of the Council. My name is Sue Donahue. I'm pleased to be here today testifying as the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation, and to be joined on this panel by several members of our agency's senior leadership. Firstly, I want to thank the Council for its continued support for our city's open spaces over the past year and for championing the importance of parks for all New Yorkers. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to discuss the agency's executive budget for fiscal year 2024 and to provide an overview of our agency's mission to build and maintain a restorative and thriving park system. The arrival of warmer weather in the spring means we're heading into our peak season, when our city's green and open spaces truly come alive, and more people get outdoors to take advantage of our amazing parks to lead healthier, happier lives. And we've been busy delivering results for New Yorkers. In just the last 2 months, we completed a $41 million renovation of Starlight Park in the Bronx, closing a former gap in the Bronx River Greenway and converting 2.7 acres of formerly paved industrial property into a beautiful green space with added greenway connections for everyone to enjoy. And also completed an important wetlands restoration at Hook Creek Park in Southeast Queens, replenishing sand and adding native plants to preserve and protect this breathtaking natural habitat for birds and other wildlife. We began construction on renovations to Captain Dermody Triangle in Bayside, Queens, which will provide new ADA-accessible entrances, expanded curbs, and new trees to this small but beloved open space, which commemorates the memory of an abolitionist and Civil War hero. We're continuing to improve and activate our parks through initiatives like Park Poems, 5 new art installations in parks around the city that incorporate the literal text of poems into site-specific works of public art, inviting parkgoers to take a moment to pause, contemplate, and enjoy their beautiful surroundings. Our Green Thumb Community Garden Division hosted the 39th annual Grow Together Conference to celebrate the start of the gardening season, offering the opportunity for 1,000 New York City community gardeners to network, exchange ideas about best practices, and enjoy a variety of lectures, talks, tutorials, giving these dedicated stewards more resources to help improve their local green spaces in partnership with our agency. Of course, our busy season means we're also gearing up for the opening of our beaches and pools, so that millions of New Yorkers can stay cool and have fun all summer long. As we have discussed with the council, despite a national lifeguards shortage that has continued to limit public access to pools in cities across the country, we're doing all that we can to recruit and train as many lifeguards as possible. We're fortunate that here in New York City, we were able to open all of our pools and beaches this last summer, and we're committed to doing that again this summer, though we are clearly still facing a very challenging hiring environment. Because we very much understand the grave importance of teaching the next generation to swim for health and safety, and in order to build a pipeline for the next generation of lifeguards, we were happy to recently announce that we will be bringing Learn to Swim classes and Parks-hosted summer camp programming back to a small subset of our outdoor pools this summer in a limited capacity. Turning to the specific topic of this hearing, for the fiscal year 2024 executive budget reflects the administration's ongoing commitment to promoting an equitable recovery by making investments in a greener, healthier city, and gives our agency the resources we need to get the job done while demonstrating fiscal responsibility amid the ongoing economic and fiscal challenges facing the city. New York City Parks' fiscal 2024 executive expense operating budget is $610.4 million. This represents a $27.7 million increase from the FY24 preliminary budget, largely reflecting the increased wages for Parks employees, which will result from the city's recent contract agreement with the District Council 37 negotiated through collective bargaining. The budget also includes new baseline staff additions for our Climber Pruner apprenticeship program, as well as funding to formalize more of our natural trails and increase our preventative tree care efforts and inspections in accordance with the agency's approach to tree risk management. The agency's 10-year capital plan is $8.8 billion, allowing the agency to renovate, reimagine, and preserve our parks, playgrounds, and public spaces. The executive budget includes new mayoral capital allocations for pools and recreation facilities, such as the outdoor pool at Hamilton Fish Park in Manhattan, where we're going to invest $51 million to completely reconstruct the mechanical and electrical infrastructure for the pool so it can continue serving New Yorkers for years to come. In closing, I want to thank Mayor Adams for granting me the incredible privilege of leading this agency and the opportunity to work with each of you to continue improving our parks and open spaces for all New Yorkers. Many of you are already familiar with our experienced and responsive borough commissioners and their district teams who work alongside our central agency division staff to deliver for New Yorkers every day. We are always available to answer questions and address concerns from your offices and are happy to hear your thoughts on any topic, whether it regards a local park in your district or a citywide agency policy. New York City Park looks forward to continuing our close partnership with the Council to create a bright, green future with a more equitable, inclusive, and resilient park system. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We would now be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just to note, we've also been joined by Councilmember Hudson. I want to talk about some of the PEGs. The FY24 budget includes $15 million in PEGs for FY23 and $20.1 million for PEGs in FY24. These PEGs thankfully do not include any headcount reductions, but instead focus on less than anticipated spending, which is partially the result of vacancies. One PEG that I wanted to highlight was the $4 million PEG in FY24 related to less than anticipating spending on seasonal workers. This is a result of Parks Department not being able to fill all seasonal positions, particularly lifeguards. Another PEG that we find troubling is the $3 million savings in FY24 and the out years as a result of less than anticipated spending for hard-to-recruit lines, such as pruners and climbers, all these folks who are crucial to the upkeep and continued safety of people at our parks. And according to the mayor's preliminary management report, this problem seems like it could get worse before it gets better, because the amount of street trees that were pruned was less than 5,000 in the first 4 months of FY23, which is a almost 73% decrease compared to the same time period in FY22. So all of that is to ask, can you go into some of the reasons why the Parks Department is having such difficulty filling in some of these titles, such as climbers and pruners?
Thank you, Chair Brannan, for the question, and thank you for all of the support for our parks and open spaces. The support from the council has been tremendous for our parks and open spaces, and very much appreciated. As you said, we did have to, we had PEGs, all city agencies had reductions, and the city reduced vacant positions across agencies in response to what are still significant economic and fiscal risks, including the rapidly expanding asylum seeker population. So significant challenges, and all agencies needed to be able to pitch in and help address those challenges. It is important to note, as you said, that only vacant positions have been reduced, not staffed positions. And you know, reducing vacancies does not directly impact Parks' mission to provide services and keep our parks clean. You're right that we did make reductions in areas that are hard to recruit. In particular, so lifeguards, we have seen a significant challenge that is not unique to New York at all. It's a national challenge in terms of recruiting lifeguards. So we had vacancies there that we're still not able to fill. And in addition, you mentioned the climbers and pruners. That has historically been a very difficult title for us to recruit for, but it's one that we are very focused on. And in fact, we're thrilled that we received funding for a climber pruner apprenticeship program this year. And that's a very targeted effort on behalf of the Parks Department to bring more people into those ranks. It's a great full-time job, but it's one that many New Yorkers don't think about, a job outside and caring for trees. We feel like it's an incredible opportunity to bring people into the agency. You can build a great career as a climber pruner, and so that's why we're thrilled with this new funding, and we're starting an internal in-house training program to help to bring in more climbers and pruners, and also look to diversify that workforce. It's a great career in the Parks Department, and so we're pleased to get the funding to be able to do that.
Could you tell us how many climbers and pruners are budgeted, and what's the actual head count as of May 2023?
In particular, that exact head count for climbers and pruners, I don't have in my notes, but we absolutely can get back to you on that.
What's the average time between filling a position and when someone accepts the position?
It's generally about 3 to 4 months. We work closely with OMB on all of our open positions, the time to advertise, to interview, recruit, train, bring them on board. It's generally around 3 to 4 months.
Are there any jobs that have a significantly higher or lower wait time?
Wait time in terms of?
From accepting till your first day on the job?
No, that's generally what the time frame is.
The most recent PEG letter required parks to have a 4% PEG target. Was that target met?
Yes, through vacancies.
Okay, and there was no impact on services?
We don't anticipate there'll be impact on services.
The tree stump removal was not included in the FY24 executive budget, and it still hasn't been baselined. Does the administration not realize how popular this program is?
Thank you, Council Member, for the question, and again, the interest and support for our trees. Just one item to note, that there is $2 million in baseline funding for tree stump removal at the Parks Department. And then the additional $2 million in one-shot FY23 council funding was an extraordinary help and a tremendous value for New Yorkers. But so just to clarify, there is $2 million, and then the additional $2 million the council has provided has been extremely helpful.
Okay, I want to talk about the PEP officers. So currently have 300 PEP officers overseeing 30,000 acres of parkland. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that means each patrol on average is about 100 acres each. Seems like a lot of land to cover. I think we all agree that there's far too many PEP officers to adequately manage and patrol our parks. If the adopted budget includes funding for 300 additional PEP officers, where would you station them?
Thank you for the question, Council Member, and for recognizing the importance of our PEP officers. They are extremely vital to our park system and for enforcing parks rules and regulations. If we had additional PEP officers, we would deploy them equitably across the city. What we do is we look at with these types of assignments, we look at where there are rule enforcement issues and challenges, and our PEP officers, it's mobile patrol, so we move them based on where we're seeing the greatest issues in terms of rule enforcement needs.
Is that the lowest amount of PEP officers we've ever had?
Actually, it's historically quite high.
Yeah, no, it's not the lowest number we've ever had.
We recently spoke with some folks who live in neighborhoods where there are beaches, and typically in districts like mine where there are no beaches, in the summertime we're told, well, there's no PEP officers because we had to send them to the beaches. But then the people who live in the beach neighborhoods say there's no PEP officers there either. So I don't know, with only 300 PEP officers, I imagine it's a lot of people aren't seeing them. Are there any boroughs that are lacking or particularly underserved?
No, as I said, we do try and apportion them equally across the boroughs. We do have a summer step-up program. We do bring in seasonal staff to help to meet the demand and to cover different areas. But we really look to make sure that they're equitably distributed across boroughs.
What's the vacancy rate for PEP officers?
I don't know, about 8%.
Okay, I have one last question. I try to keep my questions macro, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Calvert Vaux Park. 2007, Mayor Bloomberg promised $40 million.
Yeah.
Most of that never arrived. And today, in order to complete that $40 million of work in 2007, it would cost about $120 million. I think that's the cost of not only inflation, but the cost of broken promises. Calvert Vaux Park is basically southern Brooklyn's Prospect Park. The work that needs to be done there is much more than any single council member can provide. And I think it would be a nice win for this administration to finish something that Bloomberg started and didn't finish, and de Blasio's administration couldn't get it done either. So I'd love to see some commitment put to Calvert Vaux Park.
Thank you, Council Member, and I know we've talked about Calvert Vaux in the past. Absolutely, I understand the importance of that open space to Brooklyn, and we will definitely take note of it. Thank you.
Okay, and I obviously have to shout out Commissioner Marr, who's fantastic, and certain weeks I think I speak to him more than I speak to my own family. So,
Thank you for that.
his work is appreciated, and I appreciate all the work that the parks workers do, especially when they're being asked to do more with less. So, all right, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Krishnan for his questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannan. I think that's a great transition point. I think Chair Brannan really mentioned a great point, how the parks workers are being tasked with doing more with less. And so on that point, I've got a series of questions. I'm going to ask a few now, then turn it over to our colleagues to ask some, and we'll come back to a few more. But the first topic is on that point exactly, the 1,000 new city parks worker positions that we have called for in our budget response. In the FY24 response, we as a council called to include the addition of 1,000 new city parks workers in the executive budget. Permanent baseline positions that could be differentiated over time, but provides a permanent job track for the workers that would be hired as CPWs. This was not included And as a result, we will see many parks go without the support and the attention they need, because again, this is not moving the needle forward. This is, in the bigger picture, really doing right by our parks and by our parks workers. I did note there was addition of 112 new baseline positions in the executive budget, but that clearly is not enough to support the needs of the Parks Department. I think our parks workers are struggling to do their job with the resources that they have now, significantly less compared to other cities, as I mentioned. I know we'll talk more about the DC 37 collective bargaining agreement that I was satisfied to see, that provides many parks workers with many well-deserved raises. But we must keep fighting for all city workers to receive a fair and livable wage. The addition of 1,000 new CPWs would go a long way to ensuring that New York City parks are being brought to their full potential and can be enjoyed by New Yorkers and visitors alike. So what is the current budgeted and actual headcount for CPWs in FY23?
Thank you, Chair Krishnan, for the question and for all of your support for parks and open spaces. It's greatly appreciated. So the actual headcount for year-round CPWs is over 980. So that's the headcount. And then, as you know, we bring in significant seasonal staff from April to September in order to help buttress that staff on the ground.
And how are they distributed by borough?
They're distributed based on where we see the greatest need is. We use multiple different indicators to determine where staff are added, including the PIP cleanliness ratings, 311 reports, staff, anecdotal observations. So we use data and we put them where they're most needed.
And are CPWs assigned to a specific park, or they move between different parks and between neighborhoods and boroughs?
It really varies. We have both, we have mobile crews that do visit different parks in a confined area, and then we have fixed post staff. So it varies by park and by district.
And if 1,000 new baseline CPWs were included in the adopted budget, how long would it take for the Parks Department to hire all of the budgeted positions? And how would the department distribute these new employees?
So as I mentioned earlier, so it's generally a 3 to 4 month period to hire, recruit, interview, and onboard newly funded employees. And then we would use the same methodology that I just described. We make decisions on resource allocations based on things like looking at data like PIP cleanliness ratings, 311 reports, staff observations, and we would, we make every attempt to distribute them equitably across the boroughs.
Mm-hmm. And what discussions, if any, have you, Commissioner? I do want to thank you for your great advocacy and work and leadership of the Parks Department, too, especially given your background before as well. I think you know how important these workers are and more resources for our Parks Department. So what discussions, if any, have you had with the administration about the inclusion of these positions in the executive or adopted budgets? How receptive did City Hall seem to it, especially as, again, noted before, their stated commitment to 1% of our budget for parks workers?
Yes, and thank you for the question. It is, as you know, it's an ongoing dialogue with City Hall, with OMB, about budget and about resources. I do want to note that this administration, within this administration, we have actually over 400 new positions that have been added to the Parks Department. And we have had, real great success in terms of, how we're deploying those people, having a second shift. So this administration has been very focused on resources for the Parks Department. The conversations are ongoing in terms of budget and resources, and will continue until the final budget is adopted.
So just to take a step back on 2 points. So 400 new positions added, but how many taken away due to these pegs? Mm-hmm. And what's the net?
Yeah, so again, as I said, luckily we didn't have to eliminate staff. With the PEG, we took away vacancies. So we have had to make reductions in terms of vacancies, but our net head count is 4,600 head count. I know that I have that. Yeah, it's about 4,600 is our permanent full-time head count.
And I know you mentioned this before, but for the benefit of everyone, again, how many vacancies were reduced because of these pegs in total?
I know that it was 250.
Got it, okay. And just to note again as well, when we finished last year's budget at adoption, it was $624.2 million. Now we're looking at, and then it went up for FY23 to $647.3 million for Parks budget. So 647.3 for last year, down to now at executive $610.4 million. Significant difference, significant drop, despite the fact that we've called for 1,000 new City Parks workers. I'd like to turn to another topic now, but before doing so, just wanted to recognize as well that Councilmember Menon has joined us too virtually. Now, going to another issue we face, the lifeguard crisis in our city. It is a crisis. This council has been very committed to expanding pool access for all New Yorkers in the city. But we can't do so if we don't have the appropriate and adequate staffing across our pools and beaches. In recent years, the department has had trouble filling all vacant lifeguard positions, which has resulted in limited pool and beach operations. Thankfully, first and second year lifeguards recently got raises, as you mentioned, to over $21 an hour, which will allow the city to become more competitive and attract more applicants. But even with the new pay increase, as we heard at a prior hearing, it has still been difficult for the Parks Department to bring in new lifeguards. So how many lifeguards are currently hired and ready to begin work when pools and beaches open this month?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question and the focus on this incredibly important part of our staff. Absolutely. The lifeguards are so critical to our pool and beach operations. As you noted, we are in the throes of a national lifeguard shortage. That continues. You're seeing that all over the country. We were really pleased both with the able to offer the higher pay, which does make us more competitive, and the fact that we were last year, even with the challenges we are facing, we were able to open all of our pools and beaches for the public. There is no doubt that the challenges continue, but just to clarify, so our beaches will open later this month, and then our outdoor pools will open at the end of June, timed with when kids get out of school. So right now at this point, hiring, training, certification is a rolling process that carries on really throughout the summer, and we have peak summer season staffing is on board ideally by July 4th weekend. So right now we have over 200 new recruits who are currently in lifeguard training. We have over 280 returning lifeguards who have begun the recertification process, with more to come in the coming weeks.
So thank you for the update too. So Commissioner, how many lifeguards do you need in total to staff all our pools and beaches?
To fully staff our pools and beaches, it's generally about 1,400 lifeguards that we need.
And how many do we have currently?
So right now, we don't have a final number. As I said, it's an ongoing basis, but we have about almost 500 that are in process. We are absolutely hoping to have at least the same number we had last year.
Which was?
Which was approximately 800 lifeguards coming on board, we're hoping. 800 to 900.
So currently at about a third of the lifeguards needed, give or take,
Right.
and then hoping to end up with about half of what we need, give or take, a little more than half.
Yep. Hoping to have what we had last year. Yep.
Okay, and then you'd mentioned, as I understand it correctly, all pools and beaches will be open, but I think a key question is, what are the hours? How will the hours be impacted?
Yes, thank you, and a good question for sure. So, as I said, in order to fully open all beaches and pools, we need about 1,400. If we don't get, if we get to a number around 800 or 900, would open for one shift of our pools and beaches. So, like 11 to 7 is what we're anticipating.
So, and just to clarify again, in layman's terms too, so when you say fully open, what are the hours for fully open? And it sounds like 11 to 7 is the shift currently with the staff projected, but what would fully open look like?
Fully open would mean if we had more lifeguards, would be able to offer early morning, later evening shifts. It would be able to offer more than one shift. With a constrained pool of lifeguards, we're only able to offer one shift.
Got it. And so with multiple shifts, it would be, what, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., give or take, or?
Sometimes as early as 8, I think.
Yeah. Specific. Yeah. We'd open an earlier shift, 8 or 9 in the morning, and be able to go till 7.
Got it, okay. And is there any difference in pay between beach and pool lifeguards?
There is not, no.
And I think you kind of already answered the question too about the vacancy rate for lifeguards this summer. But what other efforts is the Parks Department contemplating? Because clearly this was a problem last year. It's going to be the same problem this year. One shift only available. So what additional measures is the Parks Department contemplating to expand both recruiting, retention, and hiring of lifeguards?
Thank you for the question, and we've talked a lot about, big thing is salary. We did that this year in order to make it more competitive and more attractive. We did a whole lot in terms of recruitment, starting really in September of last year, going all the way up until now, working with DOE, looking to expand access to where there are training facilities and pools available. Also, one of the things that we announced recently was even with a constrained lifeguard corps, we are going to offer Learn to Swim programming at our pools this summer. At a pool in each borough, and that's very much targeted towards recognizing the importance of Learn to Swim, recognizing the importance of teaching kids to swim, and frankly, training our next, the next generation of lifeguards. So that is all, about looking to build that core.
And I did think it was great news to see the Parks Department restoring Learn to Swim at pools across our city. I think it is, as you mentioned, very important, and it's the way to make sure that our children at a young age can learn to swim.
Exactly.
So I'm heartened by that. At the same time, on the other side, are our seniors, who also depend, as you know well, and we were there for our Flushing Meadows Pool Aquatic Center opening too. How many of our seniors depend on being able to use our pools as well?
Yeah.
So we've got Learn to Swim, but our senior, I think it's our lap swim, or that's the right name for it. Is that going to be in effect this year? We didn't have it last year. Is that going to be restored this year? Because our seniors also depend very much so on being able to have access to their pools too.
Yes, thank you for the question, and we are so well aware of that, and absolutely, it's so important to us, and making it available like we saw at Flushing Meadows Pool and availability for our seniors. We don't yet know at this time what the impacts will be until we know, how many lifeguards we have, until our outdoor pools open. We don't yet know those kind of impacts.
What would it take to keep Senior Swim open? How many lifeguards would you need? Is it being considered to restore the program for this year?
Again, it depends on how many lifeguards we end up with and how many are available for our pools. Generally, things like that require expanded hours.
Okay. Well, I would really urge the Parks Department to look at, and I think you'll hear from my colleagues too, the importance of this program as well, and the importance of making sure our seniors have access to. We didn't have it last year, but it is as vital for our seniors as it is for our children too. So in any way that the Parks Department can look to make sure that there's staffing in place to do so, I think would be a critical step forward. We've done it on Learn to Swim. Would be great to see it and important to see it for our senior lap swim too. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues in a second. I just have one more question and topic I want to cover. We've heard a lot about street trees and the things that were not in the executive budget that should be when it comes to tree stump removal and caring for our trees. We know that our tree canopy is incredibly important for not only our parks, but for our climate and climate emergencies that we face. And there's a lot that we need to think about there and address when it comes to making sure we can plant more trees across our city, critically maintain them so we get to a 30% tree canopy cover by 2035, and that it's more cost effective to do so as well. I do need to raise the point because I think it is a deep concern of mine and many colleagues too, is the continued use of the Parks Department or the continued reliance of the Parks Department on Dragonetti as a contractor for tree removal. When they were going through their felony court proceedings, it created an immense backlog and delays when it came to addressing and maintaining and planting trees across our city. As we've made very clear as a city council, this is not a contractor that the Parks Department should be working with, given all of the issues that have come up with them in the past. On top of that, the delays when they were in court on the criminal charges they faced. And I would like to raise now, again, as we've talked about, most recently in my district, there was a beautiful, huge London plane tree in Jackson Heights with an assessed value of $246,000 that the same contractor, Dragonetti, wrongfully and mistakenly cut down. confusing it with another tree. And so we can talk about expanding the tree canopy, funding for maintenance and caring for our street trees, but we've got a contractor here that's deeply problematic that has now cut down a tree in my district, and no amount of restitution, replacement of other trees is going to address the fact that we lost a vital tree as part of our tree canopy. So, and there are others that have their own concerns too about trees and the usage of this contractor. So I just would like to know what steps is the Parks Department, why is the Parks Department continue to use and insist on using this contractor? And what steps will the Parks Department take to address it? Because if the prior issues weren't enough to justify a new contractor, the fact that this one is cutting down trees that are part of our tree canopy is a huge problem that adds more urgency to not working with this contractor, or at the very least expanding the pool of contractors used. And I'd love to hear a bit more of how Parks is thinking about this issue.
Thank you so much for the question, Chair Krishnan, and for your support and awareness of the importance of our trees. That is something that we share. The agency is incredibly dedicated to our urban tree canopy and has an incredible history and expertise in our staff in terms of caring for trees and maintaining trees. We are constantly monitoring our contractors, working with appropriate city agencies and DOI to monitor our contractors. With us at Parks, it's a balance. We want to, in order to keep the urban canopy as safe as possible, we believe it's in the best interest of New Yorkers to complete these contracts so as not to further disrupt citywide tree pruning and planting. So, you know, we're closely monitoring the folks on the ground. We're working closely to make sure, and you know, a tree coming down accidentally is obviously something that's devastating for us at the agency. Now, I can't comment on pending legal actions, but I can assure you that we're taking this incident very seriously and will take appropriate actions to hold the responsible party accountable.
Well, I would just add again that I do not think that Dragon Eddy is a suitable tree contractor for the Parks Department to be using. Given the heightened problems that we're seeing, even one tree wrongfully cut down as part of our tree canopy is one tree too many, given the climate emergencies we face. And I really would urge the Parks Department to look at alternative contractors, because there are, I'm sure, plenty of other qualified ones that wouldn't bring the same prior criminal issues as well, but on top of that, these wrongful, grossly negligent issues too. And on that note, I also want to recognize that Councilmember Narcisse has joined us as well. And before turning it over to our colleagues, just want to say, I'll come back with more questions on some other issues, but just wanted to say at this point too, thank you to our Finance and Parks Committee staff like Michael Sherman, Jack Story, Chima Obichère, Chris Sartori, Patrick Mulvihill, and my staff, Budget Director and Legislative Director Greg Clark, and Chief of Staff Chuck Park, for all their excellent work for today's hearing. As I said, I'll be back with a few more questions, but we'll turn it over back to Chair Brannan, turn it over to our colleagues.
Thank you, Chair Krishnan. We've also been joined by Council Members Sanchez and Powers. We're now going to start with questions from Ayala, followed by Brooks Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. I'm up here, little on me. I'm trying to be as big as I can, but I have a few questions. So I know that Chair Krishnan brought up the Senior Swim program. You know, it's my favorite. This was a program that Gail Brewer and I, saw from the inception. Under the Bloomberg administration, there was a commitment as a citywide initiative, right, on how city agencies serve our older adults. And there was a commitment to open at least one pool, and it was such a success that it was replicated in 16 other pools. And I get it that we're in a bind, but we haven't seen this program since prior to the pandemic. And it's only an additional 2 hours before the pool opens, 3 times a week. That could be, it could be 2 times a week or 1 time a week, but I don't see why we couldn't have that program, especially if the pool that we're designating is already going to be open anyway. So I just want to put that plug in. One of the things that I get a lot of complaints about, and I'm interested to see what the budget for this program is, or even if the budget exists, is for tree pruning in non-park areas. So when we plant trees on sidewalks, I often get complaints from residential, homeowners, or from people that own vehicles that are parked on the street, whose cars are getting scratched up with the branches. Who maintains whose responsibility is it to maintain the tree pruning and the maintenance of those trees, and any educational any education to the community or to the homeowners about what their responsibilities are?
Thank you, Councilmember Ayala, for the question. Also for the interest, I know in Senior Swim, it's one that we share absolutely, and we know how important it is. As we said this year, we also hadn't had Learn to Swim for kids, and families for the last 3 years. So we've worked really hard this year to at least be able to have that in a pool in every borough. We would love to be able to get to a point also to have the Senior Swim as well. It is just absolutely a numbers issue. We need to have enough lifeguards to be able to have that earlier swim time and have the pools available. In terms of tree pruning and care and maintenance of our trees, that is squarely with the Parks Department, and we do that by contract. We do, and thank you for noting, when engaging citizens, we do have there is a citizen pruner corps that we have out there that's helping. We have an incredible volunteer program and super stewards who are out helping us with our trees. We would love to, and we actually are having an announcement coming up about engaging more New Yorkers and coming out and helping us and volunteering and taking care of our street trees and helping us in parks. So we would love to further engage on that, but it's something, education about our trees, educating New Yorkers is something we are very, very interested in and would love to talk further about it.
I think that's super important. And then two other points. One is on the South. I would love to know a little bit more about if there even is a budget for pool expansion. The South Bronx, which I cover all of Mott Haven. We have one pool, and it's an indoor pool in St. Mary's Park, which is under renovation, and we weren't able to use it last year. I don't think that we're going to be able to use it this year, but it's still an indoor pool. Has there been any consideration to adding an outdoor pool somewhere in the vicinity of Mott Haven and communities that look like mine? And then secondly, regarding PEP officers, I would like to know how many are assigned per district. I know that we have a syringe litter issue in a lot of my playgrounds, and I am curious to know whether or not those playgrounds and park spaces that are seeing an increase in syringe litter are getting additional resources.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember, for your question. We have made an incredible investment in pools across the city, absolutely. Some brand new rec centers, one coming in Brooklyn, one in Southeast Queens, Roy Wilkins. We are always looking at where we can both add to and improve our existing pools, and the Bronx is certainly important as well, and we will take into consideration looking at Mott Haven in those areas, absolutely. And then in terms of your second question regarding PEP officers, as I said earlier, we do move, they're mobile, we do move PEP officers around based on conditions we're seeing in parks. We look at PIP ratings, we do look at number of syringes collected, those kind of things, and move PEP officers to help us deal with those kind of situations on the ground, absolutely.
I really want to give a shout out to the staff that's out there, every single day picking up those the syringe litter and really trying to interact in a positive way with folks that may be in a bad way sitting in public spaces. But it is of concern, and it is a public health crisis. We have children playing in these spaces, and whatever support we can lend, please feel free to use us, and I hope that you're getting the support that you need in that area from your partners in government as well.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Brooks Powers, followed by Brewer.
Thank you, and hi, Commissioner. Some of the questions I wanted to touch on were lightly already captured by Chair Krishnan, but a few weeks ago, Parks came before the council for a conversation about pools, and in our budget response to the preliminary plan proposed by the administration, we called for an increase investments in pools and swim education citywide. This is an issue in which the council is deeply invested, and we want to see equity in pool infrastructure and access. Just wanted to know, like, what investments does this budget make in pool infrastructure, and also in terms of swimming programming? And what is the strategic plan in terms of like 5 to 10-year outlook on how the city will approach improvements to and investments in pools going forward? And then lastly, how does this budget help address the shortage of lifeguards citywide? And what is the Parks Department specifically doing to work to ensure equity of distribution of lifeguards citywide?
Thank you, Councilmember, for your question. As I said in my testimony, we have an $8.8 billion budget in the Parks Department, and we are very focused on adding pools. We so appreciate the council's advocacy for our pools and recognizing the importance of pools. And thanks to that, we are adding pools in boroughs across the city. We're Roy Wilkins in Southeast Queens, and adding a pool in Brooklyn, and also making significant upgrades to pools. This budget accounts for $51 million for renovations to the pool in Red Hook. So we are very much focused on expanding access and doing all we can to invest in pools, absolutely. And that's why we also recently announced, to your question about the importance of swimming and swim classes. As I said earlier, we recognize it's been 3 years since we've been able to offer Learn to Swim in our pools. So that's why this year we announced that we're going to be bringing Learn to Swim back in pools in each borough, one pool in each borough, generally Olympic-sized pools, but Queens will have 2 pools with Learn to Swim. And that's because we understand the grave importance of this programming, absolutely. And so we're trying to balance. We are definitely still in a lifeguard shortage. We don't have the numbers we need, but we're trying to balance access for the public to free swimming with the importance of Learn to Swim. And so we're going to run both concurrently. We're going to open up our pools. We're going to look to have opportunity in the pool for Learn to Swim programming alongside public swimming, absolutely. So recognizing how important that is and doing all that we can, even under the constraints of a national lifeguard shortage, to bring that Learn to Swim back. And then in terms of your question, in terms of a strategic plan around pools and creating more pools. What we're looking to do is making sure that we are bringing pools to communities equitably. And so where we currently have investments, we've added, we're thrilled about the new rec center in Brooklyn and in Queens. And we're going to look to continue that work and as equitably as possible. It's a huge investment, 140 million for these new rec centers, but we're going to continue to push to add facilities where we can and where it makes the most sense in terms of where the greatest need is.
Thank you. And then the lifeguards question.
And so in terms of what we're doing to bring in more lifeguards. So one of the big things that we did was we reached an agreement for increased pay for lifeguards to make it so the job is more competitive with other opportunities that are out there. So we increased the pay, so it's almost $22 an hour now. It's a $21 wage and then a $1,000 bonus if we bring on lifeguards and they stay through mid-August. And so that was a big push for us. We knew that we needed to increase the wage in order to bring more people in and make it more competitive. And so that's been a big effort in order to get that done. And so that will impact not only new lifeguards, but existing lifeguards will receive that higher wage. And then we worked hard on recruitment starting in September of last year, going into schools, working with PSA, the Police Athletic League, working with DOE, going to competitive swim teams, doing all we could to raise awareness and try and build that team of lifeguards, and just providing as many opportunities for people. We offered training classes we made some of our pools available for training so that young people would have more of an opportunity to be able to pass the lifeguard test. So a number of different avenues pursued with the idea of trying to increase that core who's coming out. And then lastly, as I said, we firmly believe that the Learn to Swim program is about building that core of lifeguards too, exposing more young people to swimming, having them be comfortable in the water, and targeting them for, a great summer job.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brewer, followed by Osei.
Thank you. I want to thank the Manhattan office. They're always wonderful. And also, thank you for Soldiers and Sailors funding. We look forward to seeing you on Memorial Day. And the trees, I want to know how long does it take to plant a tree from funding to it's in the ground? Obviously, in some cases, we have the funding. We put it in participatory budgeting, but no tree. So I need to, and also, how many street trees do you plant every year, and what's the cost? And what would it take to do all of the vacant tree lots, street trees? Because it seems to me there's an awful lot of vacant tree spaces with or without stumps.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question and for your support of our urban tree canopy. It's so important to parks, and we appreciate that it's important to you as well. There is no doubt that there are a lot of spaces to fill, and we're working really hard on getting those spaces filled. There are certainly more requests than we can accommodate at this point, but it's great that New Yorkers want trees, and that's what we want as well. We are trying to balance the requests for trees from the public with planting in areas that most need them. So in areas that experience high heat vulnerability, we plant based on the heat vulnerability index is one of the ways that we determine where trees go. And so it's looking to balance that, where the greatest need is, and requests from.
But where we have the money, I don't see my trees.
So through participatory budgeting where you've allocated money. That's what you mean?
Oh,
Yes.
Two
Yes.
years and no trees.
Yes, it can take a while. Jennifer, do you want to speak specifically to?
Hi. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
We'll follow up on your specific allocation, council member, so thank you for checking in with us. I appreciate it. And we did have delays in planting, which I'm sure you know. We really wanted to be responsible with the city's money, and there was a point at which, as you know, the costs were high.
So what is the time frame, if there is money, to planting?
It's like any other capital funding, so it does take a year or so for procurement, depending on where we are in the cycle.
But why does it take so long to plant a tree? I understand a building, I understand a park, I understand design. I've been doing this for about 30 years, but I don't understand a tree.
Sure, I understand. The design itself doesn't take very long. It's the procurement piece, like any other capital funding, has to move into a capital contract, which we go through in terms of bidding out and procurement.
I think that's something to work on, as we would say.
Thank you.
Number two is, I don't care so much about the stumps. I know other boroughs do, but I do want to know for the pruning and or the stumps and or the planting, how much is outside contractors costing? Because I see Bartlett all over the place. I assume you're paying them. And I don't know this company that my colleague mentioned, but that seems to me like it's quite problematic. So my question is, how in the world do they have people doing the job the Parks Department doesn't, and how much are you paying them that you could be paying the best parks workers?
Thank you for the question, and we appreciate your focus on parks workers. As I said, we were thrilled, and largely because of the expertise and influence of the environment and planning team, we do want to focus on building that core of workers. There's no doubt, and so that's why we have initiated the Climber Pruner training program, and we do absolutely want to bring more people into those ranks. And Jennifer and her team has also worked really hard on just expanding the ranks of
How much did we
contractors.
pay Bartlett and these other folks to do the jobs? In other words,
I don't know that we have.
either on planting, either on contracting out for planting, pruning, or stump removal. What was the outside budget for those?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I just want to say, I don't even know if Bartlett is one of our contractors, so there are other
I don't
contractors.
know, whoever they are. Maybe
Yeah.
there's somebody privately paying them. I don't know.
Sure, I can tell you what the average cost citywide is for some of these, or are you asking about the total budget for the year?
No, I'll take whatever you're going to give me.
So an average cost to remove a tree is around $2,000. to remove a stump is less than $500. Again, this is average. There are many differences in terms of size, and the boroughs are different because they're different contracts. So those are two examples, and pruning a tree is sometimes around $100 a tree.
Okay, now, are you doing all of that, or are you doing outside contractors? What is the cost of outside contractors total for either each one of these or totally?
Those examples of average costs are for our contractors. They're not
Okay,
for our in-house
But how much are you
crews.
paying the contractors? I'm trying to get a number for the contractors,
So,
outside contractors.
Okay, so we'll get back to you. You want to know what our budget is for the year, total,
do.
not individuals.
I do,
Okay.
because that, to me, that money should go towards individuals who work for the Parks Department.
Got it. So, for example, in FY23, we had $8.7 million for our block pruning program. That's one piece of it, but there are many other pieces of contracts. But we strategically use contractors to supplement our in-house crews. They
Well, I
really
understand that,
provide.
But it would be nice if you
the
had the
backbone.
in-house, then you wouldn't have to pay them. And you're paying them more than you would pay the individual who's doing it.
Thank you.
Number, just one other quick question, if I might. So the issue is, maybe you mentioned this, but there are individuals who are fabulous, who work in playgrounds during the summer. You never have enough. So I want to know how many of those are hired? Is that part of your seasonal? I assume it is, but it's slightly different than the horticulture. And particularly, do you cover how many X percentage? How many more would you need? And I'm concerned about NYCHA. A lot of your playgrounds are in NYCHA developments. Not all, but some. And they desperately need these park workers. So I don't know what you call them. They're just fabulous.
Playground associates, I
They're-
think
they're
you're referring
fantastic.
to.
They're
Yes,
just fantastic.
absolutely, yes.
So how many more do you need? How many do you have? What's the budget?
Thank you for the question and for recognizing how important they are. We certainly agree with you.
Everything's important at parks. That's the
Yeah.
problem. And we don't have enough money, and we need the 1%.
Thank you. I appreciate all of the support. They are called Playground Associates. I don't think we have an exact number for you right now, but we absolutely can get that for you.
The number who are on staff, I guess, last summer you don't have,
No, I don't.
and- or their budgeting. And what would be the appropriate budget if you had the full amount, similar to what the chair asked for other titles?
We can absolutely get you that number.
All right, thank you.
Chair Christian.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. Just one question. I'm sorry, Deputy Commissioner, just to keep you. How many tree contractors does the Parks Department use?
Thank you for that question. I don't know the exact answer. I would say probably at least a dozen. I mean, across all the kinds of contracting we have.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what share of that work does the Dragonetti firm have, would you say?
I can't answer at the moment, but I can get that to you. It's fluid.
Okay. I would venture to say they probably have a lot, given all the reporting and all that we've seen about them and Parks' continued use of them. But clearly, if there are other contractors, there are others who are qualified to do this work too. So, but thank you for the answer.
Thanks.
Yeah, we have Councilmember Osei, followed by Barron.
Good morning, Commissioner. And I just want to say on Dragonetti, that name alone should have been the first red flag in terms of contracting with the city. In terms of my questions, my constituents have concerns about visibility and lighting in many of our parks, most especially in Hattie Carthen Park in Bed-Stuy. Many of my constituents feel that they would be safer with more lighting within that particular park, and we've raised this with the borough commissioner, and I wanted to put it on your radar. Does the Parks Department have a lighting improvement plan or study? And if so, is there budget within Parks Capital Plan to work on lighting projects?
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. I appreciate it. And we do very closely look at lighting and needs for lighting across our parks. Sometimes can be a balance because depending on how residential it is around the park, some people don't want too much lighting in the park because they feel it can be intrusive. But we work very closely. It's parks and also often DOT on lighting, depending on where it is within the park. But it's something that we can absolutely, take a look at and follow up on, for
I
sure.
appreciate that. And also, as you testified in your opening statement, and as some of my colleagues have asked about this, swimming is a critical life for New Yorkers. As we all know, many adults in the city still don't know how to swim. It is phenomenal that the Parks Department has an affordable adult swimming program and classes that are provided, including one in my district at the St. John's Park, or St. John's Recreation Center. But the waiting lists for those classes are more than 90 people long. I wanted to ask you, what are your plans to expand these classes so that more adults are able to learn how to swim?
Thank you for the question, and we also absolutely recognize the importance of Learn to Swim. That's why we've worked so hard to make them free and available in our rec centers across the city. Our challenge with availability is related directly to lifeguards, and every public pool, whether it's indoor or outdoor, you need a requisite number of lifeguards in order to be able to provide the programming within them. So we recognize that there is a real demand. That's why we worked really hard this year, even with constrained lifeguard staffing, to offer Learn to Swim in a pool in each borough. And so, in terms of being able to offer more and more availability, it's really about pushing that and expanding our core of lifeguards.
Thank you.
Councilmember Barron, followed by Marte.
Yeah, if you could hold up the time for a minute, I just want to offer some public criticism since I'm cut off more than any other council member to Chair Brennan. I don't understand how some of us get here before you and the leadership, and we put our name on the list, and then the leadership goes before us, but they come late, and then you'll interject more questions when we got other things on our agenda. So I just wanted to publicly say that since I'm publicly cut off more than any other council member. And to the commissioner, I don't understand why this contract continues. I'm serious. You said you'll monitor it. They was guilty. They pled guilty and paid $1.2 billion in fraud, and that contract should be terminated. I mean, that's not a friendly, good corporate friend that the city should be dealing with. I guess crime does pay. When you can commit a crime like that, insurance fraud, and then still maintain a contract and cut down a valuable tree and say it was a mistake, we'll monitor it. Unconscionable and unacceptable. Something immediately should happen to this corporation. They should be terminated. Whatever is in the contract that allows for termination, that should happen, and I'm sure there are more than competent companies that can fill in the space more competently than them. And in your favor, I think that the $610 million is not enough. You need at least 1% of the city, a $106.7 billion contract. It should be at least $1 billion for parks, and that is not asking for a lot in this contract. And your capital allotment, and I'm saying this for my colleagues because we mentioned this to you, but we vote on the budget. We should not vote on a budget that only gives you $8.8 million for 10 years of a capital projects. When the city has $164 billion, and you're getting $8.8 billion, I think it is.
$8.8 billion.
Right, I'm correct myself.
Yeah.
$8.8 billion out of a $164 billion city 10-year capital plan. So you're getting less than $1 billion a year to do all of the stuff that has to be done. So I'm going to fight for you in that sense, and everybody up here that's asking you about the budget, we should be mindful of that the mayor doesn't vote for the budget, we do, and we should call for more for our parks. Having said that, I also feel that the 550 projects that the parks program, and I always have a battle with them, Green Thumb, the 550 gardens, we have 57 in our district, and I fought very, very hard to keep those parks from being developed into housing and things like that, much as we needed it. But we have 57 in our district, and we want to know why is it they have two trucks to deliver wood chips, 2 trucks to deliver soil to our parks, gardens. Unacceptable. I don't know what you have to do. I spoke to Commissioner Marr. He's been great. He's going to work with us on it, but he needs help too, because that is unacceptable. Only 2 trucks, and we're not having things delivered. And also the Brook Ellen, some call it Brookline, Brook Ellen ball fields. That is a huge project. And by the way, in most black and brown communities, we have smaller parks. In black and brown communities, our parks are smaller. This one is a pretty nice-sized park, but the capital needs go beyond Commissioner Marr and and I'm willing to put in some of my capital, and he's putting in some of his, but we can make a fantastic space out of that for about 6, 8 million, 10 million, oh no, 30 million, I think it was. But we can make a fantastic field out of that in a black and brown community that doesn't have the big parks like some of the white communities have. So I'm hoping you can look into that. And then finally, I think it's very, very important as we deal with our gardens and parks, and I know you realize the essentialness of parks. Parks are good for mental health.
Oh,
You know, in our community, because Borough President Marr, Borough Commissioner Marr, we've done so many parks in our community, and he's done a fantastic job that even during the pandemic, thank God we had these parks because it's good for mental health. And I think that it's essential that we prioritize, us here, prioritize parks when it comes to not just little playgrounds for people to play in, but we need to really understand the essential necessity of parks. And I'll leave you with all those questions and hope you remembered.
Thank you, Councilmember. Really appreciate it. Completely agree and appreciate the recognition of the Green Thumb program. It is one that is so essential, and this council has really been so helpful in supporting the Green Thumb program through funding, through the Parks Equity Initiative. So many resources have been able to be put towards Green Thumb thanks to the council, so it's very much appreciated.
Well, I need you to answer the questions, though, you know, about the 2 trucks.
Yes.
That is unacceptable.
Yes.
And we cannot just do 2 trucks.
Yeah.
And why we're not terminating this contract with these criminals who pled guilty to fraud.
Yep.
I don't know how they even got a contract, and certainly not how they're continuing a contract. And then will you support us in the Brook Ellen fields so that we can get a mammoth, very important project done?
So in terms of the Dragonetti contract, as I said, I'm not able to comment. There's some legal actions that are now being undertaken, but we are, as I said earlier, we're just trying to balance, you know, care for the urban tree canopy and having that work get done. There's a huge desire for tree planting, pruning, all the things that go on, and ending that contract would create a huge and additional backlog. The team here at Parks has done a great job in terms of the Councilmember Krishnan asked about the pool of contractors. They've done a great job of expanding that pool, bringing in MWBE contractors to help expand the number of contractors. That's what we're going to continue to push to do so that we have others that we can rely on and will continue to rely on. Absolutely agree in terms of the trucks for Green Thumb, and I know you've spoken to Commissioner Marr. We'll also be looking into it. There are issues in terms of vehicles needing to be salvaged and keeping within a fleet count and a number of different things like that, but we understand the importance of this work and their work, and we'll continue to advocate for addressing that, and we'll certainly be following up with Commissioner Marr and seeing about.
And Brook Ellen Park?
In Brook Ellen Park, I absolutely know the park and know how important it is for the community, and we will follow up and look at resources and availability of capital funds for it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Williams, followed by Carr.
I never use this. Hello. Hi, Commissioner.
Hello.
So I have 3 questions, and one is about trees. So the first question is, multiple community-based organizations in Queens that are loved by local residents are currently, as you know, undergoing negotiations regarding their lease agreements. And I just wanted to know, I know we had a lot of offline conversations, but I think it's important to have an online conversation about ensuring that these organizations are not harmed or overburdened by certain criterias that may be in what I know they've been asked to enter into, which is a concession agreement. So, yes.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. And yes, we've had a lot of conversations about these organizations. I'm very familiar with the concession agreement. Prior to this, I was at the Prospect Park Alliance. We also needed to move forward with a concession agreement. When there is an organization that is using public property and charging a fee for services, it was determined that there needs to be a concession agreement in place for that activity. Our team has worked really hard with those organizations to make sure that it is not burdensome and that there is the opportunity for that really good programming to move forward, but that we can also have the legal agreement that is needed to be in place.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to state, though, for the record, that 3 organizations that I know of, and I've spoken to their leadership, and 3 different organizations have something different to say. They feel that the way that Parks is negotiating their contracts is going to lead to a burden for them. And these are very locally based organizations, meaning that they don't necessarily have a lot of the funding that other entities that enter into these agreements, like the one you used to run, they don't have these sort of big cash flows to be able to maintain the type of agreements that they're being asked to maintain. So I do hope you take that into consideration. I know you are personally passionate about that, but the talks on the other side with these all 3, not even just one, all 3 are very disheartening to hear how the negotiations have been carried out through the Parks Department. The other question I have is multiple parks in my district have capital projects that are significantly delayed by way of close to 9 months to a year. Do you have a plan to accelerate the process of onlining some of these capital projects?
Thank you for the question, and there is no doubt that, coming out of COVID, there was a 1-year pause on projects, and so we are still coming out of that environment, and things were definitely delayed, but we have been working hard to make sure that we can move forward as actively as possible and doing that in a variety of ways, whether it be bringing on consultants to help with engineering to move these things forward, addressing, all different ways to be able to move these as quickly as possible. We are also part of a citywide task force on capital process reform to look at some of these areas that are holding up things like procurement. Deputy Commissioner Greenfeld mentioned that, there are challenges within the process. So we've been working very closely, and Deputy Commissioner Braddock has been actively engaged in this capital process reform task force that is specifically focused on trying to speed up what we know is a complicated process. Absolutely.
Okay, and my final question is about trees, but from the perspective of homeowners. So we have a lot of trees in my district, and they are very disruptive to sidewalks. They're disruptive to people's sewer systems, and there's been plenty of people that have come to my office in tears, and the Parks Department has been not helpful, to say the least. And so outside of the volunteer programs, the baseline in funding and budgets, to have more people in the forestry unit, are there other things that you're looking at in terms of the emergency work that you can do to assist in tree issues for homeowners specifically?
Yes, and thank you for the question, and absolutely. We don't want homeowners in tears because of trees, for sure. And we have done a whole lot in terms of looking at the species of trees that we're planting to limit the impacts, and looking to make sure that there aren't impacts on pipes and roots and things like that. But we would absolutely be happy to follow up on specific instances and issues, and can look at, individual situations for sure.
Yeah, because I do think that we should look into possibly like some type of like fund to support homeowners, because when they go into their pipes, they have to be responsible for that. They're not allowed to cut down trees, or they get fined from the Parks Department. Could you just share like the criteria around when a tree can be removed? Because that's another place of contention, because the Parks Department has come out, trees might be leaning on someone's roof, obstructing their view from their window, and the Parks Department refuses to even prune the tree in a proper way because of a criteria that is not transparent. Like, I have no idea what the set criteria is to determine whether or not a tree can be cut down or pruned.
Yes, and thanks for the question. We are very much trying to safeguard the trees. As we said, there was talk earlier about, how devastating it was when a large tree came down. We're very much looking to preserve and protect the urban canopy as much as possible because we know the benefits that it adds. We know how it helps keep houses and communities cooler. So we are going to have a very stringent lens in terms of taking down a tree because it is something that we feel very strongly as the stewards of the urban forest. We want to be really careful about removing them.
Is it your internal policy that created the criteria?
In terms of what trees come
to determine,
down.
It's an internal policy.
It's not policy. We look at things like the health of the tree. If there's pruning that's needed, we send out foresters. That's why we do inspections. We have teams of foresters in each borough. They're going to assess, and if there is pruning that's needed, absolutely they will do it. But we're looking at the overall health of the tree and the tree canopy.
Okay. I know you guys do inspection, but the backlog of inspection is significantly long, and so you are not actually getting to the trees in timely fashion. And then when we do call about emergency trees, that then also takes a long time to be executed, and we often have to cut through tremendous red tape to get folks to come out. So I know everyone's talking about trees, but I just want to highlight that homeowners, when they have to deal with trees, and with all due respect to the trees and the urban canopy, if I own my home and then now I have to pay thousands of dollars because a tree is in a pipe, in that case, I'm sorry, the tree's life is not as important as the homeowner's ability to flush a toilet, as an example, which is real issues that happen every day in my district. And I just want to end by thanking the Queensborough Commissioner's Office, Jackie, Mira. They're very helpful. I love them very much. And so I just wanted to end by saying that, and also just thank your Commissioner Iris, who is also really helpful with all of the issues we have in the community. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we're also been joined by Councilmember Stevens. Now we'll have questions from Councilmembers Carr, followed by Hudson.
Thank you, Chairs, Commissioner. Great to see you. As always, I want to thank you and your team for the collaboration over the last 18 months, and in particular, our Borough Commissioner, Linda Ricciardone in Staten Island. She and her team are just wonderful, so thank you all. I want to explore a little bit on the topic my colleague, Councilmember Williams, was just discussing, in particular, the Tree and Sidewalk Program. Could you let us know what the funding level for the Tree and Sidewalk Program is for the executive budget, and is it at all different from the prelim and the FY23 adopted budget? I don't think it shifted.
Hold on one second. We will look and see what that budget is, and I don't think that it has shifted at all. You want to take that, Jennifer?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember. While you're looking for the specific number, what did shift, something did shift, is not the amount, but whether it was in the expense budget versus the capital budget. So you might see that it's not, it was, I think, 6.75 maybe, but don't quote me on that, in the expense budget, and that's been lowered to 1, but it's been swapped with capital funding, which is actually very favorable because then we don't have that race against time to spend the money within the year, and we have that flexibility when something doesn't meet capital eligibility because it has to be meet a threshold. We still have expense money to take care of those trees and sidewalks. So the funding did not go down, it just shifted where it is in the budget.
I appreciate that. So what rating of trees of sidewalk do you guys expect you'll be able to do? I assume it's different based on the borough, because I think you do contracts by community district, if I recall that correctly. So if you could just give us a sense of what you're going to be doing in terms of rating, and what percentage of outstanding, I guess, entrance into the program are going to be done versus not done, if that's the funding that you have.
Sure, thank you for the question. First of all, we don't have a different threshold in different boroughs. We're still targeting 80 as the rate, so it's just there's less funding in Manhattan, for example, because that just doesn't happen as much. The trees aren't as large. And you probably get more because there might be more in Staten Island. So the threshold is the same across the board, and we're still targeting 80, and then specifically what's in a backlog versus not, we can get you those numbers, and for your district.
Sure, because I think it's safe to say that, particularly based on what Councilmember Williams was saying, my own experiences, I think we all know a rating of 80 or higher is not enough to really make a substantial dent. We have so many constituents who are in the low to mid-70s range, and I think we have to do more, and it's great that you're making the funding more flexible, and hopefully that allows more to be done over the long term. But if we're going to make real strides, get these sidewalks fixed, because they are tripping hazards, and not done completely at the expense of the homeowner, particularly since Parks is agreeing that the city's responsible by engaging in the rating system, we have to do more and do it more quickly. So do you think that there is an opportunity for us to do a little bit more for the FY24 budget and get us closer to, say, 75 for the coming fiscal year?
I know that the budget is an ongoing conversation, and we can continue that with you.
Okay, so just final comments, and I'll hand it back to the chairs. I just want to associate myself with the calls for additional PEPS funding. We definitely need more PEPS officers in Staten Island. The chair referenced an officer to acreage ratio earlier. I'm sure it's much higher for my borough because we have so much acreage, and that's a great thing, but it also means we have more of our city's assets to protect, and the same for the tree stump removal program. That's always been a recurring problem in Staten Island, and hopefully we can get that one-time funding back into the adopted budget. Thank you, chairs.
By Lewis.
Thank you. Hi, Commissioner. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good to see you. I want to just follow up on some of the questions that my colleagues asked, specifically around older adults and programming that you have for them. Can you just confirm whether there have been any cuts to Parks programming servicing older adults in the FY24 budget?
Yeah, no. Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. The budget isn't really structured that way. So I would say there haven't been cuts to, say, public programs or recreation. We did take cuts, so the PEGs were focused on eliminating vacant positions, but we didn't specifically cut any programming, say, for older adults, no.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis, followed by Ressler.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions, but I do want to associate my sentiments with Councilmember Carr on the tree sidewalk program, which is a major issue in our district. I have three questions. One is in regards to PEP officers, one's in regards to recreation, and the climber pruner apprenticeship program. So regarding PEP officers, I wanted to know how many PEP officers are assigned to Brooklyn, and what's the expansion for the FY24 exec budget, and how can you and your staff ensure that it's equitably distributed? The second question is in regards to climber pruner apprenticeship program. I wanted to know how many recipients are you expecting to onboard, and where will they be deployed? Since you're asking for new baseline staff additions for this program. And the third one is in regards to recreation, which you and I have been in contact about often, and I feel that this agency has failed Council District 45. I have very low confidence in this agency about parks programming when it comes to East Flatbush, Midwood, and Flatlands. I wanted to know, when it comes to the Recreation Department, how many staffers are assigned to recreation, and what can be done to make this unit more equitable with programs specifically to Council District 45? And those are the three. Thank you.
Okay. So the first was Brad. Yeah.
Tax levy only
Yeah.
is 60 out of a total of 300.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So first off, in terms of PEP and distribution, so we have 300 PEP officers overall. There are 60 assigned to Brooklyn, of that 300. And in terms of how they are distributed, we look to do that as equitably as possible across each borough. And we're looking at things like, we're looking at indicators around where there are challenges in terms of rule enforcement and where we're seeing that there are, problem areas. They are mobile. We shift them as needed. If we see a need in a particular park or particular area, we're going to shift them. But overall, it's 60 PEP officers for Brooklyn.
I know that we do have a high rate of 311 notifications to your agency for the need for PEP officers in particular parks in our district, whether it be safety related, anything, and we get a lack of response from your agency regarding PEP officers in East Flatbush. So it would be good to know, of the 60, how many are assigned to Council District 45? How can we get more visibility of the PEP officers within this particular district? And I think you know this, and Chair Krishnan knows this as well. Council District 45 has the lowest amount of parks in the city. So I think that it would be great to get additional support. But I do have two more questions, Chair Brennan, if they could be answered. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. And then you asked about the Climber Pruner program. And so right now we're starting it as a pilot. It'll have between 15 and 17 individuals who are part of that program. It's a 15-month training program and pretty rigorous. We are making it available initially to internal folks working in parks in order to build out the program. It is, as I said, very rigorous. It involves climbing, but we're really excited about it. We think it's a great career for people, and we're anxious to build out the pilot as a way to build up our climber and pruner staff, which is hard to recruit. It always has been. It's difficult. Not a lot of people tend to think about careers climbing trees and pruning trees. So we're really anxious to be able to build that core of people. And then we don't know yet. It's just starting, and it's 15 months, so I don't know yet where they'll be assigned, but we'll look to do that, where the greatest need is and equitably across the borough.
Like my colleagues, we need more pruners in the district. And the last one is in regards to recreation.
Yes,
Thanks.
and in terms of recreation, thank you. I know that is something that we have spoken about directly. Our recreation budget is $33 million overall. And our head count overall is 394 people. And that doesn't include seasonal staff. We do generally bring in seasonal staff.
All right, it would be good to know what additional programs could be given to Council District 45. As I shared earlier, my confidence in this agency is very low, and I'm very disturbed at the lack of response, and how lackluster this agency has been to Council District 45. So I'm looking for a change. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that, and we have spoken directly, I know, and will continue to do so. Our staff is anxious to follow up. It's not typical for us to not be responsive. We have, a really good history of working closely with communities and on our programming across communities. So absolutely want to address that, as I said in our recent conversation, and look forward to doing that. Definitely. Thank you.
Councilmember Ressler, followed by Farias.
There we go. Firstly, thank you to Chairs Krishnan and Brannon. Appreciate both of your leadership. And Commissioner Donahue, great to see you and your whole team, even Claudia. I do want to echo Chair Krishnan's comments about the problematic contractor, Dragon Eddy, that, I know there's been a DOI investigation. I know there are serious issues. I just want to really underscore my support for his words and hope that we can have new, better contractors in place as quickly as possible. I also, want to compliment Deputy Commissioner Greenfield for her leadership and partnership. We've really enjoyed working with her in District 33 and are excited to be planting 3,400 trees over the next 4 fiscal years in every available tree bed in our district. But I am concerned, and this is along the lines of what I asked at the preliminary budget hearing, I am concerned about the progress that we've been making to date this year. And so the only hard data that I believe we have are from the PMMR, which was a really rough first 4 months of the year, where we saw a major decline, almost 50% decline in tree plantings year over year. And now that we're approaching the end of the fiscal year, can you give us an update on where you intend to land for total trees planted this year? How close are we to the 32,468 of FY '22? And what are our goals for '24?
Thank you so much for the question and for your focus on trees and planting them in your district. We really appreciate it. We recognize that the PMMR numbers were very low, and that we talked about last time I was here. That had to do somewhat with when the date that is captured, that number is recorded. I'm pleased to say that we have done a good job in catching up in terms of our tree planting. The number. We anticipate having over 30,000 trees planted. In the 13,000 trees planted, in the upcoming fiscal year, an additional. Jennifer's going to hop up here and answer.
Sorry.
We anticipated having the same number of street and park trees planted, so we had that record 13,000 trees planted in FY '22, and we anticipate the same, so we'll be making that up. And the other bulk of it, if we're saying 30, then that is true. That is usually in the forest restoration program, so that's the other piece of what makes up our annual tree planting numbers that get reported in the MMR.
And do we have a goal for FY '24 that you can share with us now?
I don't have that right now.
But you could come back to us with one?
Absolutely.
That would be great. Thank you. And then I won't ask about pruning because I think a number of my colleagues already did, although I'll second their comments. The one other thing I was hoping to ask about, if I don't get kicked by Shaker and Justin, is about the Parks Opportunity Program. And I'm deeply concerned about the 9 million peg in this fiscal year, the 8 million peg in next fiscal year. POP workers are critical to the cleaning and greening and maintenance of our park spaces. We really value them in District 33 and across the city. We've been advised that it's due to a lack of HRA referrals that we don't have as many workers in place.
Right.
But I have to say, and this is not on you, but I just find that deeply problematic when we have record numbers of people receiving food stamps and cash assistance right now. HRA's roles are growing and growing and growing. How are we not connecting those individuals to opportunities to work in our parks to make a difference in improving the quality of life in our city and getting dollars in their pockets, right? I just, why is this not working, and how are we cutting this program when it makes such a difference?
Yes. Thank you so much for the question and for your recognition of how important our POP workers are, both to our work on the ground and then also it's a great career path, and we have wonderful examples of people starting off in the POP program and becoming very important members of our team at the Parks Department. So in terms of the numbers and the cut, the issue, the reason why the lower lack of referrals is that there is currently no mandatory work assignment for New Yorkers on cash assistance. When there was a mandatory work assignment, there were more referrals, there were more people coming to us.
Understood.
That was eliminated. And so without that, there is not the same number of people coming in.
Unfortunately, we'll see what happens in these federal negotiations and the impacts that it may have.
Yeah.
It's directly related. But even without the mandate, we have record numbers of people on the rolls. I just like this, to me, is a question of, are we doing the outreach? Are we engaging individuals and connecting them to the opportunities, even if they're not mandated to be there?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and we completely agree. And we don't just rely on HRA referrals. We've actually been doing a lot of active recruiting ourselves to bring people in. In terms of the cut, we are currently there were approximately 2,000 slots that existed before the PEG, and there will be approximately 1,800 after the PEG is realized. So we're not expecting that there will be a huge decrease in the number of people in this program from what we've been experiencing. And as I said, we do continue to push for and work to recruit new people. We're doing that ourselves. And we agree it's an important program and important ways to get the boots on the ground that are so
I've been
needed.
involved in setting up outreach initiatives in our HRA job centers. They are really dynamic, effective places to reach people at scale. And I'd hope that the Parks Department could do more to connect directly to the people who are there so they understand the opportunities they have at parks that would make such a difference in each of our districts. So if there's anything we can do, I'm fortunate to have a couple of those centers in our district. If you'd like to partner and explore any opportunities there, we're happy to help. and thank you for the work that you guys are doing. And to everyone in Brooklyn Parks as well, we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Farias, followed by Sanchez.
Thank you, chairs. Hi, Commissioner. Hi, Team Parks. Thank you all for being here. I'd like to ask a couple of capital questions, but before that, I see a very important question here about the high pollen count. There are some that say the high pollen count is due to the planting of too many male trees, which leads to higher than natural levels of pollen. Does the department agree with this hypothesis?
Jennifer, I'm going to let you take that as our tree expert.
Thank you for that question.
Sure.
I wasn't prepared for it, but I do have an answer. So
Okay, great.
We don't really agree with that hypothesis.
Wow.
There are some very strong proponents of that hypothesis, and whether that individual idea is true or not, you really have to look across the board at all vegetation. It's not just trees that cause allergies, it's also, sort of the weeds in the vacant lots. So all those sorts of things can be attributed to seasonal allergies, and they are seasonal, and the trees are there year-round, and we don't plant male trees on purpose except for the ginkgo.
Got it. Okay. It still sounds like the fight against the patriarchy must continue, but thank you for that. I just saw this question and thought it was great. Okay, so I also want to say I agree, with the sentiments that my colleagues have expressed earlier around the PEP officers, around our vacancy reductions, public pools particularly as well. And I wanted to know what's the breakdown of the $4.2 million of capital investments needed for parks? Like, can we get some big bucket breakdown of that? Particularly, I'll give some more context. Particularly, I'd like to know if what chunk of that amount includes like the local parks that need capital investments. Like every year you folks give us how much is needed to rectify, renovate, or upgrade some of our parks. Is that included in this capital breakdown?
Thank you, Council Member. I just am not exactly clear on your question. Tell me the amount, the dollar amount, and
or the percentage of what's like the local parks versus some of like something like a Central Park that's really big and might need capital investments. Do we have a difference between like concrete parks versus openly green space parks, or like is there different breakdowns for what that amount is?
So you're asking what we spend on parks, on individual parks?
We have $4.2 billion of capital investments needed for Parks Department, correct? That's what I see in front of me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think we're familiar with that figure.
That number,
at
what you're
4.2.
talking
I'm not.
about.
Sorry.
I have in fiscal 2024 capital commitment plan a total of $4.2 billion plan from 23 to
in the
27.
existing capital plan,
Yeah.
yes, that may be the case.
Yes.
That's okay. Yes.
That's what our
Yeah,
of that
so.
existing. So that's
I
not
hope so,
necessarily-
'cause
Sure,
that's
sure,
what's
sure.
on my paper.
Sure. Sorry.
Okay. In that, does that include the breakdown borough by borough, community by community of the local parks, or is this larger scale things like piping needed? Like, that's what I'm trying to figure
Sure,
out.
I see. So yeah, the existing capital plan is applied pretty broadly, citywide, system-wide, and so we can definitely get you, in terms of how that breaks down borough by borough. But it can vary from huge parks going through major renovations to smaller targeted capital projects as well. It sort of varies widely in that scale.
Okay.
In addition, to facility improvements, which are a big dollar figure for a single project just because of the nature of that work. So it can vary quite widely. But we're happy to follow up and give you sort of a rundown, if you will, of the existing capital plan for sure.
Okay, and how are you folks planning within what was given here and projections onward, right? Like I have a couple parks that individually need renovations that are over $13 million, and that obviously will gradually most likely get higher, as they have with my predecessors who have ignored to address them. They've only gotten more costly. How are we looking at those projections and including this number? And when we give this number of our commitment plan for, what's in front of me here is 4 years, is the goal to actually get the full amount to renovate those parks in a timely manner, or are we just rolling the debt over every single time?
So capital dollars do roll from year to year, but but just to be clear, that the existing capital plan is based upon cost estimates and that are sort of where the increase in price over time is accounted for. So for the existing, funding, which is in place for soon-to-be active or active projects, that accounts for the passage of time because there is inflation and those costs do rise over time.
We build in an escalator amount so to anticipate what the cost will be actually when it's in construction.
Okay, so like for example, if the admin gives 4.2 billion to parks, right? Just as an example, like everyone relax, right? We got 4.2 billion. That means every park that has come in front of individual members, for example, as capital need, would be included in that estimate.
So that's not need. That's existing funding that will be going towards an active project. There may be additional needs. That's what's.
So this number could be higher, is what we're saying.
If you're inquiring as to the capital needs that exist throughout the system, by definition would certainly be higher. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm trying. I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out, because there's a huge difference to what's needed to maintain our current parks right now versus what's needed to upgrade them. Correct. So the $13 million estimate I have on Harding Park, for example, isn't necessarily included in this because it's not required to what's needed to maintain it.
Or if it's currently not funded, it's not, and I apologize not being familiar with it, whether it's funded or
not. Funded,
well, there you go. Then in that case, it wouldn't be included in the 4.4, or actually it's 8.8 over 10 years, 8.8 billion. But for example, Harding Park, if it's simply an estimate, funding hasn't been provided, then it would not be included in that number. That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean that, other than, the obvious need of us getting to 1%, as Chair Krishnan has been fighting for with the rest of us in the council, this is what's really concerning to me, is like, we don't have real estimates of we do have those projections and we understand what's needed to upkeep and maintain our parks, but when we're coming down to the locality, like folks in my community desperately need the upgrades in these parks that I can't control, predecessors have ignored at exorbitant amounts, like 13 million for one park when individual members only get 5 million in capital. How are you folks looking at, has this dialogue started with the admin in really addressing some of the higher needs estimates that we have, and maybe whether that's figuring out creative ways to lower through RFP or to get new estimates or reevaluations or look at parks in different ways to lower that amount? And I'll stop there with is that something that's happening?
Yes, absolutely. We are always looking out, across the entire city and looking where we need to make investments and how we're going to make those investments. And we look at things like we advocate for funding for everything from state of good repair, so that we're addressing, pathways or roofs, and also taking on bigger capital projects. And, a good example, we have the Community Parks Initiative, and that's very targeted investment in areas that haven't seen any investment in 25 years. And so we received baseline funding to spend $50 million a year over 10 years for the community parks investment. And so that is so that we can, as we're looking out across boroughs, we can look to commit dollars where they're most needed, and do that equitably based on analysis and data that shows this park hasn't had an investment, we know it's going to need it, we need to be able to move that forward. So through initiatives like that, that's where we're targeting investment in areas of greatest need, and planning for that future investment.
Okay, great. Obviously I knew that you folks were probably already doing that. I would like to talk offline, maybe post-budget, to kind of look at some of the parks in my area. I can think of 3 off the top of my head that the amount is so large, but the community is high need, as I'm sure many of my colleagues are, and figuring out ways to either use different avenues or reevaluations to kind of make those deep investments. But thank you so much, and thank you, chairs.
Councilmember Sanchez, followed by Narcisse.
Thank you so much, chairs, and good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Matt, Deputy Commissioner Drewy. So thank you so much for answering questions regarding the vacancies in the Parks Department. Can you I missed the actual whole number. What was the full vacancy number?
We actually have a fairly low, we have a 2% vacancy rate.
2%.
Yeah.
Okay, and so when we talk about when you were talking about those hard to hire positions like climbers and pruners and lifeguards, those in particular are the ones that have higher vacancy rates than the others?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, my first question is because I happen to be, well, I'm always in constant communication with our Bronx commissioner, and shout out to her. Thank you for being so responsive. And I happened to be driving by a dirty lot in our district that had been, littered for a very long time. And it turned out to be there was a whole, agency, she says, he says, all kind of pointing fingers, but it was a Parks property in the end. And we got it cleaned up. And I happened to be driving by on the day that they cleaned up, and there were a bunch of folks with, all kinds of equipments because it's on a cliff, and they were scaling down and all of that. And so I had to pull over and stop and talk to folks and just understand a little bit. And what they shared was that they were participants with the HOPE program in the Bronx. They had been trained to do the scaling and the climbing and all of that. And so my first question is, does Parks have a particular budget to partner with organizations that can train these hard-to-fill positions? And if so, what is that budget and what do those partnerships look like?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. We do partner with a whole host of organizations across the city, absolutely, that help us with cleaning, maintaining, getting work done in our parks. On these hard-to-recruit positions like lifeguards, we are part of an extensive citywide task force that is, there's actually a couple of them. One is driven by City Hall that has all the city agencies, and then there's another task force that we're part of that includes Legal Aid and the YMCA and ABNY and Swim Strong, a whole bunch of different programs that are all focused on the same thing, which is building this core of lifeguards. So absolutely, we partner where and when we can to bring in more people for these hard-to-recruit titles.
Do you have a budget for those kind of partnerships?
No. I mean, the task force that we're on, it's not budgeted. It is us, just getting together to share best practices and try and build a core. The Climber Pruner program we've talked a lot about today. We were pleased that in this most recent executive budget, we did receive $3.5 million in funding to build that core of a very hard to recruit title.
But specific to the example you mentioned, I think it's most accurate to say, the budget for that sort of partnership effort is sort of ensconced within the broader maintenance and operations. It's not really structured in a way where there's a standalone sort of partnerships budget of that sort.
Okay, thank you. I'm glancing at the chair and hoping they won't cut me as I ask my last question, which is really, District 14 in the City Council is one of the lowest, we have one of the lowest ratios of park space for a city resident in the city of New York. And so we really take advantage and appreciate partnership on supplemental programming. So 2 questions here. How does the Parks Department distribute supplemental programming, like those Parks Associates that you talked about earlier, things like that? How do you program those across the city? One, and then on the Capitol side, there's a particular park in my district, Aqueduct Walk, which is a magical place, but has a section of it that has been closed for maybe a decade or 2, and we've been talking about in the community reactivating that space. There's a bridge that used to be there on Burnside Avenue, rebuilding that bridge and activating the closed section. So for something like that, the Aqueduct Walk, does Parks have any long-term plans to reactivate that space?
Okay. Thank you, Council Member, for the question. In terms of distributing parks programming, we do that in a number of ways. I mean, we have a public programs team that we look to deploy equitably across the city and make sure that we, through our rec centers, through our Shape Up, through a number of different opportunities to provide programming on the ground in different parks. We also work closely with a number of different partners. Our Partnerships for Parks division does a great job of building support locally, building friends of groups, providing tools and capacity building. So we both are looking to, through our public programs division, enliven parks through programming, but then also very much work with a variety of different grassroots organizations through Partnerships for Parks, looking to build more programming and more activity on the ground. It's also a big part of our volunteer efforts, get people out and active in parks and working in parks. We know that it's really important for community building to bring people together around service and work in parks. In terms of Aqueduct Walk, that is, I think, there is a whole planning effort, I know, around that.
Yeah, I think there's, as you're aware, I think there are longer term conversations about that stretch. It's, a unique configuration, and presents, I think, some challenges from a planning and other, but I know discussions are underway and will continue, and, I think we love reactivating our public spaces, and we want to continue to work in partnership towards that.
Thank you so much. I'll be following up.
Thank you.
Councilmember Narcisse, followed by Dinowitz.
Good afternoon, and thank you, chairs. Good afternoon, Commissioner, and thank you for the pickleball, because right now I have Paul Curiali at rest for Millennium, so thank you. There is a call to renovate and build new comfort station and, bathrooms, but one of the things that, bothers me a lot, it's so expensive. I want to know if it's the materials or it is the manpower, what's causing it so much, and what have you done to decrease or do something about the price so we can have more?
Thank you, Councilmember Narcisse, and such a good question and something we are very focused on. In terms of the price and why that pricing can be high, it's for a variety of factors. Often, if a comfort station needs to be renovated, or or building a new comfort station, you have to establish a sewer connection so that the dig, and depending on how far is the distance from where the sewer connection is, the water from the street, things like that. Those kind of intense capital parts of the project can absolutely add to the cost. Electric, utility connections, bringing in what you need in terms of making a functioning comfort station can add to the cost. We have done a great deal in terms of looking to reduce the cost of our comfort stations and looking at a variety of different ways that we can do that. Everything from looking at streamlining the design, so making it so that every comfort station, we're not reinventing the wheel, we're looking to have the design be as streamlined as possible. We're looking at everything from prefabricated structures to trailer facilities to something called the Portland Loo, which is worked in other areas that we're looking at adapting, that's a single person. We're looking to at all different ways to reduce the cost, absolutely.
So thank you, I appreciate that. The next question, like right now, I have some of my constituents watching me. Garrison Beach, I have a lot of complaint of the street getting out of control when it comes to sidewalk. It's a safety issue, right? Last week, yesterday I just passed by. But 7225N, I don't know how many times they called you. That is in Bergen Beach. I went to see it myself. It's a safety issue. There is no sidewalk, and the roots is getting inside the person's home and is causing so much flood. And when people are walking, he had witnessed people falling in the front. So when, according to him, many times they said they come to visit and check the tree. But what should the people do really when it comes safety issues? For seniors, they cannot walk with their rollators. They cannot push people on the sidewalk with a wheelchair. For me, as much as that we want to save the trees, but we have to be in mind for safety issues when you come to the seniors, the kids playing on the sidewalk. So that, I'm going to leave it to you, like I give you the address already. And the hydrant, according to the Department of Fire Department, they're saying that you're going to take over on the hydrant on the sidewalk or next to the parks. Is that correct? And when would you do that? And would the department take that on? To me, it's just like the shoemaker is a shoemaker, the hairdresser is a hairdresser.
Thank you, Councilmember. We totally agree. And we have not heard of or not aware of any plans to take over any hydrants on the street. No.
All right. So I'm going to leave you that because a lot of questions, because I'm very much interested in pools. because we in the 46th district only have one little mini titty, very tiny little pool in Mill Basin. I don't have any pool. And our children need to know how to swim. Is a safety, is a life, you can save life in getting the young folks to learn how to swim. You know how it is for me, especially in the Canarsie area. It is a must, and I'm looking forward to we can work on that too. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair.
We have Dinowitz followed by Lee. She's still here.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you, chairs. First, I want to start out by thanking Parks. You're one of my favorite agencies, especially because of your employees. We had a wonderful movie night the other night in Williamsbridge Oval, and your employees were there passing out popcorn and maracas and glow sticks to the kids. It was just really wonderful how much they care not just about their job, but about the communities they serve. So I want to start out by thanking you. What I'm about to ask shouldn't be a surprising question. I've spoken about this at other hearings. It's about your coordination with other agencies. I've brought up, your issues with hiring lifeguards in part could be helped by coordinating with SCA, coordinating with DOE who are here, with places like the pool at the Clinton High School. I'm curious to know if there are updates on that, and just in general, beyond programming, because I know we've touched on that a lot. One, what your coordination is with other agencies, and I'll give you another example. We have Harris Field in my district, which we're trying to improve, in part because it's used so significantly by local schools, like Bronx Science, Lehman College, and the High School for American Studies, and Clinton High School. What coordination you do with the DOE to make sure that, if at all possible, maintenance of the field is maintained, recognizing that students use it. And the second question I have is internally, what the coordination looks like within your own agency. For instance, Williamsbridge Oval, we have a rec center there that's open, till after sundown, but there are no lights in the park. And there's other programming that they'd love to do in the park, like football teams play there, but there are no lights in the park. So both coordination, we're one New York City, coordination with other agencies, and again, within your own agency.
Thank you so much for the question, Councilmember. In terms of coordination around pools and lifeguards, there has been so much of that since September, and I'm so sorry
Capital.
that...
Sorry, because I know we've discussed, and I really value the program. I just want to make sure my question is about the capital.
Sure, and we did, to be clear, and I think we were clear at the time, that we don't have a role in the capital plan for DOE facilities. But we did refer the question back to SCA, and I thought they were getting in touch. So but if we need to follow back up, we're happy to do that. But to be clear, as it's a DOE facility, Parks doesn't play an active role in that specific project. We do partner with them in a variety of ways on the programming side in terms of,
right.
But specific to capital, we don't really play a role in the sort of plan for that facility. So my understanding was SCA and DOE were planning to get back to you.
Right, we spoke, I guess,
okay.
As an agency, as a city of New York, and is the administration at all interested in making sure there's coordination between your agencies? It isn't just a referral question. This is about doing the work to make sure that our kids, our youth, can, in the short future, become lifeguards here in New York City. And then, of course, another example is my question about Harris Field.
Yeah. So thank you for the question, and absolutely, this is an administration that is keenly focused on interagency collaboration. I mean, just if you look at where we fall under in this administration, we're under the Deputy Mayor for Operations, which means we're under the same Deputy Mayor as DEP, DOT, buildings, the Taxi and Limousine Commission, which is really helpful in terms of making sure that there's constant dialogue. Those are entities that sister agencies that we interact with a whole lot, and it's really important that we're connected to, and under this administration, that's been absolutely something that has been prioritized for sure. In terms of maintenance, and in particular Williamsburg Oval, it's something we can look at in terms of the lights and see about lighting. We are very focused on making sure that areas are safe and well lit, so it's something we can look into for sure.
Right, I guess it's an example of, an overarching question within your own agency do you look at spaces that have other programming and say, you know, we need to make it, you know, a more holistic approach to approaching the park, to make sure that when people go to the community, the rec center there, that there are the other facilities there to keep them safe and perhaps provide opportunities to other people in the district. You know, I would say I love hearing about the coordination, and I do appreciate you referring it over, but again, I think it's more than just referring something to another agency. I think that's sort of the problem, is that we are one city. Each agency gets their own budget, but fundamentally there is money in New York City for all of us. And what I'd really love to hear next time is not just that it's being referred over, but that you're really working in concert with any other city agency to look forward to a more efficient and better future for your department and for all of New York City.
Yeah.
And sorry for not being clear earlier, and Commissioner can speak to this better, but for example, I know we're involved in an interagency task force, like taking a longer-term look at about the lifeguard staffing crisis, and capital improvements to existing facilities is absolutely on the table as part of that discussion. So that conversation is certainly happening broadly. Obviously, the dollar figures are, you know, considerable, et cetera, but to be clear, there is definitely interagency conversation, and capital improvement of various facilities, whether it's parks facilities or DOE facilities, are absolutely being viewed as a key component of that discussion.
That's great. I think that is the first time that has been said at this hearing, so I appreciate that new piece of information. One other thing is I do want to also mention, as many colleagues have heard, how dire this tree root situation is, that people with disabilities, older adults, can't traverse their own streets because the roots are uplifting the sidewalks, and it is a problem in New York City that we can't walk on our own streets. And I do want to thank the chairs, Chair Shaker, Chair Krishnan, and Brannon, especially Finance Chair Brannon, who's been doing all of these hearings and been doing a great job. So thank you, Chair Brannon and Krishnan. Thank you.
Now we have Council Members Lee, followed by Stevens.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick. Thank you, Commissioner, for also coming out to my district for the Captain Dermody Triangle. As you mentioned in the testimony, it's a small space, but definitely very, very meaningful historically for the community, and the fact that it's going to be ADA accessible is amazing, so that a lot of the older adults in that neighborhood can utilize it. So thank you. Quick question. So trees and tree stumps, tree roots, that's, you know, obviously a hot topic for us, especially in Queens, but there was $2 million, I know, that we had asked the administration to include for the tree stump removals, and I noticed that was not in the executive plan. So I was just wondering what your thoughts were, if that's something that we can push to include, because it is such an issue with all the tree stumps that need to be removed.
Yes, and thank you, Council Member, for the question and the support and interest in all things trees. So just to clarify, so we do receive $2 million in baseline funding for mayoral tree stump removal funding, in addition to the $2 million in one-shot funding that the Council did in FY23. And that, you know, I have to say that funding from the council is incredibly important and very much appreciated. As you know, the budget conversation is ongoing, and we will continue to work certainly with the mayor, OMB, and the council to, you know, shape the final budget process. But we understand the importance of that. We are so pleased that the council does as well, and we've appreciated the support.
Thank you so much. And then just to follow up on some of the comments that our colleagues have mentioned about Dragonetti as the contractor, because tree pruning is such an important issue in our district, because we've had a lot of calls. I would say one of the top calls we get in our district are around issues related to trees, especially when it comes to how it impacts their properties and the homeowners and the pipes, as well as the roots that are going into the actual houses. And so one question I had about the RFP process specifically is, because I know that the comments you were saying is that they're one of the few that are qualified, but so my question is how often does that RFP get released? Is it a 5-year contract? Is it what's the term for that? And when was the last time that the criteria specifically for the RFP was reevaluated?
Thank you, Council Member, for that question. I'll take that. There are multiple contracts, and they each have different timeframes associated with them. Many are just one-year contracts that have renewal clauses. And some of the tree planting contracts could be a little bit longer than that. Sometimes they're more like 2 years. Most contracts are only a year long.
Okay, so are there elements, do you think, of that RFP that could be looked at, in your opinion, that would perhaps include or be more inclusive of other contractors that could be looked at?
Yes, as I stated earlier, we've done a lot of work around that, council member, and in fact have expanded the pool of contractors. Really look to bring in more MWBE contractors. Jennifer's team has done a great job in looking to expand that pool. It's something we're very focused on.
Okay, great. And then I just wanted to echo everything that Councilmember Williams had mentioned about the tree root issues. And I guess the one piggyback question I had from what she had mentioned was, you know, because you all are in charge of the criteria of when trees can be removed and pruned, just wanted to dig a little deeper into that in terms of if you could, is it because of the canopy issue where if we take one out, then one has to be replaced? And what would, I guess what I'm just trying to understand what the issues are in terms of removing problematic trees, like if it can be replaced to 1-to-1 ratio so that there's no, you know, we're not losing anything. Is that something that we could look at?
Yes, and thank you for the question. I mean, for us at Parks, we're looking at tree canopy overall, and the benefits, especially of mature trees, far outweigh a newly planted tree. And so it's going to take 10, 15 years, even though there is that 1-to-1 replacement, and we recognize if you take out a tree, you can plant a new one, but the issue is that a large mature tree offers a whole lot more environmental benefits. So we are going to look very, you know, as the steward of the trees in streets and parks, we're going to look very closely at taking them out because, you know, they absolutely help clean our air and are so beneficial for the environment. So we try and our emphasis on protecting as much as we can.
Okay.
Protect and preserve as much as we can.
Thank you so much. And I know that there is a backlog for the pruning, but anything also on that end that can be done so that we don't have to completely get rid of the more mature trees would be awesome. And that's it. Thank you, chairs.
Okay, Councilmember Stevens.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you guys doing? Nice to see you, Commissioner. Just really 2 quick questions. In the executive budget, the Bronx is facing the largest decrease in the maintenance and operation budget across all boroughs. How was this determined, and how will this impact Bronx parks?
Thank you for the question, although I'm just not sure in terms of that there's the largest decrease for the Bronx. That would not be the case. Where, could you just tell us what you're referring to?
Yes, let me look into that, and then I'll get back to you, because that was one of the questions that my staff sent me. So let me just ask them. But my next question is, many Bronx schools have no access to outdoor spaces or playgrounds. How are we working with schools to ensure that they have access to local parks and green space? Many of the principals I've spoken to are not aware of these options. So just thinking about how are we coordinating with them, and I have a number of schools in my district who don't have playgrounds or access.
Okay, thank you for the question. Do you mean how they could use
nearby parks?
To a park by a school? So generally, that is just a permit if it's over a certain number, and we can certainly put you in touch with, or put the principals in touch with, how to go through that process for applying for a permit. But we absolutely welcome and have all kinds of schools that use our parks all the time, especially at this time of year. So would be happy to talk about how that process works.
And so I just want to make sure, so they would have to submit a permit for all the times they would want to use the park. Is there some way, like, because I know I have a bill on this around trying to get them access to outdoor space, but just making sure I understand they would have to have a permit for every time they would want to use the park, whether that's for like like recess or gyms or things like that. Because like I have a number of schools that do not have any play space or anything, and so I'm trying to work to get more options for them.
Got it. Thank you. And thank you for that clarification. No, I mean, I was thinking if it's a large event or something like a field day or something.
It's not. It's like they have no space. Like literally, I have about 5 schools in my district that has no playground or nothing. And so even for recess, they're typically indoors. And so I'm trying to make sure that we have access to whatever nearby green space so our young people could have fresh air to play.
Absolutely, and they should, have open access to the parks that are close by and within walking distance. And there shouldn't be any issue or problem with them doing that or walking to the park, but we can make sure that you connect with the borough commissioner, to ease of facilitating that. But there absolutely shouldn't be any issue with, a classroom or going to enjoy a park at recess.
Okay, great. I'll definitely follow up because I know the borough commissioner had some ideas, and so definitely wanted to make sure we got on record because she's already been brewing in her head around some ideas.
Good.
But thank you.
Yeah.
And I'll follow up about the other questions later. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councilmember Stevens. I know it's been a long morning. I think we're almost there. I have 3 brief questions, and I'm aware that when a politician says brief, it's meaningless, but I will try. One is on we've heard a lot about trees. And the Arborist Apprenticeship Program. In the FY24 exec budget, there are 50 new baseline positions for an apprenticeship program to train new climbers and pruners. We've heard a lot of questions about this and the importance of more support in that area. Is there any mechanism that Parks has to ensure that those who undergo the training will stay within Parks as opposed to leaving to the private sector? How do we keep them? And will this also reduce the reliance on tree contractors like Dragon Eddy and others who may be problematic?
Thanks so much for the question, Chair Krishnan, and we are really thrilled about the funding for this new program. As I've said, we believe that it's just a great opportunity, great career, doesn't require a college degree. You could really build a great career within the Parks Department. In terms of opportunities, you're right, people get trained and it can be that then they're very desirable to other organizations. I think that what we specify is just the importance of the mission and working for Parks overall, and that it is a great job and a great career path, and that we have a lot of good examples of people who have been with Parks for a number of years and advanced in their career at Parks. So we'll be doing everything we can to make sure that we're providing an environment where people want to stay, and that with that training, they'll be able to experience a good, career within Parks. The second part of your question, was there a second part?
No, I think that, will that reduce the reliance on other tree contractors that are more problematic?
Yes, to a certain degree, absolutely. As I said, this is a hard to recruit position within Parks. We want to build this core of individuals, but with over 600,000 trees on city streets, it would take an incredible core of people to be able to handle that, those big block pruning aspects on our own. So it is while it will help us in order to build that core internally, we would still need, in order to be able to do it well and keep to a pruning cycle that is appropriate for the health and maintenance of the trees, it would be a combination of both.
And what will be the average pay for apprentices during the apprenticeship program? What would their starting salary be for those who are offered full-time positions as climbers and pruners?
Let me hold. Do you know the answer to that?
Well, the apprentices or the trainees are going to be recruited from existing Parks employees, so they keep their same salary as they sort of move from one position to the other. It's basically a new assignment for an existing title.
Got it, okay. Looking forward to hearing more about the program. Glad to see it in this year's budget too. And then moving to our natural areas, it was good to see in that $2.4 million in the executive budget for trails. We as the council had put in our response for $3.5 million to support the care of natural areas in FY24. What, if any, conversations have there been to take the next step of funding those resources for our natural areas?
Thank you for the question, and yes, we were also really pleased to see this. We are very anxious to be able to make our trails and natural areas more accessible to New Yorkers with over 12,000 acres of open space. We saw during COVID just how important it is to get New Yorkers out and enjoying our natural areas. So we are thrilled to be able to have this expansion, formalize our trails, and in terms of additional funding, it's an ongoing conversation. We are in conversation with City Hall, all with OMB, and will continue to be so until the budget's finalized.
Got it. And then we can follow up on this at a subsequent hearing as well, but I would ask if you can look into it more information as well about the Riverside Park overbuild. I had the opportunity to visit it last week. I understand there's a DOT restoration project happening. But there's a big concern, and I saw it myself, of the park land over there and it being restored after the big transportation project. It looks very dangerous right now, very concerning. We can discuss that next time, but we just ask that you all look into what funding, because I don't see it's absent now, but what funding will be there to restore the parkland in Riverside Park after that project, and what the timeline will be for it. And on that note, just wanted to say before turning it over to Chair Brannan, thank you all so much, Commissioner Donahue, all the Parks leadership here, Deputy Commissioner Greenfield, Deputy Commissioner Braddock, and Drury. Thank you all so much for your work every day for our park system. We've got a lot more to do to get to where we need to be, and again, before, as I stated, to get to the stated commitment by this mayor for 1% for our budget for parks. But we want to make sure we get you those resources to continue making sure that all New Yorkers have access to quality green space. So thank you all for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you, Matt. Thank you. We look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. You as well. Thanks so much.
We'll take a quick break, and then we're going to hear from the Department of Education because we're running late. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. We're ready to begin our final executive budget hearing of the day. We're focused on the New York City Department of Education, and I'm pleased to be joined now by my colleague, Councilmember Rita Joseph, Chair of the Committee on Education. We've been, in addition to the folks that have been here since this morning, we've been joined by Council Members Lewis, Brewer, and Krishnan. We have Hanks on Zoom. Welcome to Chancellor Banks and your team. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. Just to set the table, on April 26, 2023, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY23 to 27 with a proposed FY24 budget of $106.7 billion. DOE's proposed FY24 budget of $30.6 billion represents 28.6% of the administration's total FY24 budget in the executive plan. This is a decrease of $174.1 million, or 0.6%, from the $30.7 billion originally allocated in the FY24 preliminary plan. This net decrease is due to several actions, largest of which is a fringe benefit reduction of $305.6 million. DOE also projects a headcount decrease of 1,172 positions compared to its headcount as of adoption FY23 last year. The decrease consists of 355 fewer full-time non-pedagogical positions and 817 fewer full-time pedagogical positions, and comes from vacancy reductions in the preliminary plan, as well as a reduction in central and field administrative titles at DOE's central office. My questions today will largely focus on federal funding impact on DOE's budget, as well as enrollment levels, spending on Carter cases, and preschoolers with disabilities, as well as public arts education. Last week, we held our hearing on libraries and cultural affairs and the importance of our cultural sector to the city's economy, as well as arts and cultural education in our schools, is a big factor in how that sector grows and stays vibrant year after year. We need all parts of our city to recognize the value of arts in our schools, not just the council, and I look forward to hearing more from the Chancellor on this and other topics. So I'm now going to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Chair of the Committee on Education, Councilmember Rita Joseph, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. Good afternoon and welcome to the Education Committee hearing on fiscal 2024 executive budget. This hearing will focus on the executive budget proposal for the Department of Education for fiscal year 2024 and school year 2023 to 2024. We will begin the hearing with a focus on department's expense budget. We will be hearing from Chancellor David Banks on agency's operating budget and priorities for the upcoming fiscal school year. The Department of Education fiscal 2024 executive budget totaled $30.6 billion, a decrease approximately $500 million from the fiscal 2023 adopted budget. Since the adopted budget added multiple new needs, such as climate education, food education in schools, as well as modification, such as reducing planned 3K seats by $284 million, adding approximately $300 million in additional costs for Carter cases and other programmatic changes. While we acknowledge the department's responded to changing student population needs by providing additional funding through Project Open Arms, the executive budget fails to include much needed support as we continue to see an increase in new migrant students being enrolled into schools on a continual basis. The executive budget also fails to make the necessary investments to address the continued growing needs of students, families, and contracted service providers in areas such as special education, 3K, prompt and expedited contract reimbursements, the increasing need for mental health support, and additional social workers. DOE executive budget included a number of programmatic decreases resulting from dwindling federal stimulus funds, as well as cuts and reallocation of existing programs. Some major program areas in which the budget has reduced include $58 million in school facilities, $39.9 million in early childhood programs, and $19 million in special education instruction support. While the looming stimulus fiscal cliff exists and several essential programs such as 3K, community school expansion, mental health for all, and more that were funded through federal funds are in jeopardy, the DOE has not put forward a plan on how it would sustain these essential programs. The recent influx of asylum seekers since last spring has placed added stress on DOE's resources. The impact on teachers, administrators, and schools to be creative and scramble at the last minute to provide the necessary supports for these students independently have felt intensely by education community throughout the city. According to the latest data by DOE in December 2022, the approximate number of asylum seeker children enrolled in grades K to 12 was 10,186, with the numbers expected to grow the next time DOE tally this population. This brings me to my next point. Special education at the preliminary budget hearing is stated that Carter cases would top $1 billion this school year, and yet DOE budgeted for about $300 million less in the executive budget. These cases are becoming an equity issue when families are liquidating their savings and some paying upward of $25,000 annually for tuition and legal fees while they wait for DOE to address their child's needs. And for those families that cannot afford or not aware of the support, they are faced with enrolling their children in programs where they're not receiving the best opportunity to succeed. Many of my colleagues and I fear that the pandemic has the needs of special education instruction and services, and that without immediate attention, many of our neediest students will fall behind. I find it unsettling that instead of making an investment in fiscal 2024 and in the out years to expand special education services and instruction, we are instead still increasing funding for Carter cases. Why are we okay with spending that much on lawsuits, but not with investing additional dollars into related services and special education support staff? Why are we so focused on saving by reducing vacancies instead of staffing up our schools with adequate support? The state budget has come through with $500 million increase in total state aid funding, which would finance much of the programming that was reduced in DOE's executive budget. Funding that would be poured towards proven and successful programming such as restorative justice, community schools, mental health continuum, immigrant family outreach. Instead of investing in these programs through expiring federal dollars, the DOE must look at making these sustained investments. Some housekeeping. I would like to remind council members that the chancellor is here to testify on the expense budget. Council members will be limited to 5 minutes in the first round of questions and 3 minutes in the second round if time allows. Before I conclude, I'd like to thank the finance team, Monica Salati, Nia Hyatt, Elizabeth Hoffman, Aliyah Ali, and Education Committee staff, Jan Atwell, Chloe Rivera, Nadia Jean-Francois. I would like to thank my staff, Giovanni Piquant, Taekwon Coleman, Joel Desouvier Venori, Rana Viewer, and Rosalind Joinville. I would like to introduce my colleagues. You already acknowledged them? Okay, thank you, Chair. Now, without any further, I'd like to turn over to my chair, my co-chair.
Thank you, Chair Joseph. We've been joined by Council Members Gutierrez, Hanif, Juan, Lee, Hanks, Holden, Menon, Schulman, Ayala, and Aviles. And now I'm going to turn to the committee counsel, Mike Toomey, to swear in our witnesses.
Good afternoon. If you raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions? David Banks? Yes. Daniel Weisberg? Emma Vadera? Kara Ahmed? Mark Traeger? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Let me make sure I get this on here. Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairs Brennan and Joseph, as well as members of the City Council Committee on Finance and Education for inviting me to testify today about the fiscal year 2024 executive budget. As Chancellor of New York City Public Schools, I'm joined, as we just said, by First Deputy Chancellor Daniel Weisberg, Chief Operating Officer Emma Vadera, Deputy Chancellor of Early Childhood Education Dr. Kara Ahmed, and Mark Traeger, Executive Director of Intergovernmental Affairs. I'm also joined by several other members from our administration who are available to be called on when necessary, and they include Kenita Lloyd, Deputy Chancellor for Family and Community Engagement, Carolyn Quintana, the Deputy Chancellor of Teaching and Learning, Melissa Ramos, our Chief of Staff, who also oversees our work on the asylum-seeking families, Mark Ramperson, our Chief of Safety and Prevention Services, Flavia Puello Perdomo, who's the Chief of Schools for Community Supports and Wellness, Sarita Scott, our Chief Financial Officer, Christina Foti, our Chief of Special Education, and finally, Sarah Kleinhandler, our Chief Enrollment Officer. It's great to be here with so many colleagues and champions of New York City Public Schools on the City Council. My team and I have greatly enjoyed joining many of you at events, community meetings, and school visits. Your leadership and advocacy truly make a positive difference for our schools. It has also been great seeing and hearing from many of you at our monthly check-ins to hear directly what is happening inside your districts so we can be more accessible and responsive to the needs of your communities. And now I'd like to highlight important progress we have made as a result of our listening to and engaging with you. Chair Joseph, your leadership in supporting additional shelter-based coordinators to better support our students in temporary housing has been timely and critical, especially in relation to Project Open Arms. So special thank you as well to Deputy Speaker Diana Ayala, who has also been supportive of this effort from day one. Chair Brennan, we greatly appreciate your voice. In addition to those of Majority Leader Powers, Chair Joseph and Councilmember Osei, in advancing more support for arts education. We are aligned around the importance of arts in our schools and look forward to answering some of the questions that you have about that. Councilmember Narcisse, it meant a lot to me personally to receive your immediate support for NYC Reads, which I think is one of the most important civil rights initiatives of our lifetime. Council members Shulman, Gennaro, and Salamanca, your advocacy around advancing more supplies, training, and education for our school communities as part of a holistic approach to combat drug overdoses in the city is already making a difference. The Health Department will be strengthening its partnerships with our schools this September. Council members Brooks, Powers, and Dinowitz, we thank you for convening meetings between our Deputy Chancellor for Early Childhood Education and local providers to deepen relationships which improve outcomes for all involved. Councilmember Brewer, we're proud to work with your office to add an additional 3K class at PS 185, the Locke School in Manhattan, to address a real need in the community. I could go on, but in the interest of time, I will pause listing the productive engagements we have had working together. But I hope it is obvious how important engagement with our elected leaders is to this administration and to me personally. I know that we may not always agree on every issue, but in the spirit of collegiality, we remain focused on our collective work to better serve our school communities. So first and foremost, I want to share about a major initiative we announced 2 weeks ago that helped inform and which will truly be life-changing for our students. As you know, I've been chancellor now for almost 17 months. And every day, I'm struck both by the brilliant promise of our children and by the need for us to do even more for them and for our educators. It's crystal clear to me, as I know it is for many of you, where our intense focus needs to be. We need to improve the way we teach our children to read. The numbers tell the story. Right now, 51% of New York City elementary school students and 2/3 of students nationally are not even reading at grade level. This is the educational crisis of our lifetime, and we're doing something about it. This is why Mayor Adams and I announced the launch of NYC Reads, a landmark citywide campaign to declare literacy and reading instruction as the core focus and overriding priority of New York City public schools. The science of reading tells us what works, and that is a focus on phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary, comprehension, and fluency. Teachers tell us that they want clear guidance on what works, backed by coaching and professional learning that's tied to what they're doing in their classrooms, and we're going to give it to them. NYC Reads will cover all early childhood education programs and elementary schools over the next 2 years, with a focus on a streamlined set of curricula that, again, are rooted in the science of reading. Mayor Adams and I see this as a game changer in the classroom, particularly in teaching all children to be confident readers, which is an absolute essential step on the way to achieving our mission of ensuring that each student graduates on a pathway to a rewarding career and long-term economic security, equipped to be a positive force for social change. I hope we have the council's support in making this critical initiative a reality. Our work together has been consistent and transformational since the moment I became chancellor. With your support, we have made the city's first ever investment in the largest, most comprehensive approach to supporting students with dyslexia. screening all students at risk and providing specialized instruction. Made a significant investment in expanding proven research-based programs such as ASD Nest, Horizon, and SEED to improve outcomes for students on the autism spectrum and with other special needs. We announced our class size working group, made up of a diverse cross-section of stakeholders. The goal is to gather feedback related to our implementation of the state's legislation prescribing new class size caps for all New York City K-12 schools. This work will require difficult decisions and trade-offs in the years ahead, as well as more funding. And we believe it's critical that members of our school communities are included in this process. We strengthened the Fair Student Funding formula. We did that based on feedback from our communities to boost funding to schools that serve students in temporary housing and schools that serve a large number of students with high needs. I want to thank you for your hard work and partnership on this, and I hope you will join us in asking the state to support updating its outdated state foundation aid formula, which currently does not have a specific funding weight for our students in temporary housing. We implemented a historic investment to expand early childhood education, special education seats. Our vision for early childhood education sees all children, and we are particularly focused on children with disabilities. And we launched our new Arts Hub, a groundbreaking approach to urban arts education and a fantastic way to make sure we're connecting our schools to the magic and splendor of our city's arts scene. These are all meaningful accomplishments for our students, families, and schools, and we are grateful for your partnership in achieving each of them. And all the initiatives we are discussing today are focused on rebuilding that trust with our families while bringing families back to our schools, all guided by our 4 pillars: reimagining the student experience, scaling, sustaining, and restoring what works, prioritizing wellness, and engaging families to be our true partners. I'm certain we will continue to work together individually and collectively to build on all these successes. In the spirit of transparency, prior to this hearing, we publicly shared our enrollment projections for the upcoming year. Since 2017, we lost over 120,000 students, including 70,000 in the 2 years prior to my arrival. The current enrollment projections are promising, reflecting a decline of less than 1% and an increase at the high school level. I want to say that again. The current enrollment projections reflect a decline of less than 1% and an increase at the high school level. But we still have a lot of work to do to bring more students and families back into our system. I now want to turn to our fiscal year 2024 executive budget, which totals approximately $37.5 billion. That includes $30.6 billion in operating resources and another $6.9 billion for education-related pension and debt service funds. Our funding is a combination of city, state, and federal resources, with city tax levy money making up the largest share. FY24 is projected to be at 51%, state funds at 38%, and federal dollars at 10%. Acknowledging the realities of the difference in enrollment from the pre-pandemic days, which has declined, and short-term stimulus funding, the mayor's budget includes a reduction in fringe by over $300 million in order to meet the citywide PEG target. As part of this budget, we're also investing in some key initiatives, continuing the efforts that this council has been leading on and recognizing the importance of these positions. We're investing $3.3 million to continue one-time funding in FY 2024 for the 25 shelter-based coordinators. $5.5 million for the Wellness in the Schools food program, which is a partnership to bring in local chefs to every New York City public school kitchen to develop healthy, scratch-based recipes and train our cooks on the new recipes. This is in conjunction with $1.1 million for nutrition education work and $50 million in the School Construction Authority's budget for the Cafeteria Enhancement Project. And $2 million in FY 2024 and out for climate education as part of the Mayor's Climate Action Plan, including professional learning for teachers, a school certification program, and Climate Action Day. Perhaps most importantly, the actions I've described will allow us to meet the Mayor's commitment to fiscal responsibility while continuing to provide schools with 100% of their fair student funding. It is imperative that we continue to meet that benchmark for all our schools. In addition to what was in our executive budget and our commitment to fully fund fair student funding, and in spite of the fiscal challenges, I'm very pleased that under Mayor Adams' leadership and our work with OMB, I can share that for next year, schools will be held harmless for their initial budget allocations compared to this current year, so no school will get a lower initial allocation. While schools may see increases or decreases in specific allocations like Title I or FSF, we will ensure that all in, schools will be held flat or see an increase. Schools will also continue to see additional allocations throughout the year, just as they always do. I assure you, the team is working around the clock to get school budgets out with this policy in place no later than the end of this month. This is in alignment with the typical timing of when school budgets are released and will provide principals with enough time to plan for the upcoming school year. When we release school budgets, we'll have more details for you about this policy and how we executed it. I want to thank the Council for your continued advocacy for fair student funding and for school budgets overall in recent years, and assure you that these remain a high priority. I'm excited to continue to work together with all of you to support our students and our schools, collaborating on the issues that matter to all of us, to help ensure that we're giving our students a world-class education. We deeply appreciate and respect your leadership role in this budget process and are always eager to hear from you about your priorities and hopes for our school system. As I continue to say, we are partners in this work. Thank you, and I look forward to answering any and all of your questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. Just to note, we've also been joined by Council Members Barron, Abreu, Ong, and Ressler, and as well as De La Rosa. Okay. I want to jump right into it.
Yep.
It's good to hear that schools will be held harmless for their initial budget allocations. Could you tell us when the individual school budget info for 2023-24 school year would be available to the council?
Yes, our team is working very hard to finalize initial school budget allocations, planning to do it by the end of the month and hoping to do it by the end of this week, which is on par with when it's been done in the past, which is frankly particularly challenging to meet that deadline this year given the late state budget and the fair student funding changes, but we're on track to do that.
And as soon as we release it to our schools, it will be simultaneously released to the council?
Yes, we will. Our schools don't have their budgets either yet, so that's what we're working towards so they can plan.
Okay. Do we have an idea of how many schools are expected to receive a reduction in FSF funding?
All individual school budget allocations we're really working to finalize by the end of this week, as I said, and that's when we'll have totals in terms of what schools are seeing increases under particular funding streams or decreases under particular funding streams.
Okay.
But thanks to this announcement by the Chancellor, it means that even if a school sees a decrease in FSF, it will be held harmless overall for their budget through some other funding stream.
So last year, DOE provided additional funding to schools on top of the FSF for academic recovery using stimulus money. What will we be using this year?
Sorry. Yes, so as was included in the preliminary budget, the mayor has already indicated that there will be $160 million in stimulus dollars that will go towards holding schools harmless in some way. So that is already out there. Beyond that, we'll continue to work with our partners at OMB to ensure there's dollars to hold all schools harmless.
Was any of this, would this result in a reduction to school budgets in the upcoming school year?
No, this will mean consistent funding in terms of initial year-to-year allocations in the upcoming school year. And just to note one thing, because you just said where will the funding come from?
Yeah.
Do want to note that in addition to the $160 million in hold harmless, which was included in our executive budget, we have also already indicated we'll be putting out an additional roughly $90 million in fair student funding, aligned with the new weights that were recommended by the Fair Student Funding Working Group. So that's additional dollars flowing to schools through fair student funding for schools serving students in temporary housing, and additional dollars to schools with very high concentrations of students in need through fair student funding. So that will be an additional $90 million flowing through fair student funding. There will also be an additional roughly $200 million plus flowing through in state foundation aid, thanks to the increase we received from the state making good finally on its full commitment under the CFE lawsuit. $160 million, and then we'll continue to work with OMB. So those are all increases. We'll see.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to get some details there. Thank you. Federal funding. So DOE has used a substantial amount of short-term federal COVID funding to fund a bunch of essential programs, including 3K, Summer Rising, preschool special ed, community schools, academic recovery, and so on. The concern, not just with DOE, but across the board, is that we might be funding permanent programs with temporary money. What programs are going to be impacted by the reduction in federal funding?
Yes, thank you. As we've noted before, there are a number of our programs, and as you noted, there are a lot of our centrally driven programs that are really targeted at some of our highest need student schools and programs that are supported by federal funding. So some of the larger ones are 3K. The 3K program was built using federal dollars. Summer Rising, the expansion of our community schools program, some $160 million of this hold harmless that is going to schools to keep their budgets maintained. Arts education, restorative justice, I can keep going down the list and it's on there, but there's a number of these programs that are reliant, either entirely or in part, on federal dollars, on expiring federal dollars.
So what's the plan to sustain them with expiring federal money?
We do not currently have a plan. We look forward to continuing to work with you, with the state, with the federal government to ensure we can continue these high priority programs.
This is a major challenge. I mean, there's a lot of great programs, and even as we came on board, that have been built off of these access to these stimulus dollars. The stimulus dollars are going away. We're going to have to work very closely together to try to figure this out. As we sit here right now, I will not tell you we have the answer to all of that. There's a lot of money, and when it disappears, the notion that we still expect every one of these programs to still be in play without those dollars, it will be a challenge. And we will have to make some tough decisions, and we should help to work on and do that together.
No, creating permanent programs with temporary money is short-sighted, but here we are. Do we know how much federal funding we're expecting to get, or will be remaining at the end of this school year, be left over?
In terms of the one-time stimulus
Yeah.
dollars? So the one-time stimulus dollars really need to be spent by the end of this school year because the actual federal deadline for those dollars is September 2024, and we need to have spent the money down by then. So at the end of this next school year, we're assuming we don't have federal dollars left to spend in terms of the increase. We have our ongoing regular allocations of Title I and IDEA that are built in.
Okay. I want to talk about Carter cases quickly. How many parents filed for alternate settings this school year?
We're expecting about 22,000 due process cases this year. That's not a final number. We're still in the course of the year, but that's what we're expecting for this school year.
What's the average?
I'm sorry, average?
Like, what's the
Chair.
average? Is that high? Is that low?
Well, that's the highest it's ever been, and that's about quadruple what it was 10 years ago. So we've seen a massive spike in these cases, and that is driven, I say due process cases, that's driven by cases filed for tuition. That's also driven by cases filed for services, and particularly for special education teacher support services, SET services, for children who are in independent schools.
And Chair Brennan, it's important to note, right? I mean, this is one of the big things as I came into office. You said this was a spiraling costs on these Carter cases. Ultimately, the only way you begin to curtail that is by offering up programming for parents that meets the needs that they're looking for. They don't have to leave and seek out private schools to pay for this. And so we've been trying to lean in with expansion of a number of our programs. Christina Foti has been really leading that work. I just think it's important to hear a little bit around what we're doing.
Yes.
We got to swear you in for real.
Oh.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions?
I do.
Thank you.
We're going to expand our programs for students on the spectrum by 21 additional programs for a total of 129 programs, with 3,495 seats total for our kids on the spectrum. And these are all specialized programs that serve as competitive options to the non-public schools that parents are seeking. We design these programs to use the methodologies that parents receive in private programs and train our teachers in those methodologies.
That's great.
Chair Brennan, if I may just add very briefly, it's a very important question, and I thank you. At the end of the last administration, there were hundreds of children that we knew of that were with kids with disabilities that did not have a seat in a preschool program. And I want to thank, of course, the Chancellor, Deputy Chancellors, the team here, the Council, Chair Joseph, many advocates who prioritized the addition of hundreds of seats. I believe, and we could later testify, over 700 seats and growing, and in just 1 year. And if you don't provide, first of all, we're required by law to provide those seats, but if you don't, those are the Carter cases of tomorrow.
That's right.
And so that is about servicing our children, but also reining down costs at the tail end. So I wanted to add that point. Thank you, sir.
20, we've done great work with D75 seats. I think by the end of next year, everyone that wants a seat in District 20 can get a D75 seat, which is huge. The 22, just last thing on the Carter cases for me, the 22,000 number, how many of those are pending litigation? Do we have an idea?
How many of those are pending versus have already been resolved? I don't have the up-to-date number, but I'll get you an updated number.
Okay, two last things from me. I want to give it to Chair Joseph. There's a $24.5 million preliminary budget peg entitled Vacancy Reduction for FY24 and beyond. It's on top of the SSA vacancy reduction. Could you give us an idea of the total number of positions that would be eliminated?
Yes, just give me 1 minute.
Okay.
Just to say, none of those are school-based positions. Those are all central-based positions that just reflect slower than expected hiring. And so none of those will impact school budgets, and I'll give you the number in 1 minute.
Okay.
Or school staffing.
And if you could tell me which divisions they're in, right?
Can you come back to me?
Sure. I didn't know. Okay, arts education, something super personally important to me and a lot of my colleagues. Unfortunately, when things get tough, the first things that often get cut are the things that people consider extra, and we're fighting to get people to think of arts and music and culture as essential and not extra. How many schools, can you tell us how many schools have at least one certified arts teacher?
Do we want to, I don't know if we've got to swear you in as well. This is our Deputy Chancellor for Teaching and Learning.
Thank you. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
And the question was how many teachers?
How many schools have at least one certified art teacher?
Right, so the number of certified art teachers, I have to get back to you with that number, but we do know that 100% of our high schools have the mandated programs in place, arts content in at least one area. At the middle school level, 2 content areas, and 34% of our schools are meeting that. And at the elementary school level, they have to provide programming in 4 areas, and 54% of our schools are in compliance, which is an increase of over 11%, while we are still not at our target. And part of our concern there is that this is a state mandate that is unfunded.
Just so you know, in addition to that, there are a number of things that we have done to try to plug that gap as well, which are outside of even having the additional teacher actually in the school, Deputy Chancellor.
Yes, absolutely. And part of that actually happens as a result of the support of the council. So the council provided $3 million this year that allowed us to expand some of our partnerships. And what we've been able to do this year that is going to help us increase access for students and for the adults. So for teachers and principals, we're building an arts hub. And I think it's 27 principals actually that went through the first cohort of fellows for arts training for school leaders so that leaders learn to better integrate the arts into their system. This arts hub will provide access to a range of students and educators so that we don't have to keep having these one-offs of programs, but rather folks have a spot they can go to receive those types of services. And then continued partnerships like we have right now, the Paul Simon Fellows, expanding our relationship with Lincoln Center, who has offered us an increase in supports for the summer, and other opportunities like that that happen through funding.
What's the current, we're trying to get it to be $100 per pupil. What's the current per pupil funding for arts instruction?
Emma?
$80 currently. That is a recommendation to schools for FSF.
Would you guys support $100 per pupil?
We'd certainly look forward to working with you around trying to develop that. Absolutely. Listen, I want to be the arts champion, chancellor. I really do. And there's a lot of work that we have to do. I am a firm believer. People ask me questions all the time about kids coming out of the pandemic, kids that are going through social, emotional issues and challenges. And arts speak to the soul. They really do. And they need to be supported. The challenge, council should just know for us on almost all these issues, is that there is, at the end of the day, still a finite pot of dollars that have to be spread out across a wide range of issues, all of which are important. And the decisions around, where those dollars go always creates a push and pull around those things that are important. And they're all important, and trying to find a balance.
And I would add,
You and I agree. I mean, I think the thinking on this is that if it's mandated that they have to spend $100 only on arts education, then when times get tough, that money has to be spent on arts no matter what, and they won't put it elsewhere.
Well, we should. I'm more than willing to sit and further discuss that with you for sure.
I would also just add that going back to some of the things that we're using stimulus dollars to support, there is actually an additional $25 million in stimulus money that's flowing to schools just for arts. That is true for fiscal year 23, the current year, and we are maintaining that next year even as stimulus spending goes down. And so that is a requirement.
Okay, and you'll get back to me with that vacancy info?
Yes, I'm working on it
Okay,
right
okay,
now.
no worries. Very last question from me. Over 40% of New York City public school families speak a language other than English at home. Last year, the council fought to add $4 million in the budget for immigrant family communication. Unfortunately, the funding was not baselined, and it's going to expire in June. But the immigrant family communication was not funded this year in the mayor's exec. What's the plan to support these families?
You got to get sworn in. There's another deputy chancellor.
Keep you street legal.
So, give your name, please.
Kenita Lloyd.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So just to follow up with an update on what work is underway. The work is underway. With the investment that we received in the last fiscal year, the Office of Language Access launched a three-pronged strategy in order to reach our English language learners. We launched a public awareness campaign, some of which you may have already seen in schools and on buses and on radio. We have also are working directly with community-based organizations to reach hard-to-reach populations in local communities. We communicate directly with families in their language, with materials, our resources, our team, and train language access coordinators at each school. We also have enhanced language access technologies at both the central and the school level. So that includes interpretation equipment, project management and communications tools so that we can increase the pace at which we reach our families who require translation or interpretation services.
And it's not easy. We have 180 languages that are spoken families in our schools.
It's amazing, but how are we going to pay for it?
So we do hope to continue to work with you on the budget for that.
Okay. Okay, got it. Okay, cool. Appreciate it. We're going to hand it over to Chair Joseph. Chancellor's team, thank you very much.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to respond to the previous question. So it's roughly 390, and it's across Central, and so we'll get you the division by division
Thank you,
breakdowns
thank
and
you.
follow-up, but 390.
Thank you.
And Chair, just to follow up on your question about Carter cases, the due process cases, about 13,000 of those cases this year have been resolved already. So we're resolving more by the day.
Thank you.
Great. Just a quick follow-up on the preschoolers with disabilities. How many students are waiting for seats, currently on a wait list for seats right now?
I'm sorry, the quick answer is that I'm going to get that for you in a couple of minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, last year we received $125 million in academic recovery funds, and we're allowed to use it flexible. How much stimulus funding will schools see this coming school year via academic recovery funding? What is the plan to distribute it equitably? Will schools continue to have flexibility spending academic recovery funds?
So we are still working with the new hold harmless for all schools. We are still working to ensure all schools don't see cuts at initial. It is likely that they will see reductions in academic recovery funding. We will hold the $25 million for arts education in particular that is required for arts. Beyond that, they'll likely see cuts in academic recovery funding. However, we are committing to make those cuts whole at initial, as we noted. And that will be, again, that will come from the $160 million in hold harmless that is stimulus dollars, the additional state aid, additional FSF, and any other dollars we need to put in to hold schools fully harmless.
Okay, thank you. How much funding has been set aside for budget appeals, for mid-year adjustments for the coming school year?
At this point, we don't have a specific pot set aside for budget appeals. Given the various increases in school budgets we expect to be going out, we really need to wait and see once individual school budgets are out what those needs look like. We'll continue to review them as schools come in through the budget appeal process. We're actually working to expedite a couple of categories of appeals based on what we've heard both from the Fair Student Funding Working Group and what we're seeing in the community. So looking to expedite appeals related to special education staffing, which, as you know, was an item that came up repeatedly in the Fair Student Funding Working Group. Looking to continue to expedite appeals and dollars out the door to support schools who are taking in asylum-seeking students. As we know, that continues, and we need to continue to expedite the dollars there. And then we'll have the regular budget appeals process as well.
Thank you. And you will update and debrief the chair and the committee once those numbers become available?
Yes.
Thank you. The mayor states we are in an emergency situation regarding our asylum-seeking New Yorkers. Will schools continue to see dedicated supplemental funds for the project Open Arms? If so, how much? Do you have an estimate of how much money has been spent so far to support our newly arrived students?
We're going to swear in Melissa Ramos, who's our my
You're doing a great job, Chancellor.
I agree.
I love it. You're doing a great job.
She has been leading this work from day one, and so I think they have to swear you in, Melissa.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. So we are still working on school budgets, as our Chief Operating Officer, Emma, just pointed out. We also want to note that in the new Fair Student Funding formula, there is priority given to students in temporary housing. And the way that we really support our asylum-seeking families, understanding that we cannot ask them their status. We consider them students in temporary housing, that's what they are, and so we know that they will benefit from this new formula. So as we continue to work through the budgets, we will keep you posted, but just noting that the new formula really does support this population of students.
Yes, we will call you in. What is the net increase to state aid to New York schools this year? And what is your plan to ensure it reaches classrooms? And what is it in compliance with? Is it in compliance with the state's class size law?
So the net increase year over year is roughly $500 million. Of that $500 million, a portion of that will actually be used to support the new Fair Student Funding weights. So those are dollars that will support the students in temporary housing and schools with high concentration of students with needs. So that, of course, will flow directly to schools. A portion of the dollars will be used to support our special ed programming. A portion of the dollars will actually be used to support some of our rising charter costs, and then an additional $214 million will go out to schools in their initial budget allocations. I think that's partly what you're referring to in terms of the class size law. Those $214 million that will go out to schools, that'll be an increase year over year in terms of that funding stream, and those dollars are required to be used in one of 6 ways that the state mandates, one of which is class size reduction, although there are others as well, and that'll go into school budgets too.
Thank you. How much total funding is needed for the new FSF weights, and where did the funding come from? How much funding will the new weights amount per student for both STH weight and concentration of need?
We are currently, of course, it's dependent on actual students, but based on our projections, we're currently estimating that those come to roughly $90 million together across the system. Those will be new dollars in the FSF formula, so those won't come from elsewhere in the FSF formula or elsewhere in school budgets. They're actually going to come from our increase in state foundation aid. Now that we have that increase, we can say for certain what it will be put towards. Did you ask something else?
I had asked about how much is it going to be per student.
Yep.
For both the STH weight and concentration of need.
Yep, so the additional weight for STH is an additional weight of 0.12 on top of what you get for every student in the system. So each of those students will get another 12% on top of that for each STH student, whether it's 1 student, 50 students, every student counts. The way the concentration weight works is it actually looks school-wide at the set of schools with the highest concentration of students who fall into a set of categories. STH, students in foster care, students with academic needs, sort of that set of categories that, as you know, since we're on the Fair Student Working Group, Fair Student Funding Working Group that worked out together, and the neediest 20% of schools will see those dollars in a tiered way. So it'll depend on the school and the need, but it'll be the neediest 20% of schools in the city.
Thank you. I will come back to you, but Deputy Speaker Ayala.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting to go so quickly, but thank you so much. I have a question regarding the bus services for students in foster care. The DOE website states that pre-K to 6th grade students in foster care are entitled to school bus services if a route is already available, which makes the entitlement meaningless. For the past year, this council has made clear that the DOE needed to take action to guarantee bus service or comparable door-to-door transportation for students in foster care who need it for school stability. Will the DOE commit to guaranteeing bus service or door-to-door transportation to every student in foster care who needs it? Will you change the DOE website to reflect this guarantee? And we understand that foster care agencies have not yet been reimbursed for transportation costs they incurred last year and this school year when the DOE did not provide bus service. So any changes to that?
Yes, thank you. Just to start at the end, there has been a lag in payments to foster agencies. That is true. We are now starting to make through them. There's been an overly complicated process to do it, but we're now in direct contact with them and making sure we're verifying payments and getting those out the door as of last week. In terms of the first couple, we similarly very much appreciate the advocacy of many here as well as many others working on behalf of these students. I think we really share the goal that these are students who are having their lives displaced for a number of reasons, and that the least we can do is ensure they can stay in their home school and support them in getting there. So we are both looking at how can we look at alternative ways to, if there's not a route, there's not a route. But what are other ways we can ensure there's an alternative route alternative path available within a certain amount of days, whether that is via the foster agencies themselves providing it and then getting reimbursed in a more timely way, or whether there's ride share options like we've started to provide in other cases and putting that out there as well. So those are the couple of alternatives we're working on to speed up that timeline.
Does the DOE work with DHS at any point to try to get kids placed as close as possible to the school that they're already going to? Because I know I had a case a couple of years ago where the mother was from the Bronx but was sent to Brooklyn, and so she had to get up extra early in the morning so that she can come and drop off the kids, which was also really hard on her when she had days off and when she had other appointments, because now she had to travel through, multiple boroughs in order to get her kids to school. So they were late, most of the time. They were absent more than she would have liked. And so we work to get that family moved to the Bronx, but I don't know that that's, always the case.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's always the case either, but I would say this, that the council member, you or any other member of the council, when you're aware of any particular case like that, where a family is really facing those kinds of extreme hardships, if you bring that to our attention, we'll do everything we can to rectify that.
So just so that I understand that, the response correctly, so the DOE is in favor of creating a route, and we're working on a solution to this issue?
We are absolutely in favor of ensuring those kids are getting to school. We prioritize bus routes because that's our normal way of getting all students to school. And what we're working to do is figure out where there isn't a route available, can we more quickly provide an alternative route, whether it's rideshare or agencies, but then reimbursing them more quickly.
Okay, and then I have a question regarding retrofitting schools for energy efficiency and making all schools accessible. The council did call for an additional $400 million in capital to continue the effort of retrofitting schools for energy efficiency. And I'm sure that all of my colleagues will tell you that they get calls from a multitude of schools that are like overheated in the summer, during, from May when it gets really warm. There are spaces, the gymnasiums, the cafeterias that are overheated, and we're putting in funding, the city council is putting in a lot of funding for air conditioning, but we can't get air conditioning in because the wiring is not at par. And the same goes with adapting, school buildings for accessibility. I have, again, I have a nephew that actually he had to leave East Harlem, he has cerebral palsy, had to leave East Harlem every morning extra early to go to the Lower East Side. And we have kids in East Harlem that are coming from Staten Island because their schools are not accessible. So we'd really love to know what we're doing about that.
So on the retrofitting schools for various energy purposes, yes, we are working hard to do that, and it is particularly unfortunate when it ends up that we can't do something like AC for All in those particular schools. Our Division of School Facilities is working through that as much as we can with SCA when there's more substantial.
There was no funding added to the executive budget.
There was not funding out in the executive budget for that, no. This is work that continues to be done where we have the funding.
Okay, so is that still being negotiated with the administration? Or is that not happening this year?
There is ongoing work to do that, but there's no additional funding for it.
No, understood, but is there ongoing conversation about getting the funding with the administration?
No, not particularly, no. And I think that's where we also welcome all of you. And you all are in position of, establishing what your priorities are with the administration during this budget process. But as it currently sits with us, no.
I mean, we're always happy to help, but we wanna back up an existing claim from, the chancellors and the commissioners. But when we need to, obviously we will. And there was $3.3 million allocated for the conversion for accessibility, which obviously is not, when I was little, I thought $1 million was a lot of money. I know now that it isn't. So 3.3, I know, is not sufficient to retrofit much.
Well, one other thing to add, Councilmember, there's $750 million, as you know, allocated in the current capital plan for accessibility. That work is ongoing. Obviously, it is unfinished, as you're talking about with your family member and others. So we are heading into the last year of the capital plan, and a new 5-year capital plan. Many of these upgrades that you're talking about, Deputy Speaker, are going to require capital funding, and that's part of the conversation we want to have with you and your colleagues about priorities for the next capital plan. In some cases, putting air conditioners in auditoriums and in gyms is not an extensive project. In some cases, it's extremely extensive and really requires a major capital infusion. So that's part of the challenge, but I do think we have an opportunity to add on to the accessibility work that we have already done and to add on to the air conditioning work that we've done.
Yeah, it should be a priority that every school be accessible to all children in their own communities. children should not have to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning to travel hours to get to school because services are not, critical services are not being offered in their community. And my final question is really regarding staffing. I know every city agency has been undergoing a staffing shortage. Is that something that's impacting the DOE as well?
It is, Deputy Speaker, but it's not even. It's in some of our offices more than others. So, for example, in our finance office, in our legal, our Office of General Counsel, we have very significant numbers of vacancies. In other places, it's in the low single digits. So, we are making some headway with that, but it is a challenge in some of our critical functions.
Okay, well, while you're making decisions about hiring, I would be remiss if I did not say this on the record. My community would, be really disappointed if I didn't bring it up. But we had a hiring process in the South Bronx where we did hire a superintendent that has an open civil case on sexual harassment cases in Newburgh. And I was very disappointed when I reached out to the DOE and was told that had come up, but it was not a disqualifying factor. I believe in due process, and I believe that everybody is innocent until they're found, guilty otherwise, but I believe that we have to allow the process to, come to fruition before we make these types of hiring decisions. And so I just want to go on record saying that I'm very disappointed, and I have received in the last month alone a slew of complaints about the same individual, and I would love to have a conversation with that, but I want to go on record because I hope that this doesn't happen again, and that we are vetting the individuals that we're bringing into our communities. I take sexual assault, sexual harassment cases very seriously, and I believe women when they say that something happened. And I hope that the DOE, which is now headed by a person that looks like us, takes that just as seriously.
And I look forward to following up with you on that. Yes.
Okay, we have Brewer followed by Barron.
Thank you. My question is about some of the child care, I would say, centers. Now, obviously, these are the home-based. They went from, in some cases, these are MBWBA programs. I know there's one called Morningside Play Care that's owed $117,000. So I didn't know if that's unique, or are there other similar nonprofits looking for the same kind of funding? These are nonprofits that are not been paid, apparently, for startup expenses.
Hi, Councilmember Brewer. We can certainly look into any specific inquiries that you have. So if that's Morningside,
It is.
Family Child Care?
Yep, so you don't have that as an example of others? Okay. Next question is, just in terms of early childhood instructional coaches, because we're all concerned about early childhood in general because of the federal funding. So I understand that there are people on the posting list, so that you are going to be continuing. Can you just update me on the coaches and the social workers and so on in early childhood, and what is the status of their future?
Thank you for the question. We are still in conversation with our labor partners on what the coaching model looks like for this upcoming school year. And so there's certainly decisions to be made and more to come.
All right, and the creative curriculum, is that also part of that same discussion?
The creative curriculum is the curriculum that our Birth to Five programming is using across the city.
Correct, and are they going to have any challenges in terms of funding, or is that going to be fine?
That is absolutely fine. That is being funded.
Okay. In terms of absenteeism generally, there was an article in the paper this week about high school students and the huge absenteeism. So I want to know what's the status of outreach, what's the funding for that? I must admit it concerns me tremendously.
Yes. Yeah, and the article itself was a little outdated, and some of the numbers that they were looking at were from the prior year. But Flavia, can they swear her in?
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
So to address what the chancellor was saying, the data on the article, which you're probably referring to, the 55 percent of seniors being chronically absent is
Yes.
data from the prior school year. But I can say that preliminarily, just for the seniors alone, we have seen a 10% reduction this year in chronic absenteeism. So we ended the year last year with a little over 40% of our students being chronically absent.
What's that number, though? Percentages are fine, but what's the number that you're saying?
Of the total number of students,
Yeah,
I can have that for you in a minute before this is over. But I also want to contextualize this with like the national reality of chronically absent students. So all of the large districts across the entire country.
I'm not good on other
so
cities.
that.
I don't care about other cities.
Okay.
I
You
want
don't
to know
care
about
about
New
them?
York. I do not. I don't care. You know how I only care about Manhattan, but I'll at least make it 5 boroughs.
But
So
we'll
what is
give you the total percentage, but what I want to make clear is that the rate is down worse. So
I
we
know it's
ended up the
downward,
year
but
with
it's still
30%. We're with 40%. We're in the 30s, and we give you the exact number that you're requesting of how many total students that is.
Okay. And the other question I have on the arts, we all do care, but is there some kind of a metric that you're trying to meet? And are you measuring it with the arts? Because it's nice to say they should be in the curriculum, they should have art teachers, blah, 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 but if they don't measure it or have some, Kate Levin, I always say, used to have a blue book, and it would measure. So what's your measurement of the arts? In other words, what is it that is there some measurement? You have to measure literacy and math, but are you measuring whether or not the arts are making a difference, if they really have them, et cetera?
Yes, thank you. So there is a blueprint for the arts.
Okay.
And schools absolutely build to that blueprint. We're expanding beyond that first to ensure that schools have the appropriate training necessary to be able to meet the standards that are within that blueprint. But part of what we're doing with our arts director is expanding beyond that to build in new opportunities, like thinking about the arts and career pathways, thinking about the arts with an SEL lens, right? And so other pieces that may not have been part of the original blueprint that we're building in so that there's additional criteria in there. As far as some of that information that you just asked about in terms of the number of teachers, we do have that kind of information. We are always looking to see that we're increasing the number of arts programs that are offered, because at each grade band, what's required is a number of arts programs or arts programming, and depending on whether you're in elementary, middle, or high. And so number of teachers that we currently have, and it has increased each year. Actually, in 2017-18, we had 2,837 teachers. Now we have 2,783. So it's gone down from then, but has gone up from last year. So we have 2,783 teachers total that are certified arts teachers. The bulk of those are visual arts. So over 1,300 are visual arts, and over 1,000 are music teachers.
Okay.
That also includes dance and theater.
Okay, and the blueprint is online, in other words, we can see, is that blueprint something that's publicly accessible?
It is.
Okay, and then, because some, the arts, I happen to know this, you can have an art teacher, but then you still need the band, you still need the studio, you still need all that.
Right.
So is the blueprint, does that kind of analysis?
The blueprint includes that kind of criteria. The analysis comes from a principal who's really looking for those kinds of pieces. And in spaces where we don't have a facility for each school, our schools have been really good about sharing those facilities. So a campus may share a band room, for example.
I know, I can tell you where they don't, but that's okay. Quickly, homeschooling, is that something that's budgeted? How do you budget homeschooling? Because there are some challenges that I've heard about, meaning somebody's not really homeschooling, there's abuse in the, in the home, et cetera, et cetera. Is there an allocation for homeschooling? I assume there's more homeschooling because of COVID. So who's paying attention to that?
I'm not sure. What do we got on homeschool? There is, council member, you're right, there's an increase.
I know I'm right. I know the answer before you give it to me. Go ahead.
I'm sorry for the gratuitous words, but I'm not aware of an allocation. We'll have to check on what the funding mechanism it may be.
But there should be oversight. I mean, somebody's supposed to be overseeing homeschooling. So what I assume that there's an allocation of staff that is overseeing homeschooling. I am getting people who are in social work positions in nonprofits stating, because there isn't a lot of money for oversight, that there's a lot of abuse. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be I won't get into all the specifics, not appropriate, but it's not being overseen correctly. So the question is, what's the budget for homeschooling? and what's the oversight of it, and who's
Yep.
paying attention?
Yep, got it. It's not something that usually comes up, so we weren't prepared.
I
to
always have
respond
things
to
that don't usually come up.
That's right. Well, I appreciate you raising it now. We'll certainly look at that and get
Okay.
right back to you.
All right, and that, thank you. And I am upset, as you know, I won't.
I know,
We are going to go to court
I know.
to save West Side High School and to make sure that it doesn't get transferred to East Harlem. And I want to thank Councilmember Ayala in particular.
Okay, we have Councilmember Barron, followed by Farias.
Thank you very much. Chancellor, my pastor, Reverend Daughtry, always taught me that it's a poor frog who doesn't praise his own pond. So I want to let you know, you mentioned 10 of my colleagues. You said thank you to 10 of my colleagues and their support of the work in the education. I'm going to tell my wife, Inez, that you left out the Barons because we're critical of your buddy, the mayor.
Not at all.
You left us out, but we built 3 new $88 million schools. None of them have done that. We have science labs, computer labs, parks that we renovated, and we fund after-school programs for over 20 years.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Nowhere on this do you say thank you to the Barons.
Right.
Shame on you, and I'm less forgiving than Inez. Wait till she sees you.
Oh, no, I know I'm in trouble now.
Secondly, I want to ask you some serious questions. Want to get to, if you can jot them down, because time is of the interest to the chair when I'm talking, other than anybody else. So I might get cut off at any moment. So please jot this down. One, what's happening with the money from the Campaign for Fiscal Equity? Inez and I have fought hard for that in Albany, and when I left, we finally got them to do 1.5, 1.6 for the 3 years. Is that getting to black and brown districts? Because we fight hard for this sometime, and then it doesn't get there. Secondly, I'm concerned about co-location of charter schools. I know the law says you have to do that, but I'm concerned about the co-location of charter schools in school buildings that were designed for one school. So if you have 3 and 4 charter schools in a school designed for one school, and each one of them have administrative offices, you're going to have less time, room for class size. And the graduation rate versus the college preparedness and career preparedness rate. To me, that's the one that we need a real increase on. That has been very dismal in the prior administrations on that. Career education, I think a lot of our youth may benefit better for trade schools if they knew they were going to be mechanics and electricians and construction. So I'm looking for more trade schools.
Yes.
And then, there's a big concern about a black or African curriculum material. And I don't like to say cultural affairs or diversity studies, because we get lost. Black folk get lost in diversity and cultural inclusion. I don't want us to get lost. I'm also concerned, what's your capital budget? What is the actual capital budget for? We have a $164 billion capital budget for the for the city. And how much of that capital budget is coming to you? Because I know you need a lot of it. And what is the formula for getting the community to control some of the schools, community control over the schools? That has been a historic challenge. As you know, I think it's 62 school districts in the state, and only New York has your buddy controlling us. Only New York has mayoral control. All of the other school districts, no. Why is it that we have to have mayoral control? One Mayor Cop Adams controlling an entire school system is just unconscionable and unacceptable to me. We need to end mayoral control. And then finally, what is your position on, I told you one of my favorite topics is black linguistics. And how can we focus on how black children acquire language? That whole Ebonics program was taken totally out of proportion. Some people don't even know what it was really about. But how we require language and stop telling our children that they speak bad English when they are influenced by African language systems, because of what they call linguistic retention of some of the African language systems. So I think those are some critical things I gave you more than enough to deal with. And finally, one more thing. What is your contract budget? Your contract budget, your budget for contracting. I know the city has a huge contracting budget, and of your $30 billion, how much of it goes for contracts? Right. Because I find out when things have to be cut, and I don't believe that you should be cut by $200-300 million and try to justify that it's fringe and all of this stuff. You should have an increase. There should be an increase in the education budget, not a cut. That's for us. I don't think any one of these council members should vote for a budget that has any cuts to education, because it's that important to us, as well as our libraries and cultural institutions. Thank you.
No, I appreciate it. And where do I begin? My deepest apologies, my sister Inez. I have traveled the district, moved around the district with you both, and that was just an oversight. And please accept my apologies for it. I have the greatest respect for you both and your leadership and what you have accomplished over the many, many years, and what we can, in fact, continue to do together. And I want you to know that. Our Black Studies curriculum is something that we have been hard at work on. We should get a sit down with you and just update you on where we are with that, because we really could use your insight as well. But we're certainly looking to make some announcements as we come into the beginning of the next school year in preparation for that. Career education is something that we've made a priority for us, for this administration. That's what our career pathways work is all about, and trying to provide real opportunities for young people to have an opportunity to understand at the end of this K-12 experience and 3K through 12 experience, what are the opportunities that are there for them? What are the kinds of jobs that they could avail for themselves? So our Modern Youth Apprenticeship Program and other programs that we have put in place, and we're going to continue to build and grow those. Our theme for this administration is what we call Bright Starts and Bold Futures. And the Bold Futures is all about that work at the end of the day, that kids are going to be able to have the kinds of skills that they need to be able to take their rightful place in this 21st century economy, no matter what those positions might be. The co-locations with charter schools is always a challenge. That is why, but here's the conundrum. When a charter school gets approved, we have the obligation to find space, or otherwise we have to fund the space separately. And those dollars then are dollars that could have been used otherwise. So that's why we work really hard to try to get a charter school inside of an existing school that has the space. Because if you don't, they get private space, and then we're already spending how much right now? We're already spending right now $200 million a year, and that number is growing for charter schools in spaces that are not in our schools. If we could find space for them in all of our schools, that's $200 million that we could use to fund a lot of other programs for our kids. So that's just kind of the conundrum that we find ourselves in.
But it is a conundrum, because also having them there is detrimental to the development of the school itself, because of the class size that's going to be overcrowded in many of those schools.
Well, that's something we're going to have to address. You know, the class size issue is going to be a challenge. For the next 2 years, we don't see a significant challenge on meeting the mandate for class size. It's by year 3 on is when we're going to start to have some more challenging conversations and ways to meet. And we're trying to look at those issues right now to be prepared for down the line. So thank goodness the next couple of years, we're in pretty good shape. But by year 3 is where some of the challenges are going to come, and where some of the tough decisions are going to have to be made. Listen, you talk about linguistics, black linguistics. You know, my focus right now, Councilman, with all due respect, is I'm trying to make sure that the kids can read right now. And they're not even doing that. 64% of black kids in New York City are not even reading on grade level.
And you know why? It has a lot to do with you not studying, with the education system not studying black linguistics.
Well, we should talk about that, how we connect that.
We really should, because it's connected to reading.
Okay.
And I can show you some programs where they use black linguistics as a basis for getting them to read better in standard English, and it was tremendously successful. When that's ignored, you have a problem with reading.
I will follow.
if I may. Sorry, Councilmember Barron, I would love to set up some time actually to connect with you. We've been looking at some technology that helps promote student acquisition of language and help promote reading. And part of what we wanted to make sure with each of the folks that we met with was, is this linguistically and culturally responsive? Will it allow for a variation in dialect, accent, and the ways that we approach language based on the diversity of New York City? And so I would love to connect with you a little bit more to look into that.
I just would like for you to also look into African-centric linguistic systems and see how that influenced why our children read the way they read, speak the way they speak, talk the way they talk. Because without that study, then no matter what technology you have, you're not going to get at the heart of the problem.
We want to follow up with you. We want to sit down and delve a little bit more deeply into that. Emma, could you speak a little bit about the campaign for fiscal equity and as well as the capital budget and the contract budget?
Yep. Thank you for your leadership and advocacy on the campaign for fiscal equity, as well as others. Obviously, a really critical component of supporting our students in schools. We'll see, the state is making good on its promise. So this year, we're seeing the last year of that money come through our budget. The state budget that was finalized a couple of weeks ago included an extra $500 million for New York City schools over last year. And yes, a good chunk of that money is flowing out through a couple of formulas that take need into account in some meaningful ways, which will ensure it's targeted at the communities with high rates of economic need, high rates of students in temporary housing, both through our Fair Student Funding formula and because the state itself requires some of the money flow in that way. Contracts. Our contract budget fluctuates from year to year, but it's somewhere between $6 and $7 billion for last year. Just as a reminder, though, of what that includes all of our school busing, which is our largest contracted cost, is included in there. That includes all of our early childhood CBO providers. So all of that money going to CBOs for 0 to 5, those are also contracted costs, not the ones in our district schools, but the CBO providers we were speaking of earlier. That includes funding for the custodial staff in our schools, which is our third largest contracted cost. The staff themselves work through an external nonprofit, and so it's $6 to $7 billion, but a lot of that is funded in some of those sort of core operating work. And then capital plan, our real capital work is done through the School Construction Authority, which works on a 5-year plan. Their current plan, which is rounding up next year, is a bit under $20 billion, and they're currently in the process of we're working closely with them on this, developing their next 5-year capital plan.
In the interest of time, we'll talk. We definitely have to talk.
Great.
Thank you, Councilmember Barron. I just want to follow up real quick on something Councilmember Brewer said about absenteeism. Has it ever crossed maybe we can work with attendance teachers and social workers to partner up in doing the outreach? Because sometimes social workers need it in that space to find out what is preventing that child from coming to school.
Right.
So I think attendance teachers and social workers.
That's a great idea.
You should partner up together to bring in the balance in helping the students and trying to find out what's stopping them from coming to school.
Great idea. Absolutely. Let's follow up on that for sure.
Deputy Chancellor, I have a good question for you. We continue to hear from early childhood providers. That's just to piggyback off of Council Brewer's question. Education providers about unacceptable payment delays or non-payments. How many invoices have been received but are still pending payment? What is the total dollar figure for those pending invoices? These providers are holding up our early childhood sector, but barely hanging on themselves. What can you commit to today that will ensure these problems do not continue in the next fiscal year? We've had 2 hearings on this topic already.
Thank you, Chair Joseph, and good to see you.
Same here.
So just to give some overview, thus far for the fiscal year, we've paid over $1 billion to our early childhood providers, and that's nearly almost 8,000 invoices that have been submitted and either paid or resolved. There are still another almost 6,500 invoices expected for the remainder of this fiscal year. Those are both back invoices and those that are expected for both May and June, and another 2,000 that are pending right now, being processed and reviewed and paid.
Let me just say, Chair Joseph, as well, because we won't resolve this at this moment. I want to reemphasize this. I've said it publicly before. This system of early childhood and how providers get paid was a broken system that we inherited. It's not one that we created. And we have been trying to fix the plane while we're flying it. That is the reality of what we are dealing with. But we have a number of things that are on the table now that I want to desperately, and the mayor desperately wants to put this as a full-fledged issue in our rearview mirror, really. And I think, one of the things we're actually looking at is how to potentially eliminate the invoicing as a standard in the first place. Our schools within New York City Public Schools that have early childhood, they don't have to invoice. They're part of the broader system. But all of our mom and pop operators around the city, we make them go through this arduous process of invoicing every month and checking them almost as though we don't trust them, right? And so but again, this was a system that was set up. We're still working very hard to try to figure out how to get out in front of this in a way that we don't have to continue to have hearings dealing with this as an issue. But we'll certainly sit down and meet with you about this because it's going to require a more fundamental change and not just kind of playing catch up with invoices. We have to transform the whole way in which we're actually doing this process.
In the last hearing, I did suggest maybe paying providers up front versus that. I had also said that. Is it, as we hold schools harmless, do we plan to hold providers harmless like we did last year? Is that something that we're talking about? Are we looking at?
Something we're looking at. We've not resolved that just yet to be able to make a commitment to that today. But it is an ongoing conversation, one that we're trying to get closer to.
Thank you. I will come back.
Okay, we have Councilmember Farias, followed by Lewis. Okay, Councilmember Lewis. We've been joined by Councilmember Narcisse.
Thank you, chairs. Hi, Chancellor. Good to see you. Three quick questions. One is on community schools, the enhancements for school kitchens, and the last on social and emotional learning. I'll start with the school kitchen and cafeteria enhancement. So I'm reading here there's 130 cafeterias that were redesigned, so I would love to have that list, if you could share it with the committee.
Okay.
But the 200 commitment for capital funds for FY24 executive budget, I wanted to know if the 200 million is just for FY24, or does that include out years? And in addition to that, how many schools would the 200 million cover? That's the school and cafeteria enhancement question.
Okay.
Regarding social emotional learning, I wanted to know how many social workers are currently assigned for social emotional learning, and currently, is that only for D79 schools, or will it be expanded in FY24? And the last question is regarding community schools, which I know that you often hear about, but I wanted to know what's causing the delays in community schools being billed for their contracts, and what is your administration seeking to do before FY24?
So on the cafeteria enhancements question, I'll actually need to check on the 200, but what I can tell you is, as included in the executive budget, there's an additional 50 million, and that's all for FY24. And we expect that to go to 80+ kitchens, cafeterias, to be able to enhance those. And we look at high schools and middle schools, we look at enrollment, we look at places where we want to drive up participation in our lunch program. We look at areas of economic need as we sort of sort through where those go, but we're looking at 80+ next year for 50 million.
It would be good to know what those indicators are that you're mentioning now and the locations that you all are identifying for that. But if you could also include the 130 cafeterias that already have been redesigned.
Yes, absolutely can do that. And those are basically the indicators, but we can write them up along with the schools we're looking to work on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Social emotional learning and the community schools.
I think we have to swear in one other member of our team, Mark Rampus.
No problem.
Yeah. Do you state your name, please, sir?
Mark Rampersant.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
Swear him in twice.
Swear me twice. This is what friendship is like. Okay. How are you? Here to answer your question about guidance counselors and social workers.
Yes.
Your specific questions, and those numbers read as follows. For guidance counselor, we are currently at 3191, so that's up from 3082. For social workers, we're at 1951. and that is up from 1890 for a total of 5,142 across the system, and that runs the full gamut of our schools.
And that's not just D79, that's all schools?
That's all schools, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last question is in regards to billing, the outstanding billing for community schools, and what is DOE doing to address that?
Thank you. So we have made great progress this year, both in contracts that were expired that needed extension, but also our focus has been of getting viable contracts with the new community schools that were created this year. So as those contracts are registered, my team immediately expedite processing the payment, and we're working closely with our DCP department. But if you have a specific question on any provider, I'm happy to reconnect with you and talk through each of them.
So the council allocated some funds towards this in FY22 and FY23, so there's still some schools outstanding that are still pending contracts. I guess the DOE still hasn't identified.
Yeah, because the council provided funding for the COVID and some of the other community schools where we have seen a reduction originally to level set. So those were a lot of the ones that we recently had to go because they were expired. So many of those are already registered, and we're working on the process of closing payment.
All right, it will be good to get an update on who's expired and what's getting updated. Thank you so much, Chancellor.
Absolutely. Thank you.
We'll provide that, yep.
Okay, Councilmember Sanchez, followed by Lee.
Thank you so much, chairs, and good afternoon. I am the little one here in the back with my own mic and everything. Most popular hearing of the season. I want to thank you for answering all of our questions. Mine today focus on summarizing, and I first want to just put the elephant right in the center of the room, which is I've had constituents calling our office, and I just want to make sure to ask this on the record. There have been concerns that because the city is welcoming migrants and we're doing all that we can to welcome them into our cities, that there is space that should have been or would have been dedicated to summer rising programming this summer that isn't going to be. Can you just address that concern and help us understand how we should be talking to our parents about this?
Yeah, that's an interesting one for me, right? Because, from last year when we did the Summer Rising program, it was the largest summer program that we've had in our history in New York City. And I heard from so many people around the city, including members of this body, who said, do whatever you can to try to prioritize our kids in temporary housing. They face some of the greatest challenges. We built that into our formula this year.
And I appreciate that.
No, and it wasn't necessarily with an eye toward students, the asylum-seeking families. It was just traditionally, historically, our kids who are in temporary housing. Our asylum-seeking families are part of that pool of students as well. We don't ask them, are you an asylum-seeking family? They're just students in temporary housing. And so when we try to prioritize more numbers for those kids, it will naturally include some of the asylum-seeking families as well. But I certainly understand some of our other families who then may not get a seat saying, hey, what about me?
So just to clarify, the concern is that we're housing migrants where these children would have been receiving the programming, so that we're going to have beds set up in temporary housing facilities in the schools.
Oh, no, that's not true at all. No, I would say there was a larger issue we have been hearing about, but no, we're not housing students in places where we will be having our Summer Rising programs. In fact, right now, we're not housing any of the migrant families in our schools. We have one school in Staten Island, rather in Coney Island, but the city, took that down. We had a few other schools that had some cots in it, but there were never any people placed in. Even those cots have been removed. So none of our school facilities that we're going to be having our Summer Rising programs will be housing any of those families.
Thank you so much, Chancellor. And just to talk a little bit about that algorithm in the few seconds that I have left, how did the housing lottery exactly prioritize these special populations, students with IEPs, ELLs, living in temporary housing, and Title Is? How many of these students were given placement versus students without those designations? And were certain districts, certain districts were given fewer Summer Rising seats this year than last year. How were those decisions made?
Yep.
So there were a set of different student groups that were prioritized through the process. Just stepping back for a moment, one of the things we did this year was actually to move away from the first come, first serve process we had last year that meant the sooner you signed up, you got a spot. If you took a day or two, you didn't. So we had one unified process that we thought was both more fair and equitable, which also allowed us to cleanly provide a priority for these particular groups of students we wanted to support. The way it actually works is a little bit different for different groups of students. So for students in temporary housing, and for students affiliated with a DYCD CBO. So if you're in an after-school program during the year with a DYCD CBO, you also got a priority. For students like that, they applied through the regular process, but just got a priority on what they put down. For students with academic needs, students who are mandated for summer programming academically, that process works a little bit differently because we learned that later in the year. So we're holding seats for those students, but they didn't come through the regular process. So it varies by student. In total, we had roughly 140,000 applications in total for roughly 110,000 seats. So just stepping back for a moment, the basic challenge is that demand outstripped supply pretty dramatically. And so there's different ways that could have looked, but we just didn't have enough seats in the program for the number of kids and families that really wanted this program, despite the fact that it is the largest summer program we've had and the largest in the country. Of the students who apply, roughly 16,000 students in temporary housing received a placement, another roughly 1,000 students in foster care, another roughly 3,000 students with 12-month IEPs, and roughly 29,000 students who were in DYCD CBOs during the year. And so those are those set of priorities and how they played out across the pool.
Got it. And how and when do you plan to inform those 30,000 families on the wait list?
Great question. So all families learned, lost track of time, the week before last, whether they received a placement or not. And roughly 95,000 families learned at that time that they received a placement, and the others learned they did not. Basically, what's happening now is some of those extra seats are being held for students who are required to go to summer programming for academic reasons, but in the meantime, there's also a few seats that basically were not filled, and then there are families who might say, I actually don't want this seat. So basically what we're doing is we're taking those set of seats as they come in. We are working with DYCD to figure out sort of the best possible process to ensure families are made aware of those seats locally. We're going to make that public in June, where those seats are and what the process is for families to come in and apply for them.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for those clarifications, very helpful.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up on that question. For the record, how many students are still without seats after still applying?
So we had roughly 139,000 and we placed 94,000. So that delta of 43 is roughly what was the students who applied and did not receive the placement.
And if there's a plan to add seats to meet demands?
There is not at this point a plan to add seats to meet demand. As I said, where families don't take the seats or where we had a few extras, we will find a way to work with DYCD for those seats to be filled, but there's not currently a plan to expand. And just to tie this back to a couple of the other things we've talked about earlier, and as a reminder, this is our largest summer program as it was last year. We're able to do that in part because of these stimulus dollars that are expiring. And so we're already allocating additional stimulus dollars for this we don't expect to have next year, and that is one of our constraints in terms of expanding. Also working with our CBO partners and making sure we're giving them students that they can support.
Do you foresee any staff challenging at the schools and the CBO level for summarizing?
We do not at this point foresee any staff challenges, but we're continuing to work through that process right now. We work very closely with DYCD on the CBO side up front to make sure that's done, and then we're working through the school staffing side now.
We had an issue last year around transportation. How will transportation needs be met for students in service of after 4 p.m.?
As with last year, we'll be continuing the ride share option for students who are mandated and who stay later, stay till 6, and that same ride share option will be available this year. And hopefully it'll actually be a bit better and a bit smoother. Last year we were doing that for the very first time. We learned a lot through the process. This year we've been doing it through the year, and we hope for this year it's sort of the communication out to families, the whole process will work better for both families and kids.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lee, followed by Schulman.
Hi, thank you so much, Chancellor, and everyone from DOE. Thanks for being here today. So as chair of the Mental Health Committee, of course, I'm going to ask questions more on the mental health spectrum and side of things. So I know that on the council side, just a few questions, because when it comes to the budget around, I know there was $5 million that we were requesting if you all could baseline about the mental health continuum, and $28 million to expand the school-based mental health clinics to an additional 100 school sites. And actually, Councilmember Lewis asked my question also about the social workers and the guidance counselors at the 100 schools. And so I just wanted to know where things were at in terms of, you know, the prioritizing, because obviously we've seen, you know, we're still coming out of COVID, and there's a lot that we're seeing with our students that is much needed around the mental health continuum. So just wanting to know if you could speak a little bit about the $5 million for that piece, as well as the $28 million to expand the school-based mental health clinics. And then I did have a clarifying question about the social workers versus guidance counselors, but I'll ask that after.
I can jump in and begin talking about the mental health continuum. I think it's important to know that the funding for that goes to 3 different agencies. So when you're talking about $5 million, a portion of that goes to the Department of Health to pay for the clinicians that are supporting that work, and then a portion of that goes also to Health and Hospitals. So we have like 3 different agencies that are supporting the work, and then a subset of that comes to DOE. So the last couple of years, that work was funded through City Council. Right now, we're are looking for your support, not just for the DOE, but for our 2 partner agencies to be able to continue to fund that work. We're ready, and as our team has mentioned, we're looking at all of the things that we have that are critical work that are funded through stimulus funding or through City Council, unfortunately, that we don't have tax levy dollars.
Okay, and then for the social workers that are in the schools, because when I asked the commissioner of DOHMH, he said that was pretty much under DOE, because it was about the social work, like specifically the ones that are in the schools, because I was wondering also if there was a partnership there. So can you actually clarify which of the mental health pieces that DOE fully owns, I guess, if you will, in terms of the budget piece of it?
So the social workers are in our budget. Yes, that's right. As Flavia mentioned, the mental health continuum is split among various budgets, as is the school-based, not various, but as she said, and so are school-based mental health centers. So the 211, that number is right, school-based mental health centers we have now, we work with DOHMH. It's actually under our Office of School Health, which is split between, reports dually to the 2 agencies for the school-based mental health centers.
Okay, interesting. I'll have to follow up with you more on that afterwards. And then also for the 1951 social workers that are now here, is that enough to, because I know that we have a bunch of, we have about 1,800 public schools, and how are we on track to doing the, making sure that we have is it one mental health professional for every 250 students, or is it one social worker? Because I think there is a difference in terms of roles and responsibilities with social workers versus guidance counselors, and I just wanted to clarify that piece also.
That one is not me, Flavia. Go ahead.
I can start, and then Mark, I don't know if you want to add, but you are correct to say that the goal has always been to ensure that we have at least one dedicated mental health professional and support, and that includes both the social worker as well as the staff on the clinic. And just to be clear, many of these clinics that Emma is describing include both social workers and psychologists. So they do have mental health professionals embedded within their mental health office. And Mark can maybe tell us what the current ratio is for schools that you're describing in comparison to the 250.
Okay, and if you could also talk about any hiring challenges you're having, because I know that across the mental health, field, there have been hiring challenges, and so if you could speak to a little bit of that as well.
Hiring challenges with social workers?
Yes.
That hasn't been historically the case with DOE. I know that as this administration began, we were able to hire 500 new social workers. So I know he can share, but we have seen an increase, right? That doesn't mean that we're not always welcoming and look forward for opportunities to make those services and those supports more robust, but we need to look at all of the ones that exist. Mark?
Justin, do I need to be sworn in again, or am I good? All right. So the work of the social worker is one that we are constantly looking at to enhance for our young people. And I think Flavia said it best. Every one of our young people has direct access to a school-based health clinic, a social worker, CBO providing services, or one of our guidance counselors. As it relates to a shortfall, I mean, we could always use more in every area, and some of the things that we've done to be more creative about ensuring that our social emotional needs of our young people have been met is some of the relationships that we've established with colleges such as NYU and Fordham, where we are working to bridge the gap between schools that provide social worker training and our New York City public school system to bring interns into our schools. So far, with those great relationships that we've established, we've brought about 170 interns into our most neediest schools.
Nice. As a former CFE instructor, I'm a fan of that. That's awesome. That's awesome because I'm a huge fan of having more mental health professionals in schools as much as possible. But just going back real quick to the $28 million that has been that we're requesting for the school-based expansion, school-based clinic expansions. Have those are those being considered at all for this executive budget plan? If you could speak a little bit more to that piece of it.
It is not included in the executive budget plan, but we do continue to work to expand our school-based mental health clinics wherever we can and welcome additional funding and support to do so.
And sorry, just to clarify, for the mental health continuum for each agency, what's the breakdown per agency? Sorry, I should have asked that earlier.
I can get back with you. I know that Health and Hospital, I believe, is roughly around $2 million. DOE, also a little bit over $2 million, and for the New York City Well for school health, I believe is around 800 or 900, but I will have the exact figures for you before the hearing concludes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Schulman.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. And Chancellor, I want to thank you for all the work that you and your team does. Your team has been very responsive to me in the schools in my district, so I really appreciate that. I want to give a particular shout out to Mark Traeger over there.
Thank you.
Yes, and you're doing a lot of work. I wanted to ask, so in your testimony, you said that you projected enrollment declines of less than 1% in grades K to 12. Yeah. So why is there still budget cuts on the table for DOE?
We're not talking about, there's not going to be cuts that are going to be felt at the school level.
I understand that, but I meant in general. Why are we still cutting, why is the budget still being cut?
So we are, as the Chancellor said, school budgets will not be cut from year to year at initial. We are doing our part through the PEGs to make sure we're supporting the city's financial stability, and we have taken a number of PEGs over the past year to do that. In each of those cases, we have ensured those will not hit school budgets, and we'll continue to do that.
Thank you. How many schools are at or above 100% utilization according to the latest statistics, and how many students are enrolled in these schools?
We'll have to get you the update on that.
Okay, if you could get back, that would be great. And also, the other question is how many additional students have been enrolled in our schools since the October 31st audit figures? So now I want to ask, you mentioned, Chancellor, that in terms of the law about the class size, that years 3 to 5 are going to be challenging. Can you explain why that is?
Dan, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yes, happy to, Council Member. As you know, the new law, which is phased in over 5 years beginning the next school year, requires caps K to 3 at 20 students, 3 to 8 at 23, and then high school 25. That is all classes. That's not an average. That's not across the grade span. That's not in the particular school. So this, and it's phased in 20% per year. As the Chancellor said, because many of our classes already meet these caps, we shouldn't have an issue. We will comply with the law, period, full stop, end of story. We're going to comply with the law. What the Chancellor has signaled very strongly is, though we will not struggle to be in compliance year one, that's this coming year, and likely year two, by year three, there is going to have to be either new money allocated by the state or significant reallocation of funding. And anytime you're reallocating funding, as all of you know well, you're talking about significant trade-offs and some painful choices being made. And so that is why the Chancellor established the class size working group, which is some of you have staff who are participating. We appreciate that. To right now, essentially 2 years ahead of time, talk about those difficult trade-offs. And at a city level, and then we want to do that locally. So we are going to be in a position, again, without new funding, of deciding whether we are going to spend more at a particular school on the arts or less on the arts in order to lower class size. Whether in the capital funding, we are going to provide air conditioning for common areas like gyms and auditoriums, or we're going to build an annex in a school that has 23 kids in a class. So that's what's coming on the class size. That's why the Chancellor has been beating that drum, to make sure everybody knows that this is coming, and also, very importantly, to get your input as we are making these trade-offs.
I taught elementary school for several years, and if you had 21 students in a second grade class, and the teacher says, I'm fine, and the principal said, it's fine, it works for us, the law says it can't be any more than 20, which means you have to hire another teacher. Our projection on that is a hiring of about another 9,000 more teachers for us to be in full compliance with the law. But more importantly, I think what it means is that it's taken away some flexibility that a school principal would have to say, my first grade teacher or second grade teacher is fine with the 21, it's not up to them. And so now those dollars have to be spent on lowering the class size, even if they felt like it was fine. I think the spirit of the law was that if you had 35, 40 kids in the class, if everybody would recognize it's just too many kids for the teacher to be effective. But literally, if you're one student over the number, it's not within the discretion of the principal or the teacher. By law, we're going to be mandated to make the additional hires, which is then going to reduce the amount of flexibility that schools would otherwise have with how they would want to spend their dollars.
Chair, can I ask a couple more questions?
Quickly.
Quickly, okay. One question I want to ask is, what plans do you have? We've had these discussions before about the D75 schools and the extraordinary amount, $2 billion that's spent every year for kids to go to a private school. So I want to know what plans you have to address that.
Ultimately, in order for us to reduce the amount of spending that we're doing on Carter cases, we're going to have to enhance our programming. Programs like ASD Nest and SEED and Horizon, those kinds of programs are the programs that parents are looking for. And when they don't get it from us, then they will seek it elsewhere. So we've got to continue to work to expand those programs, and that's part of our plans.
Thank you. I actually have a D75 school in my district that I'd love for you to see that does great work.
Sure.
So as an example. Thank you very much.
Love to see it. Great, thank you.
Councilmember Abreu, followed by Brooks Powers.
Mr. Chancellor, I'm over here. I would like to, first of all, thank you for your leadership on the investments on science-based reading. That approach to changing to phonetics, super important to me. Having been held back in the 4th grade for failing the state reading exam, not only once, but also twice during summer school, to see this administration take this direction is very welcoming, and hope to see more investments there.
I appreciate that.
So I do have a question about a clean, safe environment in our schools. There's been a lot of discussion about cuts. Can you commit that we will not see cuts to our school cleaners in this school budget?
To the school cleaners?
To our nicest custodial staff.
Yeah, 32 BJ workers.
Yes. We will continue to work with our partners at OMB to ensure they are fully paid, yes.
Got it. So no commitment on the record that we should not see any loss of funding there?
We can't make the commitment yet today, but it's certainly something that's a priority for us.
Certainly. All right. My next question is, and this is for our friends at UFT, is there an anticipation that we'll see more funding for Teacher's Choice and investing in supplies for educators?
There's no commitments for new funding at this time. Appreciate the question, looking at it alongside everything else.
Thank you so much.
Brooks Powers, followed by Juan.
Thank you, and hi, Chancellor, and to the team. First, I'd like to thank you for your partnership around the daycare payment dynamic in my district. We still have some challenges,
Sure.
but I'm looking forward to having a more sustainable solution. I thank Mark for all of his work, no matter the hours, for answering my call and my text, as well as the providers in my district. I had a couple of questions. One, in our budget response, we called for the opening of DOE pools such that the community members can access these pools outside of school hours. Equity and access to pools is an important issue for the council. I'm carrying legislation calling for partnership between the Department of Parks and the Department of Education to increase pool access. Can you talk about whether you think opening more DOE pools to community members is feasible? And what investments would be required to open more of these pools to the community?
I would say, as a value proposition, it is something I'm absolutely open to. I think we have seen some of these recent drownings and our students having real challenge. And just learning to swim as a life skill is something that I think is extremely important. And if we've got these pools and they're in our communities and in our neighborhoods, they should certainly be open. There are costs that are associated with doing that. And we could certainly, I don't know where we are with it now, Emma, you want to say something, but it's certainly something that I think we'd love to work with you around doing that.
Yes, exactly. Everything he said. You know, our school pools are actually in use a lot of the time, so the real constraint comes from how many people can be using the pool at the same time, and if the school is using them or someone else, whether, you know, if someone else can't be using it at the same time. We are working really closely with our colleagues at Parks, who I know were just here, as well as City Hall, to think about how we can be working together to expand access, working with our colleagues at the School Construction Authority and internally to get some of we have school pools that are currently not in use. They're being either small renovations and improvements by our team or larger renovations by the School Construction Authority. And so working with both of those, so at least all of our existing pools can be in operation, which will help, of course.
No, thank you for that. And then I know my colleagues have already touched on the 3K component, so I'm not going to belabor that, but I am interested in understanding a bit better how the budget will improve the Department of Education's approach to paying providers. Does it offer any ability to maybe do more upfront with some of the providers? And also in terms of the outreach, how, like, what is being done to promote 3K enrollment? I know that there's like this division between like the private daycares that provide 3K and UPK versus the traditional public schools. And so it's been a concern that there's no like real outreach or resources provided for those daycare providers.
Yep. Deputy Chancellor.
Hi, nice to see you, Council Member. How are you? So there's actually extensive outreach that's been happening for, not just for 3K and pre-K, but I should also say for our infant toddler programs, which weren't historically prioritized around the outreach and the marketing. We've invested over $4.5 million just in marketing alone, but that's in addition to the comprehensive outreach that happens by our Office of Student Enrollment for the entire system. And so we're talking about anything from thousands upon thousands of emails, robocalls, outreach, hard-to-reach areas, into digital ads on MTA, subway systems, bus ads, paid ads throughout different communities, social media. I mean, the list goes on. There's just a number of things that are happening, and we actually have seen an increase in 3K application rates year over year. There's about a 27% increase just from 2021 until now. And so those are huge gains and really just a result of all the outreach that's been happening.
Yeah, and I would say just to your first part of your question as well about just upfront payments, that's something we are looking at very strenuously right now. We're looking at ways to get out in front of this so that this is not something that we're chasing the tail on a regular basis. To the degree that we're in a position to be able to get money into the hands of these providers ahead of time and backfill our paperwork is a much better system for everybody. But we're hard at work at that now. We've been trying to fix this system as we've been in it. And it's not easy. There are a lot of regulations, state and federal, that are attached to a lot of these things. But just know that that's something that we're working really hard to try to make that happen.
Can I ask 2 more questions really quickly? 2 quick ones. I won't touch on the mental health, but I will acknowledge my principals in my district from my monthly principals meeting. They're very concerned about losing those services because the funding is supposed to be sunsetting for that, but I know that Councilmember Lee just touched on that. But in terms of the special needs community and the support that I'm hearing that they need, you mentioned that the programs like ASD Nest are the programs that parents are looking for and that you're thinking about ways to expand it. What have we currently allocated to ASD Nest in this year's budget? And can you talk through what expansion could look like for ASD Nest? And then my second and last question is the school busing dynamic. I represent Far Rockaway. I have a very vibrant Jewish community. And since being elected, I've often heard about the challenges to have busing services, whether it be to Brooklyn or into the 5 towns for the students. So it puts a hardship on those families and not being able to either get their kids to school, which causes a whole different dynamic, or just putting again a major burden on the family. So I'm just wondering, I've talked to DOE about it, wondering in this budget if there's anything that can help to alleviate some of that burden on those families as well.
Appreciate the questions. Yep. You want to speak to the ASD Nest expansion?
Yeah. So as this school year, we invested $310 million in specialized programs generally. That includes the ASD Nest program. In the upcoming year, we're adding an additional $50 million to cover the expansion of grades. So for students matriculating, 4th graders going to 5th, they'll need the programs to continue. So that's an expansion number, as well as adding additional programs. And within the specialized programs bucket, we have a number of specialized programs, but this year we are particularly focused on the expansion of programs for students with autism like ASD Nest, the Horizon program, as well as the PATH program, which is a relatively new program for students with emotional and behavioral needs. But in addition to the expansion of the specialized programs, and certainly this relates back to the Carter conversation, we're investing another $50 million in recovery initiatives that include our sensory spaces staffed by related service providers. We're going up from 10 to 70, as well as Saturday academies, which we've opened 11 of.
I will welcome some in my district. I know PS 181 has an amazing sensory hall. If you haven't visited, please do. It's amazing.
And on the busing question, thanks, appreciate it. And as you know, in any specific cases, please come to us and we can see what we can do. The reality is there is a bus driver shortage across our system, also nationally, but across our system. And we have some students with very long routes. When we have a student, we do our best to make sure they can get on a bus as quickly as possible, but there is an ongoing shortage that we're working to solve with our bus vendors. One of the things we are looking at is continuing to look at alternative routes of transportation for students as it makes sense, but happy to look at any specific.
Is there anything funding related that's impacting the shortage at all?
That's a good question. Not directly, no. So some of the things we are looking at with our vendors is, are there places where bonuses or something like that would help backfill the shortage? But we're already looking at that with our vendors, frankly.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, chairs.
I want to just clarify a number. I believe you said $214 million out of the $500 million increase in state foundation aid will be used to reduce class size. Is that correct?
$214 million will go to schools for a set of different uses of funds under the Contracts for Excellence legislation, which is integrated with the class size law. So there's actually 6 different things that are activities that are allowable under that law, one of which is class size reduction, also allows for teacher and principal professional learning, also allows for pre-K, supports for multilingual and English language learners. So there's a series of things, but schools have to use it for one of those things, sort of unlike fair student funding, which can be used more flexibly.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Wan, followed by Dinowitz.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon and Chair Joseph. Good afternoon. It's so good to see you all. So right now in my district, in District 30 and District 24, when I'm talking about school districts, I have an issue with over-enrollment. There are too many students per class. So next year will be the first year that DOE is mandated to begin phasing in smaller class size caps according to the new state law. There's no mention either in November 2022 or February 23 amendment to the capital plan of the need to create additional school spaces to lower class sizes by the levels mandated by the state law. So could you tell me what your plan is? How long on average does it currently take to site and build a new school? And what is the current cost per seat? And what are your plans for building new schools in my district? I know that I have 3 high schools and an elementary school in the pipeline, but it is still not enough because of the density growth. So I would love to hear more about how we're going to fix the class sizes, because my classes, children are sitting on top of each other.
Which I know, council member, is very frustrating for any parent, for any student in that situation. And as you say, we do have some new capacity coming online. That's euphemism for more schools. The next capital plan will absolutely, as it always does, have a capacity component. In other words, adding seats in places where there's not enough of them, which would include your district. You know, that'll be part of the community engagement process to determine how many seats and where, but certainly we know that your district is one of those districts in a place of need. And so I would expect that conversation to be coming.
So how long on average does it currently take to site and build a new school, and what is the current cost per seat?
We'll get that from our colleagues at School Construction Authority. I don't know the average. It obviously varies depending upon the neighborhood. Are there spaces that are readily available? Does it take a long time to identify even a space to build on? And then what are the construction plans that have to go into effect? You know, once they are able to start designing, typically you will get that school completed within 3 years, but the lead up to when they can begin designing is variable. So let me get that average for you and we'll come back.
For my district, it took us more than 5 to 6 years to site a location after the DOE had announced that there would be a new elementary school for Court Square. So we just got a site after 5 to 6 years after the announcement. So the average is a very long time. So while we wait for all these new schools to be built from the capital plan, yet we don't have new money being added to the capital plan to build these schools quickly to meet this mandate, then what is your plan to be able to hire enough teachers over the course of the next 5 years, especially in shortage areas?
So we will need to hire more teachers for sure in order to meet the class size mandates. Just to be clear, if you don't have a space in a school, as you don't in some schools, for example, in District 30, you can hire more teachers, but other than co-teaching, which is helpful, you're not going to be able to open more classes because you don't have the space. So these are the situations that are particularly difficult to lower class size, particularly in a zone school. So you can't, you don't want to really take the step to limit enrollment. So hiring more teachers definitely is part of the plan. Shortage areas continue to be a chronic problem for us, although we're making some headway in some of those shortage areas. But space, if space is an issue, space really has to be addressed in some way, shape, or form. In some cases, council members, you know, there are schools that are high demand, and in the same neighborhood, there may be schools that are low demand. So part of the strategy here is to make sure that we are telling good stories and providing a really high quality education in all of our schools. So that may make some of the low demand schools high demand schools, relieving pressure on the schools that are overcrowded.
To follow up on that question, charter schools, what is the charter school budget for next fiscal year, for the next school year, for advertisement and marketing? And what is the advertisement and marketing budget for public schools? Because our public schools do not have the same dollar amount to tell those stories, to attract more students in a competitive landscape.
You want to speak to it? I know I don't think we know what the marketing budget is for the charter schools themselves, but you're right, they've prioritized that as a way forward to promote, to try to get more students into the charter schools. And we've got to do a better job ourselves of telling our own stories to make our schools much more attractive.
So are you going to allocate more funding for public schools for marketing and for...
Yeah, so one of the things, can you even speak to like some of our work around that and when we first came in place and how we began to put all of these things together?
So I think more specifically, I'll let Emma talk about allocating funding, but what we're doing is creating and developing a marketing strategy for our public schools. Until Chancellor Banks began in last year, public schools typically did not have a marketing budget allocated. Those marketing efforts were done at the local level through grassroots marketing, through principals. Since his arrival, we have been providing support to principals to help provide a level of professional development around marketing and grassroots organizing in their respective communities, as well as doing an increased amount of advertising and marketing from the central level. You have seen an expansion in our early childhood ads, as Deputy Chancellor Ahmed has talked about. Forthcoming ads include information about language access, and we will continue to push our efforts behind individual schools by providing professional development training for superintendent and principals.
And we've launched a new office that's very focused on scaling, sustaining, and restoring what works. And so really being able to lift up all of this work that's happening across the city that is wonderful and amazing, that you have in each one of your districts. You got stuff that's worthy that the whole city needs to know. And so we've been building that as well.
Can you help me understand why my local charter schools are getting, apparently from the DOE, their mailing addresses, that they're able to send mailers directly, poaching our students from public schools to charter?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a long-standing agreement to provide that access. What we're actually working on now is getting access to the charter school data so that our schools can do the same.
Okay, I'm going to close out to yield my time, but Fair Student Funding Formula is incentivizing principals to overcrowd our classes and schools to maximize their funding, and I hope you have a suggestion for updating the Fair Student Funding Formula to account for the need to reduce class sizes as the new law requires.
So one thing I just want to create some context. I know, again, if you got a school that's overcrowded right now, this is not much comfort. Class sizes have come down by about 10% in the last 5 years or so. So we do have smaller classes than we used to, way smaller than when I was going to public school, and a typical thing was 35 kids in a class. You don't see that very often now. So that's the good news. FSF, fully funding FSF, is what has facilitated that class size reduction to date. Now, as we've been talking about, the law is going to require us to do even more, and that's something we are absolutely going to do. We're going to make sure we're in compliance. But just to say that the funding that has existed has allowed us to reduce class size. I wouldn't say that it's an inducement to be overcrowded. It's certainly an inducement, and this has been true forever, to not be under-enrolled. That's never a good thing, to be under-enrolled, fewer dollars, fewer programs for students. So certainly that's the case. I don't know that I hear principals saying, gosh, I want to be at 110, 120%, and I feel I have to for budget reasons.
Yeah, Councilwoman, I would look, Councilmember, I would take advantage of visiting some of your schools in your district. I'd like to see together with you kind of what some of the students in the schools, in fact, are experiencing. And I know your district is one of the districts that continues to have real challenge around overcrowding.
Yeah.
And let's take a look at that and figure out how we can really work together on that, prioritizing
Thank you.
your
We
district.
really need a new middle school.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Wanted to just jump in real quick and piggyback off of Councilmember Juan. What is the budget for marketing? I know this is something new. Is there an allocated number? And what does the plan look like? I know it's grassroots, local level. What does it look like? TV ads, bus ads. I saw one bus ad last summer, and that was the last time.
Sure. So across the agency, there's approximately $40 million in the last year's fiscal budget. Those dollars have been divided, and we are uniting those into one strategy for the entire agency that supports all of the schools. That budget will include an increased digital footprint, some of which you may have already seen on our Twitter and our Instagram pages. We're invested in the creation of digital content. We will also be investing in, as the Chancellor referenced in one of his pillars, Scale, Sustain, and Restore What Works, which provides an audiovisual team that will go out to schools to capture innovative content that's happening in and around our schools and districts, To support that digital content, we will be increasing the amount we spend in ethnic and community media and local community newspapers in partnership with the City Hall Office of Community and Ethnic Media. We will also be increasing what we see and what you see in communities on buses, on subways, and print advertising overall. We do not currently have a contract for television advertising, but we are moving toward that in the upcoming fiscal year.
Thank you. Councilmember Dinowitz.
Let me just say one last thing before you go on, Chair Joseph. You know, it's a very interesting notion. I don't want you to miss it. We didn't have a marketing pot. It was spread out all across the entire DOE. And so as Deputy Chancellor Lloyd came in, I said, where's the funding so that we can start to drive this changing of the narrative? And it wasn't in one place. It was in 50 different places. So she's been working really hard all year to bring all of that together so that we do have a central pot that we can now take charge of the entire agency and drive messaging. But it's taken this amount of time just to be able to do that. This system is so massive.
Told you that when you came in.
Yeah,
we had that conversation. I said, this is a beast.
I know, and you told me not to do it, but but somebody's got to do it. And
That's
so
right, but
we're
we're here
in
with
it,
you.
we're pushing, and we're going to do it together.
Let's do it. Councilmember Dinowitz.
Thank you, chairs. I'm still a little taken aback from what I just heard, that you share student information with charter schools who then go ahead and poach students. So I understand it's a
Let me
long-standing agreement,
clarify.
but
So we don't actually share the student information with charter schools. There's a mailing list that an independent third party does as part
do you
of
get, I can't even begin to talk about that because the charter schools are spending thousands of dollars on advertising the papers. And I know we discussed your marketing strategy, but essentially those advertisements are subsidized by our tax dollars. So $187 million from the Department of Education goes to rent, where charter schools don't, nowhere else in the state do they pay rent. So we're essentially subsidizing the advertisement. And I didn't quite get a clear answer on this last time when we spoke. The rents, they're exorbitant. Who is it at the DOE that's auditing these rents? Who is it at the DOE who's negotiating the fair market value for the rents that are not in DOE schools?
So we don't under the law have the ability to negotiate directly with the landlords for the charter schools. The charters are the ones that negotiate a lease and then send it to us for reimbursement.
But why would they I still don't understand, why would they negotiate? What incentive do they have to negotiate? I still don't understand.
If the law gave us the ability to impose rate caps or any of that sort, we would happily do it.
But there's no imposition from you auditing and saying very publicly that there may be charter schools that are spending exorbitant amounts of money on rent. And what's stopping you from publicizing that information, from going in and seeing what the rents are and saying, you're paying 100% above fair market value? What is preventing the DOE from doing that and putting some of that public pressure? We're talking about marketing to our communities. I mean, this is part of public communications, is marketing what the charter schools are doing and how much they're costing, regardless of what the law is, $187 million it's costing us for what are probably unfair rents.
Well, I don't want to cast aspersions. We do have in our charter office folks who look very carefully at the documentation of the rental costs, and they are not rubber stamped. They are sometimes not approved. It depends upon whether they are being used for the purposes that are laid out in the law, which I will just say, to editorialize, is not the most clearly worded and precise law.
I don't think the charters are doing any, just to be clear, I don't think charters are doing anything illegal outside the law. But I'm saying as a city agency, I think you have a responsibility to put a little pressure on, because I think publicly there's no understanding of how much rent these charter schools are paying. And it seems by what you said before, you don't really have control or oversight or auditing power over the charter schools. You don't have the ability to tell them, well, you're paying a little too much in rent. Is that fair to say?
It's correct that under the law, we don't have the ability to just reject a proposed rent because we think it's too high. That is correct.
I mean, you do it for our local community boards. It happens all the time at city agencies, and I understand it's state law. I think what I'm suggesting is saying if this is information you have, why isn't it public? I understand there are people who go through and make sure things aren't illegal, but do you have employees who are going through and saying, you know what, New York City Public, we're representing the public, we're public schools, we're here for everyone, everyone's welcome in our classroom, and New York City Public, you have the right to know how your tax dollars are being spent.
You're probably
and
right.
whether they're being spent fairly or not.
Yep, you're
But you
probably
don't
right.
have people in your office who are kind of figuring out that information.
They may, in fact, I'm sure our office knows what those numbers are and have figured it out, but whether or not that has been shared with the general public so that everybody can see exactly what those rents are. We've given you the aggregate numbers, but we haven't given you the full-on breakdowns of what everybody's doing. And I'm going to look into that and see why is there any reason that would be preventing us from doing that so that the general public can also weigh in around whether or not these rents are too high or are they basically on par with what the market would bear.
And if there's nothing legally preventing you from doing it, can you commit to publishing that data?
Absolutely. Yeah, if there's nothing legally preventing us from
Right.
doing that, absolutely.
And I would just say two things before time's up. One is I would wish New York City Reads. I think it's a great program, by the way. I love phonics. It is what worked for young children. It's also what worked for high schoolers. And I know I've brought this up at hearing after hearing about how many of our high schoolers are reading at elementary school grade levels. I was disappointed to see high schoolers excluded from that announcement. And as we're talking about the arts in school, looking through your website, you post lots of data about school test scores, SAT scores, very little posted on the arts. And while we all know the power of the arts, it doesn't seem like that message has trickled down to the extent where superintendents have visited my schools and completely ignored the arts classrooms because there's no data associated with it. The higher ups, your office hasn't been asking for data or information about how many credits students get, from arts classes, how many after-school activities, all sorts of data that you can get. Tons of data, ELA, math, Regents, not enough on the arts.
Yep.
And I think if that data were published and principals were asked or held accountable on that, you'd see a lot more arts being pushed in the schools. Thank you, chairs.
Appreciate that.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Every one of your points.
Chairman,
Appreciate it.
if I may just add one more point to Councilmember Dinowitz about the charters, I think it's a very important point, Councilmember, is that, and this has been a longstanding practice in Albany, where they will require us in the city to pay rent and, of course, tuition. And in this past state budget, they authorized the reissuance of zombie charters, and with that comes also added cost.
Yes.
And New York City is the only city in the state that has to pay this. And so when the state says, well, we increased New York City school aid by this much, what they don't always publicize is, well, we mandate you to spend in this area this much. And that practice takes a toll. And I remember sitting on that side, and I appreciate all your leadership here on that. And that has a budgetary impact on New York City schools. And I think Albany has some more work to do, sir, on making sure that they give us our fair share.
I agree. Thank you for that, Mark. And I would note that in your statement, your opening statement, you did ask for support and asking for the state foundation aid. And you have at least one partner here who's also willing to support you on your asks regarding fairness in charter school policy. And if, at least as far as this council member is concerned, if you ask, I'm there.
Okay.
Can I just do two more quick clarifications on the charter front, and I think we owe you a few. As the first deputy said, so case by case, different charters, different situations, but there actually is a cap overall on lease payments for a given charter in state law, which is 30% of the per student tuition. So there is overall a cap. And the 187 million to 200 million fits within that cap, and so we do look at that, and folks are looking at that. I also believe we actually do share the school-by-school lease information, actually, so we'll go back and check on that and make sure you all have it.
And just finally, on the older students as well, just be clear. This is a full-on commitment. This was just our initial announcement around getting it right at the very beginning, but we've got a lot of work to do and a number of things that we are already doing for our older students, but we're gonna be doing a deeper dive on them as well.
We do already have programs that are in place for our older students, and so we've been offering intervention services already. We have some coaching that's in place already. And for both middle and high school, we'll be building out structured literacy sites for next year. 40 of those that we've proposed to be elementary, 60 we've proposed to be secondary. Those are not concrete numbers yet, but we'll be building out more and more supports in that direction.
Credit bearing. Principals have to know that they're not going to be dinged on their scores. Schools can't be dinged on their scores for providing students the education they very much need.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you for all the information.
And the arts report will be coming out, if it's not out already, by tomorrow.
That's right, tomorrow.
Councilmember Krishnan, followed by Gutierrez.
Well, good afternoon, Chancellor. Good to see you, and good to see all of the DOE leadership here as well. Thank you for your testimony today. I have a few questions on a few different areas. So one we've talked about before is on 3K and the importance of it, you know, and I do want to touch on a couple areas. I mean, this is obviously a huge priority for the council, and understanding the efforts you are undertaking, we all as the council are still not satisfied with what DOE is doing here to really make sure that we're enrolling and meeting the need of students, because we all know how foundational it is. There was recently an article in the Times that I saw about, and one story struck with me, a mother who was a vendor riding the trains and doing so with her daughter, who was also eligible for 3K, but for a variety of reasons was not in the program. So something, when you hear stories like that, that really deeply impact you at a personal level, something isn't right in the way that this is being approached, and really raising questions, are we really reaching everyone and addressing that need? So in our budget response, you know, we had identified a few different solutions. One of the primary ones, and my colleagues have touched on, you know, the delays in payments to child care providers, so I won't repeat that. But another issue was extended day programs and making sure that we are actually, you know, making this a priority to ensure that working families and working parents in particular can take advantage of this program. I know how important it is. Obviously, as a working parent, I couldn't imagine not having, you know, extended day overall for working parents who need it, full day of care. So on that point, given our budget response, what has DOE had conversations, and what, if any, have been had about extended day 3K and how you all want to approach that this coming year?
Thank you, Councilman Krishnan. Nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
Sure. Yeah. You know, and we've had many different conversations with many of you here on the council around extended day and extended year, and I've said it publicly here many a times that families, and working families in particular, do not stop working at 2:30 at the end of the day, and they don't stop working on June 30th when the school year ends.
Definitely not.
And so we certainly recognize the need for extended day, extended year hours for our working families across New York City. That said, we've done an incredible amount of work in this past probably about 11 months in really just shifting seats across, unfilled seats, as we've talked about previously, to areas of need to meet family demand. And some of those included creating more EDY seats in areas where they're actually needed. So that's the work that we're actually going to continue. And that's all based on our provider's voice, on our principal's voice. They've told us what they need in their communities. They've told us where there are gaps, and we have moved seats to where they're needed. That said, we still have over 9,000 unfilled EDY seats in this moment. There's also just a number of federal regulations that are tied to that, right? And so for EDY seats in particular, the funding stream that's associated with it, it's income eligible, requires citizenship requirements, et cetera. So not all families that actually need those hours are going to actually be eligible for those seats, right? And so that also is a barrier. It's also not a linear path for every single family, right? So many families have children that are in a district school setting, and they have a 3-year-old, and they decide that they want their child in the same school with that child that doesn't offer EDY. So there are a variety of factors. That said, we have actually opened up access to families. When we got here in this administration, there's about a 3-month lag time for those EDY seats. And we've staffed up that team to ensure that it's properly run, and we got it down to a 2-week turnaround time, right, which is less than what the state requires. So that increases greater access for families. So Those are the things we've put into place and acknowledge that there still has to be work to be done to really understand where those seats that are not being used could be moved to, how to better reach to families, to your point. I've said it before, I'll say it again, in terms of infant toddler marketing, it just wasn't a priority previously, and we want to make sure that we're putting the emphasis there because all of our infant toddler seats are EDY seats. So those are the things that we've done, but these are the systems that still need to be created and established.
And thank you for that. And I just want to be clear, so because I didn't see it in the executive budget, are there concrete plans to extend the day or extend the year in FY24?
Outside of the EDY funded seats through our child care block grant, are you referring to?
Yes.
So not at this time. That would require additional CTL funding, and that is not something that's been allocated at this time.
But the ones within the block grant funded programs are you all considering doing extended day there?
Those are already funded. Those already exist. We want to make
Got it,
sure that
okay.
they're being used and they're placed in places where families actually need them.
Okay. And then my second question on that point was just I think for next year, there's been testimony, we've had hearings about this as well, in terms of where you all stand on pausing or not expanding the program and restructuring it, as you said. But are there plans down the line does DOE have plans to ultimately expand the number of 3K seats, even beyond this next fiscal year, beyond that too? Is DOE committed to expanding the number of seats for 3K?
Before you go, Kara, I mean, I think what we are committed to is meeting the needs of what the community demand is. We're not committing publicly now, or will we, to say we're expanding it for the sake of expanding. I'm not going to say we're going to 61,000 seats just so I'm on the record as saying that. If the market is not demanding that number, then why would I do that? But as we are getting more families coming into the city, and there are students that need those services, and that is what the information that we get, then we will be prepared to meet the demand. And that's what this is now. We've never wanted to say we're not trying to get to a certain number. We simply want to meet where the demand is, and that's been part of what we've been focused on.
And we want to make sure that it is driven by the needs of families and their communities, right? And so over this past year, we have actually moved around over 4,000 unused seats, 2,000 of those being placed in 3Ks or made for 3K seats where there was unmet demand for family, right? So this isn't about reducing 3K seats, but it is about getting 3K seats where they're needed. We've also moved seats to where we need to fill gaps of articulation. And so we've had a number of programs that had infant toddler seats, pre-K seats, and no 3K seats. So if you can imagine for a family, that lack of continuity of care and learning for their child, that moving around, that transition that has to happen, those are the pieces that we're filling in the blanks for to make sure that, again, families have access to what they need in their own community. That work will continue, I should say. That's not going to stop. And that should continue year after year. We should constantly assess what the needs are, community by community, zip code by zip code, so that we fully understand what the needs are for families.
Thank you. And then switching gears, Foundation aid, we've spent a lot of time talking about that. How do you intend to spend the additional foundation aid coming in that obviously was a result of litigation? We as the city are entitled to it, and individual school districts are. So what is the plan, thematically at least? May not have some specific proposals in mind, but at least what is the plan?
Yeah.
How is foundation aid accounted for, and what is the plan to spend that money?
And we talked about it a little earlier, but you want to just kind of do the breakdown again?
Yes, of course. So in terms of the increase of foundation aid, a bit over $200 million of that money is going to go to schools directly for the uses required under the law, the Contracts for Excellence legislation. So that's a series of uses that we discussed earlier that includes class size reduction, but also a set of other activities schools can spend the dollars on: teacher and principal quality, pre-K, English language learner, multilingual learner programs, additional time on task for kids. So that'll be one chunk of the money. A chunk of the money will actually, this is the increase we're talking about because all the other money is out already. An additional 90 million-ish will be going towards supporting our improvements to the Fair Student Funding formula. So those dollars will go into Fair Student Funding to support the new weights that came out of the Fair Student Funding Working Group, including a new weight for students in temporary housing. So any school serving one of those students will see additional dollars for that student. That'll be paid for out of the state foundation aid. as well as a new weight for schools with high concentrations of students with need, which also came out of the working group. That new weight will also be paid for state foundation aid. The remainder of the dollars will be used, some for special education programming, and the remainder actually for our rising charter costs, which are continuing each year.
Thank you. And this kind of came up tangentially, but my constituents who have children with disabilities in the DOE system have experienced extensive delays in special education evaluations conducted by both DOE and independent evaluators. These delays harm my constituents and their children's education progress and exacerbate underlying disabilities. So, and of course, obviously, this, in some level, too, incentivizes evaluators and these long delays to prioritize wealthier families than children who can't afford to pay for it out of pocket. So what is DOE planning to do to address this issue? How can we expedite and devote more resources to addressing this delay in payments?
Yeah, thank you. We allocated $80 million this current school year for additional recovery services, and a portion of that was included allocation for additional money for our IEP teams to conduct those evaluations. It is something that we are very cognizant of and agree on the need for sure. Next year, we're going to, for the upcoming school year, we're going to allocate another $50 million, and we will look at how that money is distributed, keeping in mind that evaluations are critical to the recovery of our students and quite frankly for the progress. I wanted to, if I may, circle back to a question that was asked earlier about the number of preschool students awaiting placement. We have approximately, as of last month's number, about 385 of our over 10,000 students that we're still in the process of arranging services for. But as always, assure you that those services will be arranged, and it is something we're keeping a close eye on.
Thank you. And my last question, Chair, and then I'm done, is around bilingual education. I've spoken with you all, worked with you all around this too for a long time. I know it's a priority for you all, but there is a disparity between the importance of it that I think we all share, but then all the stories coming out too of the number of asylum seekers and their students and children who are coming here who are not getting adequate bilingual education as a starting point, right? Even putting aside families in the system already, children, immigrant families who are already here, not just asylum seekers or new arrivals. It's a big issue, and I know there are things like the certification process for teachers that takes a very long time, but the need is great, the need is here. It's definitely exacerbated by asylum seekers coming here too. And so the urgency of DOE really doubling down and prioritizing this issue, I think is even more heightened. So and I know Melissa Ramos testified before, we've had conversations and worked together on this issue as well, but I do think that there's much, much more to do here. So I want to see what the DOE really, what are your plans to significantly expedite the commitment tangibly to expanding bilingual education, to getting students, English language learners in schools that have bilingual programs, and really beefing those up? Because even schools like in my district, for example, aren't getting the resources they need despite having bilingual programs and despite being two immigrant communities that really value bilingual education.
Yep. So this year, we opened 9 new bilingual education programs, and we're slated to open 36 more for next year. We're also working with superintendents and districts to identify additional locations that may be interested. We have already applications from 50 new bilingual, to open 50 additional bilingual education programs in the fall of 2024. So there is interest, and we're looking at how we can develop these so that we can build them out. We're also making sure that we have enough teachers for these programs. And so we've been working very closely with the TRQ, Teacher Recruitment and Quality team, to identify teachers. We're holding fairs virtually, we're holding them in person, and we're taking advantage of our relationships with institutes of higher education. So working alongside, for example, Relay and CUNY and the Ed Prep programs that they have to increase our teacher pipelines. But we're very much interested in expanding the number of bilingual ed programs that we have.
Well, I would love to work with you all really at a deeper level in this area. In Jackson Heights and Elmhurst, these are two neighborhoods that welcome bilingual programs. I'm a strong, strong believer and supporter in them. So I do hope we can find ways to partner together to really increase resources for bilingual programs.
We will take you up on that. Look forward to it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, chairs.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you, Chair. All right, I'm gonna try to make it under 3 minutes. Hello, y'all. So I wanted to just emphasize the importance of marketing. In the June hearing after the budget vote, I had asked the administration what the plan was for enrollment in school districts that I represent, like 14, 32, and on the Queen side, on the Ridgewood side of District 24, which I know is untraditional for District 24, we are seeing a steep decline in enrollment. It's in Ridgewood, it's closest to gentrifying areas, so I'd asked what the plan was. I'm aware about a year ago there was no plan. I think marketing is a piece, but I think something that's been very successful in other parts of my district has been community school model, community school investments. We've seen it at MS50 where it was a renewal school, and Chancellor, you got the chance to come out last year, and the school is thriving. And so I'm curious what the plan is. What is the future for community schools? What is the opportunity for expansion? I truly believe that is a solution, especially in this migrant crisis, but more importantly in response to to COVID. So would love to know what is the future. I'm also understanding that there's been immense delays in contracts and reimbursements for these providers and these schools. I'm just going to sound off all my questions and then you can go off. I'm sorry. So just the community school piece is really important. In that same breath, haven't heard anything about MSQI, the Middle School Quality Initiative, which is vital to my middle schools. And I say this because it is a program that attracts more families, combating the enrollment issue. So would love to hear about that. And then the last piece, and Dr. Ahmed knows this, and so does Mark Traeger, is about my early child care providers. I know many, and Chair Joseph has been leading this, about bringing all our providers up to date. I would love to understand if you could expand a little bit more on EDC's role in reimbursement. At a hearing that Councilmember Farias chaired a couple months back, we learned that EDC was going to be reimbursing some childcare providers, so they didn't have a lot of information then. I hope you can shed some light. And then if you can share a little bit about what the long-term plan is. I know you all work really hard to get us to a good place on where some of these providers are not going to have to be so backed up. And as you know, some of my providers are, I don't know what the expression is, but they're robbing from one center to be able to fund the other so that they could pay their providers on time. And they're unable to retain quality providers because they cannot guarantee that they will be paid on time. And frankly, the system of encouraging them to apply for loans to make payroll is a bad cycle that we as the City of New York are encouraging them to do. We are in debt to them. So would love to hear what the long-term plans are for that. So community schools, MSQI, and early child care providers. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I'll begin addressing the questions about community school. So we as an administration deeply believe on the work and this commitment, and we know that community school works. Over the last 2 years, we had significant increases on the number of community schools. We went from having around 260 community schools to now having a little over 400 community schools. So definitely something that we believe. I think the challenge that we're facing at this time is that about $55 million from the new community school funded sources is from stimulus money. And as we know, we're going to be running out of those resources after this upcoming fiscal year. So I think that while we believe on the model, we believe on the supports, completely agree with what you're flagging in terms of having ingredients to support some of the challenges that we have even with our new migrant, that we have to first focus on a sustainability plan for the current community schools that we have, given the stimulus-funded resources that were leveraged and dedicated for these, that this administration is inheriting, that we're now looking to problem solved. In terms of the contract question that you have, and I think you're specifically speaking to the amendment that was done that was supported by City Council. 9 of those contracts have been newly registered after going to PET, so we can pay if they're registered. 4 are with the controller, and then some of them are waiting for CVO to sign off. So the moment that the contracts are registered, go to the controller, go to PET, so as we know it's a little long of a process, but once that happens, my team is ready to work with the CBOs and to expedite payments. So we're happy to continue to support with that. And I know you have other questions, and before I allow my term to my other colleague, Councilmember Lee, I wanted to go back to your question about the mental health continuum and the funding and the specificity of each of the agencies. So Health and Hospital gets $3,740,000 out of that $5 million funding. So they had the larger chunk of the $5 million that you were describing. DOHMH receives around 472, and DOE receives close to 800,000. So that's how the actual money is divided amongst the three agencies that support the program, to clarify your question. And I know that we lost Councilmember Brewer, but I wanted to, momentarily, but I wanted to go back to her question about chronic absenteeism and our numbers, just in case if that's still being requested. So I can say that we have, at this time, about 27,000 students in 12th grade who have missed 10% or more of school. I just think that we need to continue to norm our language about what chronic absenteeism mean. So as an example, I'm a parent of a New York City public school student. He happened to be ill last month and couldn't go to school for a few days. He was chronically absent that month, but his pediatrician didn't allow him to go to school because he had a virus. So just continuing to norm that we need to look at all buckets of students who are chronically absent, and that we agree that we're going to continue to improve in this area. Thank you.
Hi, Councilmember Gutierrez. So I think I have your three questions here around early childhood, EDC, provider increase, and sustainability, but you tell me if I've missed anything. So for EDC, in November, this past November, our chancellor stood up a stabilization fund to really support to stabilize the sector. So that ensured that all providers for fiscal year 2022 were paid 75% of their contract had they submitted all of their invoices and hadn't earned that through payments. And EDC is the agency in which those payments were actually provided. So I think that might be what you're referring to, but you should let us know if that's not.
No, that's correct. And is that only for FY22? And is there their intention of utilizing them in the future for this purpose?
So right now, that is for FY22 for the stabilization fund, in which there's been over 100 eligible providers identified, or close to $17 million could be paid out to them. Already nearly $10 million has been paid out to providers, and so that is through EDC. Provider inquiries, you know to reach out to me directly or to Mark Traeger, either of us. And
I do, but it's systemic. We can't, this is not sustainable, y'all.
Not sustainable. And you and I have talked about that in terms of sustainability and needing to have an infrastructure that's really much more sustainable than what we have. And you've heard the chancellor discuss briefly, and we hope more to share, to make sure that we have a system in place in which providers can have predictability, right? Predictability from month to month, and so that they can really plan and support families and their children on a consistent basis. And so we're looking into some dramatic changes that can hopefully transform the system in a way that's much more sustainable for our providers who, like Nuestros Niños, who may be a much larger, provider, but so many of our providers that are small business owners.
Can I ask one more question? Do you have a sense if, or can you share the data for any providers that are potentially leaving their contract with NYC Public Schools as of the fall? I mean, I know one, particularly in Ridgewood, that contracted with the city to be able to subsidize seats, and they're no longer doing that because they could not count on the reimbursement from the city.
I don't even know that one, so if you know that one, please share with me. We haven't been informed of anyone withdrawing from their contract at this time, so no, that hasn't been the case.
Councilmember Ressler, followed by...
I had a question about MSQI, and that was it. Thank you.
I'll answer quickly. As a former high school literacy coach, this is a question that actually matters quite a bit. So MSQI practices, staffing, and funding have been integrated into our literacy collaborative. So we built up a much larger literacy team that spans from elementary up into high school and borrowed many, many of the practices from MSQI. We have MSQI coaches that are part of that team, including things that perhaps we didn't have in place before. So working directly with leaders to make sure that we're planning strategically and providing that kind of programming support, really building out intervention blocks and other pieces that MSQI does really well. In addition, we've built out other opportunities to practice those literacy strategies and to build up those structures. So our Lighthouse Collaborative, that is a school sharing organization where you actually look at data together and you go through actual both problems of practice and shared practices. We're using that as an opportunity to actually I don't know, expand some of the work that MSQI is doing and our literacy collaborative as a whole.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Real quick, just want to follow-up question on ECE issue by asking, what's the status on the Accenture analysis report? Can you give us some top lines, and when can the council get that report as well? That's for First Deputy Chancellor. If you can also guarantee the providers getting paid 2 weeks after submitting invoices, that would be also helpful, and funds to outreach that reach communities that's hard to reach. And that's one of the things we talked about, especially with the early child, the 3K seats. How are we doing that through ethnic media and the other outreach that we were talking about earlier?
Yes, Chair. First on the Accenture report, and for those who may not be as familiar as the chair, this is an analysis that was done by the consulting firm Accenture on enrollment projections for next year and the following year for pre-K, 3K, as well as infant toddler. So we have been going over the analysis that they have done. We're still going over, but we expect to release that in the next week. We will get that to you as well. We want to do that and not just send it to you, Chair, but offer a briefing because it's detailed by zip code. So we're actually digging into it, try to understand it ourselves. So we will get that to you shortly on the Accenture report. And your question.
Invoicing being paid out 2 weeks after they submitted versus.
So our standard now is 30 days, and we're not meeting that in all cases. So we got to walk before we run. And but in many cases, we are learning. In many cases, we are paying as early as the next day. So we will absolutely consider whether we can shorten that to 2 weeks. Right now, we want to make sure we get to meet the 30-day standard in all cases.
And 3K new RFPs, will that be issued next fiscal year?
So that's going to tie back into the findings from Accenture, from what we're seeing, again, back to just being very data-driven. And so where we see that there are areas of unmet need and an RFP is actually necessary, it's not about just shifting seats to another community, an RFP will absolutely be issued.
Correct, and we look forward to your briefing on once you get the report. Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair Joseph and Chair Brandon. Appreciate both of your leadership, and it's good to see you, Chancellor and team. Always appreciate the opportunity to engage. So a few clarifying questions. I hope I know the answers to all of them, but just wanted to make sure I understood the commitment about not holding our schools, about the commitment to hold our schools harmless in the upcoming school year. So I think there were over 300 schools that saw a 5% reduction in their enrollment, 322 to be exact. None of those schools will see a reduction in their budget year over year from this year to next year.
Correct.
And regardless of where the school's enrollment is relative to the pre-pandemic levels, none of those schools will see a reduction in their funding year over year from this current school year to next.
From this current school year to next in terms of their initial budget allocation.
And so that's the next one, initial budget allocation. So that means you're committing to hold these schools harmless until mid-year adjustments, or until when?
So basically what that means is we're committing to hold schools harmless upfront in terms of all the dollars that flow to them at the beginning of the year, which is 40 to 45 different funding streams that our team is working to finalize.
Understood.
So across that set of funding streams, we will be holding them harmless.
Until when?
At this moment, we will be holding them harmless for their initial allocations. This is
I
not
understand,
about.
but if I'm a principal of a school and I've got a chancellor telling me, we're going to hold you harmless, we're giving you all the money, but we're going to change our mind at some point during the school year, it's very difficult to plan. And so I don't want to be in a situation where I'm going to my principals and saying, we got a commitment that we're holding you all harmless, but they say, yeah, but until mid-year adjustments or until November, or I don't know when. And so I'm just trying to understand from you all, is there any time commitment whatsoever beyond you're trying to get through this budget and you want us to approve, you want us to go easy on you today, that schools are going to be held harmless for the entire school year?
This is a commitment about initial allocations, not about mid-year adjustments.
But so until mid-year adjustments?
So between now and mid-year adjustments is our whole budget appeals process, where schools can come in and say either, I have additional needs for special education staffing, and so all of those
If schools appeal and
dollars.
successfully get additional dollars, then that'd be great. But I'm just trying to understand, for every other school that doesn't have an appeal, there's a commitment that this funding, that you're not cutting any funding until mid-year adjustments? That's basically the point of this announcement?
And there will also be additional SAMs, additional dollars that also flow out to schools in other ways, right? So this is about this first set of funding streams, which is a large amount of school budgets, and that's what it is about. There will continue to be budget appeals, and there will continue to be additional funding allocations that go out to schools.
Okay, I think this gives schools an opportunity to plan, but I'm sure they're going to be concerned that the commitment is just for the first few months of the school year, and that we don't have a commitment for the school year, that they can have confidence that this is their total budget. Because if we were to go back and make dramatic reductions that this chancellor and all of you have threatened and said and the mayor have said your intent to do for the last 12 months plus, then schools could really be in the lurch come the middle of this school year if you decide to follow through on your previously stated intentions to cut school funding mid-year. We have no commitment beyond this is an initial allocation, this should get it, and we'll reassess mid-year. That's my takeaway from what you're saying.
This commitment's
Okay.
about initial allocation.
Would it be okay if I did 30 more seconds on 3K? 30 seconds, though, maybe a little bit optimistic. So I'm just going to start on 3K, and chairs will kick me. We've talked a lot about the devastating $850 million in cuts to the 3K program and what I perceive as the neglectful destruction of early childhood education under this administration's leadership. I have to say, considering the extensive evidence of the success of early childhood education and the benefits it has for long-term employability, income, blood pressure, likelihood of using drugs, and so much more, I'm really disappointed by the cuts that we're making. And considering that every dollar we invest in early childhood education is $8 back to the city of New York, this $850 million cut is truly closer to $7 billion in cuts over long term. That's how I perceive it, and I think it's the right way to look at it. So we're going to get some applications. I believe you're sending out updates to families this week of who's getting in to which 3K programs. Could you share today how many students will receive an offer and how many will not receive one of their top 3 choices?
State your name, please.
Sarah Kleinhandler.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
So 3K offers will go out this week. I do not have the data to share right now.
Why not, if they're going out in 48 hours?
After 3K offers go out, we're happy to share all of our enrollment data from 3K, pre-K, kindergarten, middle school, and high school.
All right. There are 70,000 first graders in DOE schools, down about 15% from pre-pandemic levels, but pre-K enrollment's down 30%, and only 40,000 3-year-olds applied to 3K this year. Why did 20,000 3-year-olds not even apply to 3K? Robin Hood and others have found in their research that half of New York City families did not apply to 3K because they were totally unaware of their child's eligibility. Could you share your perspective? I don't know if that's for Dr. Ahmed or the Chancellor, on why 20,000 3-year-olds didn't even apply.
That went up, right? Do you want to share that?
And then I'll stop.
We have application data that went up for 3K. Our 3K applicants are up by about 2,000, so I'm not aware of that. I do know we've done extensive outreach, and other than that, what I can tell you is that our 3K applicant data is up.
Deputy Chancellor Weisberg had mentioned, I think in 2 hearings ago under Chair Joseph's leadership, that we were up to 42,000 applications, I believe was the number, which is a slight uptick in the right direction, but still dramatically down. And there are tens of thousands of 3-year-olds that are not being engaged because we're not doing any outreach anymore. So to me, the crispest possible indicator that we are not doing our jobs is that only 50% of 3K and pre-K seats at the extended day, extended year seats are being filled. And so the question I have is, to me, we're leaving these programs empty. We're sending the kids to the school-based programs instead. I don't know why that's the preference of the Department of Education, but the data clearly shows 85 to 90% of our school-based programs are filled, 50% of our CBO programs are filled. Can we start having CBOs enroll kids directly so that they can just bring people directly into their programs? Because these are the seats that our families really need, and I think it's the DOE bureaucracy that's the problem.
So there's a few things that you've said that we want to respond to. So one around let's just start with the outreach, and to our Chief Officer for Student Enrollment, Sarah Kleinhandler, who just mentioned that application data is actually up and there's actually an increase year over year, right? So that's a fact, and based on that fact, it really connects back to the comprehensive and robust outreach work that happens through the Office of Student Enrollment for the entire agency. But specifically around 3K, I mean, there's a tremendous amount of outreach that takes place specifically for 3K and pre-K. I'll name a few again, but email campaigns to nearly 100,000 families who signed up for information sessions for families that are interpreted in the 9 most common primary languages in addition to English, community events, resource fairs, back-to-school fairs led by local organizations, FDNY block parties, NYPD National Night Out events, tabling at public libraries, canvassing in high-traffic areas. Many of our lowest enrolled 3K programs are supported with family recruitment efforts. Nearly 7,600 outbound phone calls to families to promote 3K for this application period.
Yeah, Councilman, I'm just concerned. Why do you assume we're not doing any outreach?
I have spoken to people at DOE who were part of the outreach teams that have been disbanded, and we no longer have a dedicated crew of folks that are focused on outreach for 3K and pre-K, and I think that's why we see in the data this decline in enrollment, especially at our extended day, extended year seats, at our CBOs, that families desperately need. And I don't want to assume intentions, because I don't know why you all have made the decisions you have, but they're really disappointing decisions in my opinion. I wanted to credit you on the decision to hold schools harmless for next year, at least preliminarily. I appreciate that very much. Our schools have been through so much, you know it better than me. They need these resources right now as we try to do our best to recover from the pains of this pandemic and the loss of learning. But early childhood education is a long-term investment that our city desperately needs, and we are moving in the wrong direction based on, I believe, neglect. And the numbers back it up, and we need to start making a concentrated effort around early childhood education outreach to move things in the right direction. And I hope you'd consider having CBOs directly enroll 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds into their programs so that we don't need to cut through the DOE bureaucracy.
Let me just speak to that point, though, because enrollment for our CBOs is year-round enrolling and can be done directly at the program level. At the infant toddler programs, only can be done at the program level, right? So it's a big misnomer that it's not, that CBOs aren't permitted to actually enroll children. That's the only way children can actually enroll. And the same for 3K and pre-K, right? There's only one point in the year where enrollment is actually centralized, and that is for the upcoming school year for 3K and pre-K, and that's simply for families to make sure that they actually have choices and so that they can actually select from over 12 different options, right? So it is done at the program level, just to make sure that we clarify for you.
We'd love to work more with you all in our programs to boost those numbers together. I certainly believe that the council should be funding this outreach ourselves, and that we should be taking on this responsibility to actually make early childhood education a success. I've talked for way too long, though, and I apologize. Thank you for giving me the chance to share some of my thoughts, and thank you for being with us today, and thank you for holding our schools harmless, at least preliminarily.
Councilmember Aviles, followed by Hanif.
Good. Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, chairs, and thank you to the DOE team. Chancellor, as you know, I'm really delighted with the work you've done around dyslexia, and we know that's, life-changing for many, many students and their families. But I am concerned that where this work falls short is with students who are bilingual. And so I'd love to understand better. We know that reading and writing acquisition is a process that should really happen in native language first before you try to do that decoding in another language you actually don't know. So I would love to know, how is this initiative including bilingual students and what that looks like?
Thank you. So it starts with the screeners that we use for our bilingual students. And so we're right now in the process of piloting screeners that are available in Spanish for our Spanish-speaking students who make up the bulk of our bilingual students. We are also looking at practices that are specific to those English language learners. What we do know, though, is that when we use the home language, when we use the child's native language, and we allow that through translanguaging, through bilingual practices, in a transitional program, and in our ENL programs, we know that our children have much more success. We need them to become fluent in their native language, and they can build that fluency in their second language, right, or in their English language. And so that is absolutely something that we're working on. We are learning and have been reaching out to a number of different folks to learn more specifically about strategies that will help support our range of English language learners. And if there are resources or particular groups that you recommend that we connect with, I would love to hear more about that. But we have been working with institutes of higher education and some professionals, and even our literacy council made up of a range of different literacy folks to learn more about that.
Yeah, we know that in District 17 with Creole students that they showed great progress, and we have a good number of students in our district, and actually someone in particular who's been working on this and watching our students fall behind in this area. So I'd love to work with you more on this issue. Just to segue really quickly, in terms of the charter schools and kind of their siting, and obviously a charter school was recently sited in a warehouse on a truck route in my district, and I'm mystified that anyone would have thought that that was fine to have small children in. So you're not negotiating obviously the rents, but how does DOE assess like appropriate location for elementary school children?
So, and council member, this is in a lease site. This is not in a DOE building.
And not a DOE
talking
building,
about.
in a lease site.
Yeah, that probably is something that could be DOHMH looks at. Certainly, Department of Buildings looks at. That's not something that we have jurisdiction over. But they certainly, in order to get a permit to operate a school there, they would have to go through pretty extensive approvals. That's just not with our agency, but we're happy to follow up.
Sure, I'd love to follow up. I'm mystified that anyone thought it was okay. Just in terms of ELL transfer schools, so we know this past year DOE launched new programs for English language learners at existing non-ELL transfer schools. However, each transfer school only received $50,000. Obviously, not even enough to hire one staff member to help serve newly arrived older immigrant students. Coalitions have been advocating for $3 million to better support these new transfer programs. They're really important to a district like mine, although I don't have a transfer school in my district. Can you tell us the status of that request and how transfer schools could use this funding to better serve ELLs?
What's the specific request?
$3 million to support transfer schools.
Transfer schools for older students.
Yeah, older students.
Yep, so we are working with a superintendent to build out, so two different things. One was to build new transfer schools for ELL students, and the other was to offer those ELL programs within those transfer schools so that we have expanded opportunities. Because we had very few options, and we had them in only specific boroughs, and so we want to make sure that every borough has a transfer school for our newcomer Ls who may be older, who can receive supports that are going to help them make progress in the short amount of time that they have available. And so we're working alongside our superintendents to build those out, and we'll continue to do that work.
Great.
And I would just add, this is not new, but it is ongoing, which is if you look at our sort of basic fair student funding formula and how it flows to schools, both transfer schools and English learners get additional funding per student in that formula. So in each of those cases, there's an additional dollars available. But that's not new, that's ongoing.
Right, and thank you. I'd love to, when you're able to send us, I know you started to break down the extra 500 million that's coming from the net increase. The 90 seems pretty clear, and all the rest of the kind of sub-programs in their allocations seem unclear. Would be great to have a report on what those determinations are in particular. And if I may, last question, although I have many, many here. In terms of class size, obviously, this is an ongoing critical issue. I guess I'd love to hear more specifically. I hear there are many trade-offs and many concerns, and we're going to meet it. But what I don't hear is an actual plan for hiring enough teachers. Actual plan in this next course of several years to be able to address the mandates of the law. So let's
Yeah,
know
there's
more
no
about
full
that.
plan, there's no fully baked plan just yet. That's why we put together the our working group that has folks from a wide range of constituencies who all have great interest in this. We're expecting that our plan will be developed through that. I could go off and develop my own plan and tell everybody what I think, and then I'd be accused of not engaging larger swaths of the community. We're trying to engage larger groups from throughout the community with vested interest in this, for them to also to help us to develop this long-range plan. So the groups have just started meeting, gotten off to a little later start than we wanted to, but we'll be moving very aggressively going forward.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I know the working group is hard, but this kicks in next year, and we're talking about funding, years later. So what I'm asking for is what is the more immediate plan to address some of the more immediate needs that will come in the next fiscal year.
Dan, you want to speak to that? I mean, we're in the first 2 years. We feel pretty comfortable where we are right now, already being able to meet the mandates for the next 2 years.
So we feel like we have enough teachers to ensure classroom sizes in the next 2 years.
Yes.
To be in compliance with the law, absolutely, yes.
The law has a series of benchmarks over the next 5 years, and the benchmarks for the next 2 years, we are already there. That's our point. That's what gives us a little bit more runway, that we're going to run into the bigger challenge from years 3 through 5, not years 1 through 2.
Okay. Thank you.
And just to the question on state foundation aid in terms of the full specifics, we can send this as a follow-up, but it's about 214 that will go out to schools for those uses of funds. There's another roughly 10 million that will go out to schools for special education programming and professional development. Then there's another roughly 50 million that will go to other special education costs and expanded programming, a little bit less. A total of 120 million that will go into fair student funding, including the new weights, and then roughly 100 million to support increasing charter per student costs. But we will follow up with the specifics.
I'm gonna just do a little follow-up real quick. And this morning when you stated no schools will start next year with a lower school budget, we're good on that. Then it had this school year, the city will hold school harmless for the initial school budget. Will schools have to return money to DOE if they fall lower in enrollment in the fall? And will schools be held harmless at the mid-year adjustment?
I think essentially that's the question that Councilmember Ressler was asking, right?
Correct.
It's hard for us to make the full-on commitment beyond the initial allocation. What does that mean? That means if a school has 500 students, but by the middle of the year they've dropped down to 200 students, we're not going to make the commitment today to say, no matter what, there'll be no adjustment even at that point. So I want to be clear about that. We're holding them to the numbers that we had at the beginning of the year. We don't expect there to be any major drop-off. But if there is, the determination of whether or not they will still be held harmless, no matter if half the school population leaves, we're not at that point yet to make that commitment. But those are conversations we're still having with OMB to figure out whether or not that will take us all the way, the council, right, if it takes us all the way through the year. You all are sitting in a great position to help influence that,
Absolutely.
that answer.
I'll be the first one there.
There you go.
Councilmember Hanif.
Thank you. Great to see you, Chancellor.
Same
and
here.
Thank you to our chairs. Like my colleagues have shared, I echo their sentiment around the relief that schools will be held harmless. I've heard from countless schools, and I just met with my principals recently, and we are continuing to hear about how much the cuts from this year have harmed the educational experiences and just building out the real supports for school. But nonetheless, some of the wins in my community has been the halal food program at PS 133, and I recently visited the Navigation Center with their comptroller, and I saw the walls filled with artwork from PS 133 students welcoming asylum seekers. I think those are really just beautiful to see, and to see the artwork across our city, but particularly focused on showing to asylum seeker families that they are welcomed here is really, really important. And so I'd love to know a little bit more about asylum seeker students. Could you share if the population estimates released earlier this month include anticipated arrival of students from asylum seeker families through the 2023-2024 school year, including those who will arrive after the October 31st enrollment register deadline? And if so, how many new arrivals do these estimates account for?
I'm sorry, I don't, could you break the questions down again?
The population estimates that we had released, if they account for asylum seeker students, and if so, how many?
I'm not sure of that number. What I can tell you is that we have roughly
Councilmember, you're referring, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Enrollment projections.
Yes, and so just on that, and Melissa can jump in specifically on asylum-seeking families, but to some extent, certainly where we see a trend, the thing that will be incorporated. So we have many schools, including in your district, that have welcomed, in some cases, more than 100 of newcomer students. Certainly, we know that, so we can look at that trend and include that. What's to come? Very difficult for us to account for that. So is it possible, as a matter of fact, is it likely that some schools will see an increase in enrollment beyond the projection during the course of the year, including after October? Yes, it is, and that's what Chief Vadera is talking about in terms of making sure that we are staying close to our schools to deal with those sorts of situations. So to some extent, yes, because we have seen this influx already, and we can account for some of that, but some of it certainly is unknown.
And as with this past year, as we saw students continue to come into our system after October 31st, we continued to put out dollars to those schools as they came in. So they came to us with additional enrollment, and we put those dollars out. In total, we put out over $100 million, of which I think 20 million-ish was Project Open Arms, but the rest was in those per student dollars flowing to those schools. And just to name it, I know Melissa mentioned this earlier, but one of the changes we've made in our formula is that students in temporary housing, schools now get a little bit more money for them. And so for each of these students that are asylum-seeking students who are students in temporary housing, they'll get a bit more per student to serve each of those students as they come in.
That's really promising. Thank you.
The final piece I just want to add to this is also the time in which we provided the money to the schools for adjustment. And so as the numbers come in, when we had a strong escalation process in place, and so if schools saw an influx and that was escalated to us, we were able to get the money to the school within days and sometimes a week. And so that adjustment was huge because we understand that we can't always estimate how many students we're going to get, but if a school is seeing those great increases, we have that system in place to work with them to get the money very quickly to them.
Got it, because that's a question I had, that if the funding is coming in per new enrollment, that creates some chaos. Is there money on the front end to anticipate new enrollment? Or the way you're sharing here, that like as soon as there's new enrollment, you all are working very quickly with the school to ensure that every student has what they need?
So for example, a magic number for us is 15, right? So if a school is getting 15 students in one particular grade level or one particular subject area, if we're talking about high school, then we know that that may warrant a new section of a class. And so they may need to hire an additional teacher. They also may need additional bilingual subparas to support with students who do not speak the language. So again, not to say that they necessarily need a bilingual teacher or an ENL teacher, they may or may not, but they also may need an additional para to support the children as they're coming in. Once that's escalated to us, we know that we need to give them their money sooner than later. We're not going to wait until January the way we typically do, because those hiring needs need to be met immediately.
Understood. And just on that line, since welcoming these students, how many new social workers or new teachers have been brought into the schools? Is that something that you all are tracking?
I don't have those numbers on hand. We can get back to you with some data on that, but what I can tell you is that...
And specifically bilingual.
Yeah, what I can tell you is that we do work with the school to identify if they do need an additional ENL teacher or a bilingual teacher, depending on the model that they have. And then our HR folks make sure that they are providing a pool of candidates who are available to interview. So it's not just posting the vacancy and saying, here's the money, go find your teacher. We work with them to help them find candidates and walk them through the entire process from interview to hiring.
And then I'd just like to wrap up. Will schools still receive the $2,000, or are we continuing the Project Open Arms, or is the Fair Student Funding Formula, the revised funding formula, how we're supporting asylum seeker students?
So we would always love to, I mean, this is a priority, and we know that the students are going to continue to come. At this moment, we're still working through the school budget, so we do not have an answer for you on that, but what we can say is that this new formula is going to really benefit schools who have a population of students in temporary housing.
Great, and I'd like to just wrap up. I am a huge supporter of bilingual education programs, and I had the great honor of visiting Hillcrest High School in Jamaica and just celebrating with the Bangladeshi students who were awarded seals of biliteracy, and it's just powerful. I'd love to know if there's an expansion to ensuring there are more bilingual programs, and especially for languages like Bengali, Bangla, and then what are you all working on to make more bikeable school zones? That is something that I hear about. Many schools in my district do, they bike once a month to school. Would love to know if there's collaboration with the DOT in making the zones around our schools more accessible and bikeable in particular. Thank you.
So this year, we expanded to 107 schools that offer the New York State Seal of Biliteracy, so a 67% increase. And there are plans to increase for next year as well. It's an important part of a child's education, but also a really great way to validate and value what the child brings to the table, right? And so that Seal of Biliteracy is a great way to make sure that schools are honoring who the children are, and it gives us an opportunity to go and train teachers to make sure that they can provide the supports to gain that. So we're absolutely expanding.
Thank you.
Councilmember
I can't
Osei.
speak to bicycles.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Commissioner. In 2014, the Department of Education implemented a family-friendly special education policy to refrain from relitigating settled or decided cases unless there was a change in the IEP placement recommendation. Is the DOE changing this policy? And if so, what is the new policy?
There's no change of policy at this point, Council Member. Just to give a little bit of context, that was the point at which we began to see an explosion in the number of cases. So that's presenting a number of challenges, but we haven't changed policy at this point.
Is the DOE changing its approach to special education evaluations and/or placement recommendations in these cases?
We're certainly revisiting, and in December, the Chancellor launched a Special Education Advisory Council where we're talking about these exact issues, approaches to evaluations, the IEP process, placement processes, and we're really trying to garner grassroots opinions and thoughts and recommendations on how to revamp things.
Thank you. And I do remember that in August of last year, Chancellor Banks, you went on record blaming the lack of funding for general education extracurriculars, like after-school programs, on the high cost of special education, and expressed a desire to cut special education funding. You specifically spoke about expenditures paid to private schools that educate disabled students, that the DOE admittedly lacks the facilities and/or instructional capacity to appropriately educate. Have you identified a target amount that you intend to cut from the special education budget?
So I did not blame the lack of resources for other things on special education per se. What I talked about was we saw an explosion of Carter cases, many of which were also from students who were never going to our schools in the first place. That's the comment that I made. So no, while we have not identified a specific target number here, I recognize that the way that we're going to solve this issue, council member, is by providing quality programming for parents across the city. We have to give those parents another option. We have to give them an option where they will choose us, and that's what we're working really. That's what we're working really hard on. So there's no specific number just yet that we're trying to draw down, but we've been watching this thing escalate for several years, and it's been escalating in a way here that it's not escalating around the state. So that's what the goal is to begin to bring that down, but not a specific targeted number yet.
Mm-hmm. So there's not a specific amount, but in general, it's the budget will be cut.
Well, we want to spend less money on these Carter cases, and in order for us to do that, that's tied directly in with what Christina's talking about, with expansion of this additional quality programming that will give parents an opportunity to now come and take advantage of the programs that we have, as opposed to leaving the system.
Okay.
So for example, I think Christina mentioned this earlier, but we have $300 million this year into some of those specialized programs. And as we open 21 new programs, right, Christina, next year, we'll be putting another $50 million into the expansion of those specialized programs that we hope will keep students in our system so we can better serve them.
And that's just the beginning. I mean, that's our initial foray into this.
And additionally, as chair of the Libraries Committee, I'm a huge proponent on supporting our libraries and our libraries within our schools. School libraries, as we all know, can be hubs and centers for students to receive academic support, find materials for research, have a safe space to do homework or socialize, yet many of our public schools do not have funding to hire librarians or pay them fairly. For example, a school in my district has a defunct library that is full of unsorted materials because they do not have the funding to hire a librarian. What is the DOE's current budget for school librarians, and what is the current headcount of school librarians in the city?
So budget, and I'll leave to Emma specifically, but we know that there's a shortage of librarians, and part of that is that, again, it's an unfunded mandate from the state. We too would like to have a librarian in every school. It's a really big part not only of building literacy, but of building community. And part of what we want to make sure kids leave school ready to do is to research, to engage with text, and to be able to find information that is reputable. And you learn all of that in a library. We do have a Vital Libraries grant that we're offering to schools that has allowed schools to actually rebuild those defunct libraries so that they have not only up-to-date texts that they can check out, but also that they have access to the digital library, where we have at this point had more than 4 million titles in circulation, which is fantastic. Since 2020, we've had more than 4 million titles in circulation through our digital library. This Vital Libraries grant also allows schools to create media centers that are engaging and inviting for the kids too. We have a teacher to librarian program that is allowing us to build candidates who can be librarians. This year we had 18 additional people in that program and continue to partner with folks to be able to have more of those spots available.
I would say on the budget front, I don't have that precise number. We can make sure we get it to you. It is a decision where all of these decisions we're making to support school budgets should help here, because these are decisions made at the school level in terms of how to use some of these flexible dollars. That's actually not true, by the way, for the C4E state foundation aid money that we've been talking about. That new money has some restrictions, such that I think it probably could not be used for librarians, but things like fair student funding and the hold harmlesses we're putting out to schools, those are dollars that can be used for this, and that is where those decisions sit, but we'll get you the number.
And the last question that I have is, are you planning to work with UFT to make sure that every school building has a teacher center to make sure professional development is touching every school?
We are, one of the things that we're really pleased about is the partnership with UFT on NYC Reads, and that includes, in a very prominent role, the UFT Teacher Centers. So we actually are working with UFT to expand Teacher Center staff as part of this. What that leads to in terms of coverage across the city, we'll have to see. But that is a part of the Chancellor's initiative to leverage the great talent we have at UFT in the teacher centers.
And I want to just give you, we have 260 certified librarians. Our middle and high schools are required to have a certified librarian. We have 260 certified librarians.
Thank you for that, and thank you for that response on the teacher centers. Would love to get, an update or at least some level of public tracking of the progress and where those teacher centers are being expanded, and maybe even broken down by neighborhood or school district as well. But I'm glad to hear that there is some progress on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stevens, followed by.
Hello, they did call you. Good afternoon. Hi.
Good afternoon.
How you guys doing? I will be quick and fast because it's enough. Anyway. So I'm not even going to go into the Summer Rising stuff because I've been texting Mark and folks about it, but the enrollment has not been going smoothly because my phone has been going off the hook and I get all the complaints because apparently I'm the complaint bureau. So I will follow up with you guys about the issues that I've been getting and I've been hearing and filtering out because it's not going as smoothly as folks are saying it is today because they've been calling my office. And I know there's been some questions already around like the evaluation crisis with students. My constituents, I'm just gonna go through all my questions and you guys can answer them. And also thank you for meeting with me with 3K and talking about that stuff. Look forward to the partnerships we kind of talked about. I know we sent over our calendar, so look forward to that as well.
Thank you.
My constituents have children with disabilities in DOE systems with experiencing delays in special education evaluations conducted by both DOE and independent evaluators. Those delays are harmful. What resources and funding would the DOE need to address those issues to reduce those delays? DOE, this is the next question, DOE extensive delays in payment to independent evaluators are also leading those specialties to prioritize working wealthy families rather than children in my district that can't afford it to pay out of pocket. So can you talk to me which branch of the DOE is in charge of making payments to independent evaluators providers? And does DOE have any policy governing how quickly independent evaluators need to be paid? And has the budget for the Office of Supervisors of School Psychologists increased in 2022?
Okay, thank you for those. The first question in terms of evaluations, I mentioned earlier that we did add additional funds to our recovery budget for our IEP teams, and that includes for evaluations, recognizing that many of our students needed evaluations. In terms of I'm going to jump to the end in the budget for the psychologists. That does relate to the budget for the psychologists in terms of additional hours for work and time that they needed to evaluate, as well as for summer teams to do evaluations and Saturdays, and doing evaluations on Saturdays. Regarding payments, do you want to take that one, Dan?
So Yeah, payments, we just restructured that whole function because we're having some of the same issues, frankly, that we've had with our CBO part.
Yeah, no, the city doesn't like to pay people. We know.
So, yeah, well, we're trying hard, council member, to change that, because when people do the work, they deserve to get paid. So, so we will have more on that, specifically for the special education providers shortly, because we just moved that office and restructured it, and I think we're going to see improvements coming very shortly.
And where did you move it to?
Office of General Counsel.
Okay. All right, those are all my questions. You guys are doing great. You've been here for a long time.
Thank you.
Before we wrap,
you.
can I just add one more piece on the Carter
Sure, because I have a
question?
follow-up.
Yes. So I just wanted to say that, when the chancellor was speaking about Carter cases, for kids who are seeking tuition reimbursement, our commitment has been and remains that if we cannot offer a public school placement, we are going to make sure that the family gets a private school option. There's nothing looming or compromising that process. There's no intention to do anything that is harmful to parents who are seeking that private placement. What we do want to emphasize is that we want to serve students in public school programs. And that is why the chancellor has made these investments. I mean, it is remarkable that we are the only city in the country providing free sensory gyms and providing the amount of investments, $300 million in specialized programs. That said, there are, and you've seen in the press, many pieces, many stories around parochial schools and services to students outside. And there have been some flags around that. I just want to differentiate the fact that when the chancellor is speaking about Carter cases, the concern has not been about whether or not we want to pull back money from our tuition, our students that are placed via tuition reimbursement.
Can you, on the record, tell me how many vacancies you have in the special education department? What are your vacancies?
I'm sorry, Chair, are you talking about the central office?
Yeah, central office, special education, because I know that when we talked earlier, the last hearing we had, I know you bundle up the Carter cases and the Carter cases together, which ballooned the budget. So in regards to special education in the central office, what are the numbers on vacancies?
I have to get back to you with that, Chair.
Yeah, that would be very, very helpful, because if we don't have the numbers as we talked before, we're going to continue seeing these rise in Carter cases and Carter cases. So I know 40% of your budget is already settled from previous Carter cases as well, according to the IBO report. Is that correct?
Sorry, repeat that, Chair?
40% of the existing budget that you have for Carter cases are settlement in previous cases. That's what's stated in the IBO report.
Okay.
Is that?
I believe so.
Okay, and 50 million was allocated to hire staff and represent and process impartial hearing cases, which does not help parents. Is that correct?
That falls in the legal end of the world, so I can't confirm that number.
All right, well, you will get back to me on that, right?
Sure, of course.
Absolutely. Now I'm gonna get into something really cool. Everything is cool here. I wanted to talk about PEGs for a minute. In very clear terms, how did New York City Public Schools meet the latest PEG imposed by OMB? What was the total amount cut from your budget? Will this PEG have any impact on schools? I know we said no, but I need to just reiterate that. Impact on school budget or ECE providers for the year ahead? Yeah.
So the total amount of the most recent PEG was $324 million for FY24, which was reflected in the executive budget. That includes roughly $10 million in savings from the ATR, the Absent Teacher Reserve. Those are folks who are either left the system or already in schools, so picked up by school budgets, so that won't have any impact on school budgets, and that is $10 million. There's another almost $10 million that is basically, as we've discussed before, our school safety agents, the money passes through us to NYPD. NYPD reduced those SSAs, and basically that meant we saw another small savings of almost $10 million in our fringe budget associated with that. The remainder of the PEG was actually met through, and I know you've seen our budget presentation a few times at this point. As you'll recall, there's a large chunk of money that goes into fringe benefits every year. That is something that is hard to plan ahead for, and basically our budget for next year included more money in the fringe budget than we actually expect to need to pay out. And so the additional 300 million came from that additional money that was in the fringe budget. That will not impact schools, and it will not impact any individual's actual benefits.
How much of that PEG was transferred funding? Much of that DOE has transferred this year from the fringe benefit to other areas where funded was needed.
So for next year, it is still to be determined. Actually, for this year, it is still to be determined as well. But it is true that where we have had additional fringe dollars in the past, we have used it to support some of our ongoing structural deficits that we've talked about actually in the context of today, whether it's charters or transportation or Carters. That is something we've done with those dollars in the past.
New York City Public Schools identified new budgetary needs, and have they been shared with OMB, and what are they, and what are their status?
Sorry, which new needs? The new needs that were in the executive budget? Yep. So in terms of the new needs in the executive budget, I think the Chancellor mentioned and we talked through an additional 3.3 million. Thank you for your advocacy for the shelter-based coordinators, which brings us to full funding for all 100 shelter-based coordinators, which we are very happy to be able to do. There was a new need associated with the food strategy work we are doing. So that includes the cafeteria enhancement program. That is $50 million in SCA's budget to get to, as I mentioned, 80+ schools and try and increase the cafeteria experience and increase participation in our food program. There's also an additional $5.5 million in there for what's called wellness in the schools. And so this is basically us partnering with a nonprofit to support the training of our cooks to build new from-scratch menu items and then scale those up over this year and next year, so it will reach all of our schools over the course of the next couple of years. So that's another $5 million, and then an additional $1 million for nutrition education work, which my colleague DC Quintana can talk about. And then the last couple of new needs that were in there, there's $100 million in collective bargaining costs associated with the DC 37 agreement. And there's roughly $2 million in climate education in our climate action plan. And so that includes professional learning opportunities for teachers across the system, a climate action day for students, and basically recognition and certification for schools. And those were the set of new needs. And Q, if you want to talk about nutrition ed.
Sure, I can add a little bit there. With the climate change, too, just adding that there's a teaching and learning committee for climate education that will be developing resources and a system-wide K through 12 initiative. For the food education, that 1.1 million is being dedicated to develop a food education guidebook, a food education council that will continue to advise, and we'll be offering professional development for teachers, including early childhood educators, and we'll introduce learning opportunities in early childhood for both students and staff. Creating criteria for schools to follow will help us ensure that not only this kind of thinking gets integrated across the content areas, changing mindset and behavior, but that also people are being really strategic about what resources they're employing, who they're actually reaching out to as partners, and what they bring into their schools. And to help with that, that 1.1 million will also allow us to provide direct funding to K-8 schools.
And Chair, I realize you asked the PEG will not impact schools. It also will not impact early childhood providers. Sorry,
I was about to ask that follow-up
Apologies.
question. At our February hearing, DOE testified that the new rapid response team would ensure every provider with an unsubmitted invoice get one-on-one help. What is the status of that team? How has it been impacted by the budget? Also, when you testified, a new stabilization fund would pay providers 75% of the FY22 contract values, regardless of the expense and enrollment. What is the status, and is that impacted by the budget?
So the rapid response team was stood up by our chancellor back in November, and in less than 12 weeks, we were able to pay out over $100 million and actually gather over 4,000 unsubmitted invoices from the previous fiscal year. And so That work continued into January and February, but we have collected as many invoices from the previous fiscal year as we see probably deemed possible. Providers are still able to submit an invoice if they have one from the previous fiscal year. In relationship to the stabilization fund grant, which was also stood up in November by our chancellor, that work continued and is still happening right now as we start to wind down this fiscal year, in which over 100 providers were deemed eligible for the stabilization fund, and we've already paid out nearly $10 million to a number of providers. So if a provider has been deemed eligible and is still in the process of submitting the required documentation to receive that fund, they will.
Does that apply for next fiscal year as well, or just this fiscal year?
Well, that has not been in place yet for this fiscal year. That's still a conversation that's happening, and we'll see if there are any next steps.
Thank you. Give me, what happened? Oh, my bad. Sorry, council member.
Councilmember Narcisse?
Thank you, Chair. NYC Reads, thank you. I was part of it. Getting our kids to read is the most important thing. So as a mom, I'm going to tell you thank you for having, the thought, the idea, and I'm very optimistic. Hopefully, we'll get a lot of our children to read. And as you can see, you're the famous person here, because you know why? Because with all your team, you see all of us here. That's when you have allies here, because we want the best for our children in New York City. Coming back with how many children of age of pre-K and K that's enrolling that's in our city, and how many are enrolled right now in our pre-K and K?
Certainly, I can give you those numbers. In 3K enrollment is roughly 43,000 right now, and pre-K enrollment is roughly 60,000.
Okay. This is very important. Most of the funding that existed to support school budgets are drying out. The DOE received one-time federal funding for a range of programs, which included $135 million for hiring new social workers and nurses, $236 million for expanding summer schools, and $88 million for new pre-K seats for special needs students. Amongst others, in total, the city received more than $7 billion in COVID relief during the pandemic. How will the DOE help school budgets compensate for these shortages in spending? What will the DOE do about school budgets experiencing reduction now?
So for next fiscal year, we are glad to say we continue to have all of those stimulus dollars for those specialized programs. So that includes being able to continue to support Expanded Summer Rising this summer, continue to support expanded community schools, restorative justice programming. So for next school year, we still have those stimulus dollars. The year after that, as you noted, they dry up, and we will have a series of high priorities that we need to find a way to work together to fund. In terms of school budgets for this coming year, we are committing to hold schools harmless, i.e. to ensure they see no cuts from last year to this year in terms of their initial school allocations, which will come out very shortly by the end of this month. We're still working to finalize those. We are able to do that as well, in part because of those stimulus dollars that we still have. So the mayor's executive preliminary budget actually included $160 million in stimulus dollars that will go towards holding those schools harmless from any reductions, and we'll work to ensure we meet that all the way, but that is also dependent on those funds.
Okay. Do all schools building have a nurse? And there's a report which, as officials said, they will hire 400 more full-time nurses for K-12 schools, seeking to fill vacancy at 359 school buildings, with additional hirings cover absences and retirements.
So I need to check on the exact report and numbers you're talking about. We are still committed to a nurse in every building. As you know, that includes both New York City Public Schools nurses, DOHMH nurses, and then where we are unable to fill those positions, we use contract nurses for the rest of them, who are a large portion of our nurses at this point.
Thank you. Earlier, we were talking about swimming. So, and does the budget include enough funding to complete renovation on those currently closed for work, like the pools in the school building? Do we have funding for that?
It's a good question. And part of that is that some of the larger enhancements actually come through our colleagues at the School Construction Authority. So let us get back to you on, don't believe the current budget between us and them commits to the renovations necessary to bring all those pools back online, but let us get back to you on specifics and what the costs would be.
Okay, mental health is important, and I heard the money, but ELL Advocate been calling for $3 million. What's the status? While you're taking that, so I want to talk about the school, the cameras in the school, in the bus for the young kids that in needs when we finish. So you want to answer that for me?
Well, I want to find out first, the $3 million that you were talking about for the English language learners, is that in reference to the transfer schools?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yep. So we've been working together with a superintendent to build up our transfer school options. We want to make sure there are transfer schools in every borough that are available for our older newcomer students. So we have taken existing transfer schools and transitioned some of them to standalone bilingual education transfer schools, and then we've taken others and built in programs within them, and we'll continue to do that, actually. We've been very fortunate to work alongside the Office of School Design to help make sure that we're actually designing these schools to be sustainable and to continue to offer supports to our students.
Thank you. And by the way, Summer Rising is a popular program. We need to increase it because I have parents calling me all over my district. So thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here. And you have allies here. That's why you're so popular.
Final member questions from Councilmember Farias.
They saved the best for last, y'all.
Right.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I will try to be quick. I just want to go back to some of the questions that folks have just reminded me of follow-up. Councilmember Gutierrez asked about the EDC pass-through that they're serving for you folks. Is there any reason why the EDC was chosen to be the pass-through for those payments to our contractors?
Basically, it was the EDC has the ability to stand things up quickly because they're a slightly
Sure.
different type of agency, and it was the fastest way to be able to stand something up. So we worked with them. We weren't able to do it under our own contracts because basically what we are doing is paying people beyond what their contracts, beyond what they earned under their contracts. So
Got
we
it.
determined we actually couldn't do it and then looked for the fastest way to do it.
It's always great to get more clarity on an organization, at a pseudo agency that I oversee. So thank you for that. And then really quickly on the phasing out of the stimulus funds for the schools, are we looking at a more comprehensive plan on how to start conversations even as early as yesterday with the schools and the principals, and understanding that that money is going to run out, we're not ever going to see it again, and that things have to at some point either come to head or be reconfigured?
There's, we're gonna need to have some real serious conversations around this. People are thrilled even now, right? We're in a position where we're able to hold schools harmless. And I'm sure folks are gonna be able to take that back to their districts. It's a victory. But we're running out of time on that, as well as lots of other initiatives. I'm just taking a list here of all of the various programs that were just cited just today, right? From the libraries to the arts to everything. And everything is important. And we're not going to be able to continue to fund stuff like we've been funding it. So, but we're going to need to be in real conversation with you. So it's not so much have we developed a plan. We have to work together. Chair Joseph and I says all the time, we are partners. And we're going to have to deepen this partnership now in preparation for the following year in ways like we never have.
Yeah.
So we should all be at the table together, really taking a look at what this is going to look like as this stimulus dollars run out.
I look forward to holding some convening where all of us can be at a table and discuss this. I mean, I do also hope to see a larger monetary commitment from the administration. We know we're not going to get this money back. Our schools, whether they're in denial or not about it, should know they are not going to see this money again. Really, for me, the misinformation around any of that happened last year and this year, potentially going forward, and say, yes, it's exciting. We have the ability right now with a padded budget with COVID stimulus funds to hold schools harmless. That is not the reality going forward. So I'm sorry, I know you want to jump in.
Councilmember, first let me thank you for your leadership in getting something great done for New York City kids with the discounted rates on the ferries.
Yeah.
I would say you got it done. I'm very proud of you. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
I also have to say, and this is a point to go back to what Chair Brennan mentioned at the start of the hearing about starting these very important programs with temporary dollars. I was definitely a part of those conversations. We asked the same questions of the last administration, who had some folks had a mentality about, well, if you build it, they will come.
Sure.
But saying it is one thing, implementing is another. But I can tell you this, that in talks that we've had, for example, with Washington, when it came to this matter of the asylum-seeking crisis, we've asked our federal partners about flexibility with stimulus dollars because it's their rules that say that we can't use it beyond fiscal year 25. We've asked about that. When we went to Albany, we remind Albany that we're a creature of the state. They'll have to remind us of that, right? We're a creature of the state.
Yeah.
They have more tools in their toolbox to support cities like New York City than we do. So they're going to have to be a big part of this solution and answer because a lot of their budget is also funded through stimulus dollars.
Sure.
And so I couldn't agree with you more that this is going to be a very, very big issue moving forward. And of course, cities is where, I've always said, city is where the rubber meets the road. We are largely a reflection of federal and state policies and budgets and actions or inactions. So we're going to need a city, state, and federal response to these issues. But I thank you so much for raising this issue in both of the committees for your leadership today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you were kind in saying inactions, what you mean like federal and state failures that are trickling down to us, but yes. And I just have two more things. I wanted to touch on, and I know I've previously spoken about this at the DOHMH hearing. I want to get your perspective as well for our DOE and DOH nurses and the contracted nurses. I know you just touched on it a little bit with Councilmember Narcise's question, but I wanted to see, where's my questions now? Okay, DOH nurses work the same hours but around a 20K difference than their DOE counterparts. There's an even bigger gap between DOH nurses and the contracted nurses, DOE nurses and the contracted nurses. Can you folks explain why and maybe how you are looking at beyond the contract negotiations, kind of meeting that at its head?
I was waiting for this question from you because I appreciate you asked it last time. Yes, I mean, you all know as well as we do, there's different ways at looking at what the actual salary gap is, but there is absolutely a salary gap between DOHMH nurses who are DC 37, New York City Public Schools nurses who are UFT members, and then our contracted nurses who are paid more than either. This is true, and over whom we don't have the same quality, confidence, and controls in that particular case. So that is a bit of the challenge. Obviously, the DC 37 contract negotiations are now closed, so that did not substantially change sort of the challenge ahead of us. Sure. We are working incredibly closely with DOHMH on sort of a set of different things. One is equity bonuses to try and ensure nurses get in and then are incentivized to stay in schools, because part of what we see is just churn, right? And so if a New York City Public Schools nurse leaves, a DOHMH nurse then applies for that position because it's a better job, and that just leaves a gap over here. So part of what's addressing the issue is just a retention issue. How do we keep people where they are so the gap doesn't grow? So working on things like equity bonuses, also working behind the scenes with DOHMH and OMB to ensure where we can be funding nurses through the New York City Public Schools package. We are continuing to do so, and those are the types of things, but there is still this ongoing challenge for sure.
And the contracted nurses, it's under the impression for me that they're being, COVID stimulus funds are also being utilized for the contracted nurses to pay for them. If that money is running out, how are we going to address that with the needs that we have in schools? And is there a phase out happening of those contracted nurses?
So they are being paid partially with COVID stimulus dollars, yes. That's actually not enough to pay the full cost, but there is that, and it fits into the same category of the other programs we were talking about where this is going to create a gap for us
in the year after next. We are really working hard to minimize the cost of those contracted nurses, not just for that reason, just because we'd rather have staff nurses in our schools, and that's the work we're doing. But right now, it is another gap in our budget.
Okay, great. And then if you can share any of the like vacancy numbers, turnover numbers, or anything like that, that would be really great. And then I just have a request, and it doesn't have to be answered now. It can be given on the after this. Do you folks have a breakdown of the schools with and without crossing guards? And if there's an anticipation on how with the PEGs that we're seeing or the headcount reductions that we're seeing for the PD on eliminating all of those positions, how we're planning to connect that back to filling the gap for the schools that, either middle schools and elementary schools that are asking for school crossing guards.
Yep, so thank you. In the interest of time, I'm not going to swear in again, Justin.
That's the chair. To you.
Chair
Yes.
Justin Brannon. Yeah. The Chancellor's a friend of you. So as it relates to the crossing guards, as you know, they are employees of the NYPD. We work in lockstep with the NYPD to ensure that all of our elementary schools do in fact have a crossing guard. As it relates to the shortfall, it is a tough position to fill. I'm sure that you've heard that they're advertising all over the place, and they are enlisting the support of many to try to get those positions filled for our schools. The NYPD has done a great job of ensuring that if there's not a school crossing guard in place, that there's an officer.
They infill, yeah.
Yep, there to fill the gap. As it relates to the future shortfalls, I'm sorry I can't answer that question for you, ma'am, but if there are any particular schools that you know of that is missing a crossing guard, please let us know so that we can help them ensure the safety of our young people.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for answering my questions and staying with us so late. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Last week, when the commissioner of NYPD was here, we suggested maybe you raise the pay of crossing guards. It's historically low, and it hires mostly black and brown women. So we need to raise that salary, give them living wages, and then you'll be able to recruit.
Thank you.
I think that's the start. Thank you. I wanted to ask a few questions around preschoolers with disability. What percentage and how many preschoolers are still waiting for their mandated services to begin? Because we know some of them didn't have no speech, no physical therapy, no special education teacher services at all.
Yeah.
What is that looking like?
Chair, I need to get you that number, but I know that we released the latest report, which showed a good number of students did not receive their related services, so we are putting a number of things in place.
9,800 of them went without their mandated IEP. So you see, times that, and that's your Carter cases already.
Thank you, Chair.
We got to do better. How has the DOE done any analysis as how many evaluators, how many service providers the DOE will need to hire to provide all preschoolers with disabilities with their full mandate? What was the result, and what would be the cost? Christina, you're not going anywhere. This is all you.
Hey, Chair.
Hey.
Yeah, I mean, the hard ones. Was the question, how many providers do we need?
How many evaluators will you need, service providers will you need to hire for preschoolers with disabilities with their full mandate? And what was the result, and what was the cost?
Yeah, well, we certainly have done that analysis, and I can get it over to you as well.
Homework number 2. How can the city decrease DOE funding when it's not meeting the legal obligations to students with disabilities? I know that area there was some cuts, but I want to know, how can we ensure funding is added to FY24 budget so preschoolers can receive their evaluations, their mandated special education teachers, and services? Another tough question, I'm sorry.
Other than saying that we absolutely need to continue to invest in our preschool students, Chair, obviously we're going to continue to come up with creative solutions to provide these services, but it is important that we get these services right from the start.
We do. And I will be waiting for the answers to my 3 questions. I will be sending them over. What is the status of restorative justice funding for school this year? How has the funding allocated for restorative justice been spent? And how much of the funding have been spent And where specifically has the funding going? And what are the plans for any remaining unspent funds?
So I can speak to the top line funding, and so there's both tax levy and stimulus, another stimulus problem, both tax levy and stimulus dollars going towards restorative justice programming. We expect those both to continue for next year as well, both the tax levy and the stimulus dollars. The year after next, we will obviously have this, the tax levy will be there, the stimulus will not, and I'll pull up the exact dollars in 1 second. Mark, you want to take the rest, and then I'll pull up the dollar amounts?
Yeah. Well, you're taking the budget numbers?
Mm-hmm.
You're taking the budget numbers, okay.
Welcome back.
And go ahead with the second part of the question.
How much of the funds have been spent? Where that was? What are the plans for any remain spent? That was for Emma. What restorative justice supports are being provided to school this year? To how many schools?
Yep. So the total number of schools is approximately 900. A little bit more than 900. And those schools are at various stages in terms of where they are. Some are doing it with great fidelity and lots of staff are trained, while others are still grasping the concept of restorative, right? So they're all at different levels of the training. About approximately 306 or so are doing it sort of with greater fidelity, while others are at different stages of the entry level. As it relates to how much is being spent at each school, we can give you a breakdown of what that looks like with staffing and a number of trainings done up to this point.
So you have 300 in schools doing it at Fidelity. How about the other 600?
There's sort of a touch point, like there are different, so the restorative approach is one that has to be grasped by all, right? The whole concept of restorative has to be accepted by all. Some schools, you get full buy-in. Other schools, you get sort of a touch point of the restorative. So the greatest number of schools are still at sort of entry level, meaning staff are being trained. They're still training young people to employ those interventions. So they're all at different levels, and we can give you a breakdown of where each level, where each school stands as far as those levels go.
Any training for school leaders in restorative justice?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There is definitely training for school leaders as well as teachers, and surprisingly enough, I mean, lots of people find that this is not a historical concept, if you will, but the number of students that are trained are pretty extensive as well. And we also have students employed to continue to support the restorative approach to school.
How about parents?
Not many.
I went to a
parents.
school in Queens, Outward Bound. The parents are also trained in restorative justice, because if the school is doing one thing and you go home, parents are doing another thing. I think, again, I keep saying that, and the Chancellor and I think we agree on that. This educational journey must include parents as well. So I think restorative justice should also have a component where they include parents.
Some of the schools have taken on that sort of responsibility internally to incorporate their parents into the overall restorative concept. Early on, we've offered training to parents as well as through our advocacy partners. So thank you for that recommendation. We'll continue to move forward.
Absolutely. Does the administration have any plans to change how funding for restorative practices is allocated?
So in terms of funding for, thanks for the moment to check, in addition to the $14 million in stimulus dollars for this year, there's $7 million pre-existing in tax levy dollars, and we expect to maintain both of those allocations for next year, and then obviously stimulus dollars are up.
Young people have come and said many times that restorative justice practices should be expanded in schools and slowly remove school safety agents. Can we talk about that a little bit? Mark?
So when you say that restorative practices should be implemented and school safety agents removed, they're sort of separate and a part of each other, right? So when we talk about the role of the school safety agents, all right, it sort of runs the gamut. The restorative is really to get our young people, and as well as our adults, to address discipline differently, right? The SSAs have a small role in the restorative concept. They don't run circles, but they can recommend that, circles be conducted when harm has been caused, whether it's by an adult to a student or vice versa. If you're asking for my opinion around that, I don't have an opinion on on that. I will tell you that the roles of the school safety agents in our buildings will continue to say that they are community partners in this respect, and when working in lockstep with our schools, they do an amazing job of keeping young people safe. Restorative practices is just one tool in the belt, if you will, for our schools. It's not the silver star, if you will. It goes hand in hand with different initiatives that we provide for our schools.
There's no silver star, right? There's no, so it's a comprehensive approach, and I will say clearly, I believe in a holistic approach and listening to our kids, and they say a wide range of things, including some say we don't want any school safety officers, and a lot of them say we need more in our schools. So I stand on record in full support of school safety agents, who are mostly black and brown women across New York City, who I think play a very major role. Many of you know, early in my career, I was a school safety agent as well. And I know in good schools the important role that they play, and I will stand on record in saying that all day. In addition to that, we need a wide range of other supports for our kids that we need to be fully committed to trying to do as well. So it's not this or that, it's this and that, and that's what we're going to continue to try to support.
No, of course. One of the questions I did ask last time that the commissioner was here, school safety agents, are they trained in de-escalation? Are they also trained in restorative justice in the school buildings? Because that's one of the things. The students said, I would love to see more. They came here and they testified, and our hearing was 13 hours after you left. We stayed here another 8 hours putting it in, talking to young people. They want to see more guidance counselors and social workers in their school buildings. So restorative justice and de-escalation. And now I know that they have doubled the youth coordination officers. Was that part of a decision that you made, Mark, to double the YCOs in the schools? And how do they work with school safety, and how do they work with young people? We want to know. They're in the building, what are they doing?
So, three things, actually. One, you talked about school safety agents being trained in restorative. During the pandemic, we did a lot of remote training for school safety agents. It's one of the ways by which we sort of ate up that time that schools weren't open. We did restorative justice training by way of Morningside for school safety agents. So tons of agents have been trained. We thought important to train, give school safety agents yet another tool for their belt, and we've been training agents in therapeutic crisis intervention, so that agents know how to respond when the student is in crisis and needs to be de-escalated, along with our partners in the schools to provide those services. As far as the YCOs go, obviously they are assigned through and employed through the NYPD. We are asking that YCOs continue to work in lockstep with our principals, not there for the purposes of going in to arrest young people. They are our community partners. They are working on our safe passages and our safe corridors. Principals are, in fact, inviting them in to take part in school celebrations. When there are great things happening, we want to make sure that the entire community is invited into the school and not just inviting them when something horrible is happening in school. So the increase of YCOs, I'm not sure of what the actual number is right now, but schools are asking for more presence, especially on the exterior of the school as young people transition to and from. And we appreciate Chief Madry for assisting us in that respect.
When we bring in these folks into the building, do we include one important voice? We usually have a task force or advisory for everything. Have students created an advisory? Has groups have suggested an advisory group for students meeting with school safeties to express themselves? Because normally we walk into buildings, we just see a group of folks. We have no idea what they are, what role they play in the school building. We've had conversation with young people?
So one of the recommendations that we've given to principals is to do an introduction at the beginning of the year, not only for all of our school safety agents, for all the supporting officers from the local precinct. One of the things that the NYPD's recently done is they reintroduced the school sergeant. so that every sergeant is responsible for a cohort of schools, and they're responsible for meeting the principal, introducing themselves to student leadership, and having an opportunity to have students sort of ask some of the hard questions. Where can you be found when there's problems? What are you here? How are you here to support us? How can we contact you if we need help? This is one of the recommendations we provided to principals, as well as invite them to the monthly safety committee meeting where there is a student representative, and during which we'll talk about all of the things safety and security, as well as upcoming events where we might need the additional support.
And they can raise their raise their concerns and questions and all of that on behalf of their students. Okay. There'll be more to follow up. My favorite, one of my favorite stuff, transportation for students in foster care. How is that looking this year? DOE website states students in foster care grades K to 6 eligible for bus service or student MetroCard for the past year. I've made it clear that students in foster care should have a door-to-door transportation in order to create stability. When I'm teared away from my mom or dad, I need some, school is the one place I feel safe. Chancellor Banks, you always say that. School is the one place we feel safe. Our foster students are taken away from homes. They're placed with sometimes not with King Gap. King Gap is usually a family member. But if they're not placed with a King Gap and they're placed with a stranger, the school is their stable home. It's the one thing they can relate to, they know that's theirs. How is transportation? Has the city done any cost analysis to see how we could fund transportation for our students in foster care, so they can stay in their regular school?
Thank you for the question, and truly, deeply for the ongoing advocacy on the issue, because deeply agree, as does our transportation team, that, and as does federal law, that keeping a student where they are has to be a key priority for their own well-being. And it is unacceptable when the transportation is what gets in the way. That being said, sometimes there is not a bus route we can get them on quickly enough, and so touched on this a little bit earlier. There are a few different things we are working on. Some do come with additional costs that we would be happy to discuss with you further. So that is basically, how can we commit to, within a certain amount of time, if there is not a bus route available, we will work on alternative transportation. That could be through the foster agencies, where, as noted earlier, we are working hard to figure out how to pay them more quickly, and actually how to clarify for them what the policy is so they're clear up front. We are also looking at where rideshare can be a solution for these students if an agency isn't a solution, if there isn't a bus available. And just to say at rideshare, that of course there is a cost associated with that, but as has been raised, which is absolutely right, rideshare also assumes you have a grown-up who can come with you. So also have started to look at where are there alternative ways that we could be paying for a chaperone or someone to go with the student. That would also have additional costs. And just the last thing I would say, sort of bigger picture and longer term, is whether there's sort of the fundamental challenge for us as New York City Public Schools is we use buses, and that's our primary form of transportation. And actually agencies can step in and do something else, and it's possible ACS might be able to as well. So interested in sort of looking at other more systemic alternatives along the way that would also come with costs. And so those are the things we are looking at.
And when we update and get all that information, will the DOE's website reflect this guarantee for students in foster care?
Yes, we were actually making some updates to the website as recently as today or yesterday to make clear what the timeline is by which, if a student doesn't have a bus assigned to them, that we'll start to look at alternative modes of transportation, even if there isn't a route coming online for them soon.
At the last general welfare hearing, agencies were complaining that they were not reimbursed for transportation for students in foster care. And this school year, when the DOE didn't provide bus services, they still were not reimbursed. What caused the delay, and when can foster care expect to be reimbursed? What's the timeline?
Yes, so there's absolutely a delay. It came in part from us figuring out how to the right ways to make these payments, frankly, between us, ACS, and the agencies. We have now worked that out and have a process as of a couple of weeks ago, and the week before last started reaching out to providers, to agencies, to actually have them verify their costs. We're checking those costs and then get payments out the door, and this is in the past couple weeks.
Do you know, can you give me a number? What's the total reimbursement owed for expenses related to transportation for students in foster care?
I can't at this moment, but we can definitely get back to you with that, and part of what we're doing is verifying each of those costs by agency as well as part of the process, now that we can pay them.
Thank you. Justin. We wanted to find out, we talked about Project Pivot. How will we assess the outcome coming from programs like Mind Up, Project Pivot? How do we assess that? And to see if it's working, if we need to move things around.
So thank you. So as you know, Project Pivot is a brand new initiative, just availed to schools. Early reports from schools is that they're seeing some gains as it relates to the reduction in all of the areas that we pointed out. We are currently looking for an evaluator for next year as we continue to expand and work through more schools next year to focus on. We're hearing positive results from principals. By the end of the year, we should have a full analysis of what we look like overall. For those who have chosen to go with sort of the outsider providers, many focus on inside, right? And they've done different things. As you know, Project Pivot is an initiative that works well with restorative and some of the mediations and all of the other programs identified. So we'll be able to talk more about the progress by the end of the academic school year.
How do you plan on evaluating if it's work or if you have to tweak it or probably get rid of it completely?
Yeah, so we definitely did sort of a survey prior to students being serviced, right? So we did a pre and post, all right, and we're going to be able to really give you a real sense, or give us a real sense of the progress of the program overall.
Thank you. All right. We have some questions we'll email over to you because we want responses because some of you have homeworks. I just want to give a quick little glow and grows. The foster care unit, thank you. We
appreciate that. Thank you.
I really had tears in my eyes because you know how personal this is for me. And these are the students, unfortunately, when they go through care, somehow they end up justice involved. And if we can give them the right tools in their toolbox from the very beginning, we can change that. So this meant a lot to me. When I saw a provider today, she was crying to say for the first time somebody actually answered her. Somebody actually cared for our foster care kids. And that meant a lot to me. That's why I fight so hard for them, because I have them.
Yes.
And they're mine now. So I want to make sure that the ones you have in the system continue to get the care that they need and the love and the support, but we got to get it right. So as always, you have homework. I'll be waiting for my assignments. And you'll hear from me. I have quite a few other stuff that I want to discuss offline with you guys. Thank you so much.
Chancellor, your team, thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
With this day 10 of executive budget hearing
Right.
adjourned.